Stand by event summary. Go and lose CG. Lose CG. Steven, go and lose CG. Go and lose CG. Go ahead and take event summary. Stand by sponsors. Stand by sponsors. Stand by broadcast, Edward. Go ahead and take it. Yeah, I know, we don't have audio yet, I know. They're working on it. Stand by caster cam and take casters. Stand by intermission L box with a slideshow. Hype them up, hype them up, hype them up. Take the intermission.
Jalen, is there any way that you can hear us at all?
Here?
Oh, you can?
Yeah.
Oh, what was the question?
There was no question.
No. Gamers, I hope you are ready because we have some exciting action to kick off today. I am Bordy McBoard. That's Captain Exoka. We are here for the Undisputed Texas Esports Championship. And Cap, we're starting off right with some Overwatch.
Oh, absolutely. We are finally getting our first matches in of the day. Overwatch 2 going to be kicking things off here at the Undisputed Texas Esports State Championships. And honestly, I can't wait to get started just because, you know, we've been building up the anticipation. We finally got to see the introductions. We got to see the players walk onto stage. They're getting set up. And now we're getting our first looks of the competition. Take a look at this. We got both of our teams on stage ready to go. And honestly, Bordy, I'm excited to see how these students are actually going to bring compositions into Overwatch 2 because there has been some changes made recently, and even you pointed out a brand new hero along with that.
Brand new heroes popping up. We'll see who will end up being the heroic team to push through versus this action. We're starting off this morning with a little bit of pools action, of course. We're not going to jump straight into the championship. And we'll see what these gamers have on their docket. We are going to see none other than the Cornado Shadow Nebula against Poteet in a best-of-5 action slate. So as he talked about, you know, a little bit of meta changing up. We have this new character named Adventure, so we'll see if somebody might, you know, adventure a little bit, dip their toes into it, or if we might see that a little bit later on. Here are some of these gamers that we're seeing here today. We have personal up-close cams, so say, hey guys, you're on candid camera. And of course, as he talked about, brand new compositions, 5 players, 1 tank. We'll see who ends up picking who and how these competitions lay themselves out.
Yeah, and then more often than not, when we're talking about Overwatch 2, it's usually the run of like the same matches going along the same schedule. Usually we're going to start out with Control. That's usually how we like to intro things. And then after that, you're going to see either Hybrid or we're going to see Escort and then maybe some Flashpoint, and then we're going to harp back to Control. And then maybe, just maybe, we might see some Push. Even though I'm not the biggest fan of Push.
I'm not.
If we don't see Push, I won't be upset. But just know there's a possibility that we might.
Hey, I'm not the biggest fan of Push either, but hopefully one of these gamers will be able, no matter what happens, no matter what game mode ends up falling into their lap, they're able to control it well because there are different methods or rules of how you control each and every single one. Of course, Push, you might have more mobile people. Of course, doing something like Flashpoint, you might have somebody who sticks around playing a King of Hill type style. But again, these gamers setting themselves up, and we're loading on into the action. Starting off with pools, of course, we're starting off with action in general, right? So first tournament, getting your legs underneath you, you're the first person on stage. This first matchup might be a little bit of a difference, a little bit of a mulligan, just because you never know if these competitors might have a little bit of a antsiness, nervousness, and because of that, that can affect your gameplay, and maybe you might not show exactly who you are, especially starting off on such a big stage early in the morning.
Yeah, and I love that we're getting the close-up on some of our other teams that are watching, which, by the way, gotta emphasize, is very important for a lot of these other players here today. Honestly, if you're participating in the pool play for Overwatch, don't get me wrong, we got our wristbands, there's roller coasters. I mean, we're here live at Six Flags. You're gonna wanna go and have fun. However, if you're competing, you need to be in the audience, in the seats, watching your competition play and taking notes.
And of course, here are all the separate pools that we're going to be seeing here today. We're going to start off in Pool A. That's where we're going to see Shattered Nebula and Poteet go against each other. Blue Hawks and the Golden Outlaws going against each other as well a little bit later on. But then you have these other pools that are all happening all at the same time. We have some familiar faces, the baby dragons we saw there before, the dragons there too, La Vega, Pampa. A lot of, you know, familiar faces that we've seen here today, Cap. All this action happening all at once. It makes sense with as many gamers as we have here today at Six Flags.
Oh, 100%. And then we haven't even harped to it earlier on, but just to re-emphasize, you know, you look at Pool H, and we have the Texline Tornadoes, and just a reminder that it was the Texline High School team that traveled the furthest to get here today, over 600 miles just to participate in this event. So again, you gotta love the dedication and, you know, just being able to take that journey in order to come and display your talents for everyone here.
Hey, you know, some people would walk 500 miles. Well, guess what? They'll walk an extra 100 more, 106 more, just to make sure that they're here today to see some Overwatch action. Of course, we're getting set up. We're getting loaded on into the action, and I'm very excited. Again, once we figure out what this game mode is and what the map is, it can determine what we want these compositions and what we expect these gamers to look like. But again, audience, I hope you're excited for a day's worth of action. Make some noise if you're excited, guys.
Oh my goodness, I'm telling you, we got a great crowd out here today. Like, this is awesome. And the fact that we're live here from Six Flags Fiesta, Texas, again, just adds to the atmosphere. I mean, we have this big arena. We have an amazing production. I mean, you're looking at the stage, and then it's just set up so well. And not to mention, like, this is like a professional setting for a lot of these young student athletes to kind of get used to the atmosphere. And not only that, but it's going to look good to college recruits that are out there looking for some fresh young talent to bring to their esports programs.
Absolutely. You know, I talked to a little bit of the recruiters last year, and they talked a little bit about how this is a perfect opportunity to scout out players. Maybe it might be seniors who are about to graduate. Maybe it might be rising sophomores, rising juniors, who are all here to display a little bit of their action. And of course, there's so much talent to go around. This is a perfect opportunity to get some scholarship money. We talk about how expensive college is. Scholarship money always helps out. Camaraderie. This is an excellent place to really just learn and understand who your teammates are, and honestly, too, leadership skills. One thing that you need to know playing these games is good communication and how to support the other person next to you. Just like we support each other in the casting space, they support each other in the team space. So honestly, effective communication is probably one of the most important things to take with you in life, but also one of the most important things to take with you in this stage. That determines whether or not you're going to walk away with the belt that we've seen before. And Cap, I know you saw that belt earlier.
Oh, 100%. Like, I absolutely took a selfie with the belt. Shameless selfie. I mean, the Texas Undisputed Championship belt is just so clean. It looks amazing. And as a matter of fact, I'm hoping at some point we actually get to have a belt on display so that way we can show the folks at home what we're competing for. Again, it's the perfect addition to any display.
Guys, I want you all to know that this was made by some of the same people who make the pro belts for these professionals that are hoisting up in WrestleMania and all these different events. So these gamers are getting a little bit of a taste of something that pros in other sports have. So, you know, you're working on your pro career, high school, really learning and understanding each other, but you get a little bit of a pro clout too. Taking a picture with a belt is always good to flex on people as well. But again, the game is set. We're ready to go. It's Shattered Nebula versus Poteet High School here for the Undisputed Championship.
Oh, absolutely. I'm ready to get underway in this one. We're going to be getting the Poteet Pirates taking on Shattered Nebula. And I'm really interested to see the compositions that both of these high schools bring out. Because one thing that I've noticed in esports is that per region, there usually is a different meta, especially in Overwatch. So let's take a breakdown of what we expect to see so far. You're looking at Shattered Nebula, and already you can see it's somewhat of a dive composition. They're going with the tried and true Winston. Love that on the tank, because again, that is your first initial dive tank in Overwatch. And they're going to be bringing the Genji, the Sombra as well, two insanely divey characters. And then you're bringing in that, what I like to refer to as an anti-healer, a healer that not only can support their team, but also deal out damage. I'm looking at that Moira. Can you break down a little bit of what we're seeing from the Poteet side here?
From the Poteet side, we're going to see some Junker action. Junker is always good at getting underneath you, just like that Sombra, really catching you off guard, getting you with those grenades, and making sure that you're getting those frags as well. You have the Ice Out Queen in May. Let's see if they might be able to free somebody on point and make sure that they're wiped away. And of course, you have Moira, DPS Queen. I'm really interested in seeing what they do with there, whether it play more DPS or whether you go more healing. But we're already seeing a battle for the point, and it's already going Poteet's way, controlling it on early, Capped.
Yeah, and they're using the Roadhog to get it done. I mean, we're looking at Silent Slayer right now with a great support core. But right now, if you're Shatter Nebula, I'm going to be looking at Eclipse, and I'm looking at Fishstick to see if they can break the line in order to start and get rid of that support. You attack the back line, and then you attack the tank. Right now, Shatter Nebula, they're looking to divide and conquer.
Well, I'll tell you what, Winston is excellent for breaking those lines. Genji too, Eclipse also getting some action as well. Some early frags right here, and after gaining 26 on point, right now swinging the other way. Shattered Nebula now taking control.
Yep, that they are. Still trying to get a couple of ticks on the board in order to equalize here, but you got to remember that Poteet is going to be able to recover. They're going to come in off the respawn, and they're going to go for the counter. Meanwhile, we're looking at Silent Slayer from the outside, looking to try and hook the Genji, but it's barely off. And now going to be tunneling in with these shots. And you got to remember that there has been recent changes to Roadhog. Notice just then and there, they weren't able to get the one hook shot because it has been nerfed. So again, you got to put in a little extra work with Roadhog in order to confirm these eliminations.
Yeah, definitely going to have to do that breed hook melee combo. Look at that. That's a combo right there. Moira coming on in addition to Shooter, Dr. Shooter coming on in and getting some frags as well. Also, Cornado coming in with the Sombra, getting some frags. They're on fire. I love the fact that, especially on this map too, being on point is so seductive, right? It makes sense. You would think it makes sense because you're right there out in the open, but that's exactly why you don't want to be there. You want to use that cover. Shattered Nebula not getting seduced by the point, instead taking control and then finding cover. That's smart to maintain control, Cap.
Yeah, and this is why when you're playing with the Roadhog, it's so difficult now after the recent changes. It's because Roadhog really doesn't provide any additional shield for the rest of their teammates like we saw with the Winston, even though they just got completely annihilated thanks to the Mei, compliments of the freeze ray. But the point being is that Roadhog, again, they really have to compensate for damage for what they lack in shields. Because again, they're kind of like a solo tank. They really don't bring much of a benefit to the rest of their teammates. There's no shields for them.
That's why it's very important not to attack until they've taken their breathe. Once they've used their breathe, then hey, it's okay, attack and go after that. But that healing ability that they have in their back pocket always makes it difficult to go after that tank. But in Overwatch, in this new meta, of course, getting rid of that other tank, once you get that first tank, then honestly, you can collapse the whole team. So that's one of the points of contention, to make sure that you're doing that. Look at Cornado right there, making the switch after having the Sombra, going to the Baptiste right there. So that's interesting from them. I would apologize, going from the Mei to the Baptiste. Poteet right now getting it in, and Blazer on fire, really utilizing this Winston and then dying on the inside. So whoa, back and forth.
I mean, don't get me wrong, that was still a great play coming from Blazer there. They were able to pop the Primal Rage, and then they were able to get 2 eliminations. Granted that they fell off stage, so it was a big whiff on that part, but they still managed to get 2 eliminations for the 1 ultimate. Now Poteet looking to close the gap here and looking to steal this game away. 93% on the point, and now Shatter Nebula able to retake.
These tanks are tanking right now. We have Poteet going after that Winston hard. Gonna have to back up right there, utilize that breathe and take control. But look at that, they are attacking heavy. Sombra hacking them just that time. So Poteet doing a good job getting behind the lines. Cornado with the Genji right now. Doom and destruction on their way. Their ult is ulting, and right now they're on fire!
Yep, that they are, and that'll do it. That is going to be the first round here of control, going the way of Shatter Nebula, and I gotta say that has to be the play of the game. Eclipse right now with that Genji, bringing in the Dragon's Blade, and by the way, Blinking, you would have missed it, but it was the Sombra, honestly.
Yes.
Gotta give a big shout out to Fishstick there because, again, Blinking, you miss it, but the big thing, the Achilles heel for that Roadhog is when you bring in the hack from the Sombra, and all of a sudden, you can no longer self-heal as that Roadhog. So it was the combination of Fishstick with the hack, and then the Dragon Blade from Eclipse. A beautiful play in order to secure the win there on the first round. But now here we go into round number 2 for map number 1, and take a look at this. Silent Slayer is switching now to Junker Queen.
Junker Queen is in session. You know, you talked about dive comps coming on in and being the new meta. Junker Queen can actually counter that core quite well. She has that pull ability to pull you away from competition, which is really important on a map like that. There are a lot of cubby holes on that map, a lot of ways in order to hide yourself. So if you have somebody that can pull you outside of that cover and really attack you, ooh-wee, that can spell danger for your team, especially in a game like Overwatch. You get one person, you get two person, it's a wrap.
Oh, absolutely. And now, you know what? This is actually one of my favorite segments because during tech pauses and timeout, now we get to do what I like to call the Bordy McBorden and Soka show. So this is what we're doing. Real quick,
baby.
I mean, we're here in Overwatch 2. I got to ask you, best character in Overwatch, go.
Best character in Overwatch. In
your opinion.
Ooh, wait. You know what? Even though I don't play DPS at all, I'm allergic to DPS. I do not like DPS. I have a lot of respect for Hanzo, right? People who can use it, get his shots on them, are crazy for me. You have to have a patience. You have to have aim. You have to have anticipation for Hanzo. And of course, I love Hanzo's ult as well. Can clear a line, especially if you're in a tight, confined space. It's great for a final push. I really love me some Hanzo. But of course, like I said, I'm allergic to DPS. I don't like it. What about you?
Oh, what my favorite character 100% is Ana. Absolutely love Ana. You
yes.
Could you see in Overwatch, I'm ASAB, assigned support at birth.
Ooh.
So like I have to go with Ana. You know what I mean? And not only that, but she's what I like to consider an anti-healer, like Moira, because they bring out the heals, but they also deal damage. And honestly, the anti-heal nade from Ana is one of the most clutch aspects of any support character, not to mention the sleep dart as well. There's just so much versatility with Ana, and not to mention I love their style. Like I love the hood, I love the sniper. It just looks so good. They are such a well-rounded support character. I love it.
Yeah, if you get a good nano, you do a nano on like a diva, a dive character, right? A Winston, a Doom, ooh-wee, you can deal a lot of damage and really support people a willy well job. So honestly, that's something that I really would look forward to seeing. A little bit of Ana action, a little bit of Hanzo action. Who knows? I would love to see if we see that new character that popped onto the scene, Venture, you know, having the drilling ability, hiding ability. Reminds me a little bit about May, but again, I'm interested to see, you know, new characters that we haven't seen a lot of, but then surprise characters. What's something that might surprise you to see?
Honestly, what I think would be a little surprising is, like you said, being able to see Venture, because I really haven't gotten to see them in a competitive setting yet. I've seen them in ranked, seen them in casual, but not in a competitive setting like this. Not when there's, you know, there's prizes on the line, you know, there's reputation on the line, there's bragging rights on the line. So when a character that's so new, they haven't really found their mold in the meta yet, I would be surprised if we got to see Venture. Now, one thing I am looking forward to is that I'm hoping that we actually do get to see Mauga at some point, because Mauga, even though that they are one of the newest additions to Overwatch other than Venture, they still have a niche. They still have a foothold in the meta for some of these game modes. And at the end of the day, it's really depending on who's behind the sticks that can make that character work.
A good Mauga is kind of like a good Bastion, where if they're on a roll, if they're on fire, if they get into their back, there's no stopping them. To the point to where it can kind of feel a little bit cheap too, because the way that they're getting on you can be such a sight to see. Speaking of sights to see, there's plenty of sights to see here for the Texas Undisputed Esports State Championship. So many sights to see. We're actually going to take a break just so we can catch our break from the action. Again, I am Bordy McBorden. That is Captain at Soka. We will see you after a break. Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, guys, we are ready, back for some Overwatch 2 pools action. Again, it's Shattered Nebula versus Poti in the best of 5 action. We already saw the best of 1, but there's plenty more action to come, Cap.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, not to mention, we're still on control on the first map, so there should be another run back of that. So it shouldn't be over for Petit just yet, as, again, we got to see an amazing first round that came down to the wire. I mean, I think the bottom scoreline was like 85 to 100%. It was really coming down to the wire, and we already got to see some compositions begin to change. Already, the Roadhog has been subbed out for the Junker Queen, and I think that's the right call to make because, again, Junker Queen, much like Ana, we already talked about my favorite character, Ana, with the anti-nade. Junker Queen also has the nullify heal, the anti-heal. Whenever they are able to go full Reckoning and they use their ultimate, it automatically applies anti-heal to anybody that it hits. So it is such a big ultimate that can literally change the game.
And don't forget that if you guys are all in one concentrated area, you have the rally cry, which can make sure that you have a team buff and make sure that you can attack the opponent even more. But then you also have the ability to pull people away with the knife, ability to get that one person that you need, chip a little bit of that competition. Once you get one, you can get on a run, okay? Snowball the other team and then take control of the point. I really like, though, the second map, the second version of this map. There are a lot of cubby holes here, and it really makes for some interesting matchups. I really would love to see, you know, we saw that Baptiste. It's a perfect way to pocket yourself and get some cheap shots with the defense matrix as well as we get into this action. Also, I'm very excited to see what Eclipse might do with the Genji in such close quarters. Right now, firm control of the map. Poti has control, but it's looking like they're backing up as Shattered Nebula is making a push of their own.
You see, I'm so glad that I resonate with some of these high school players because notice that I've been like kind of boasting the Junker Queen all day, and now they're both bringing Junker Queen. You know, I'm glad I'm resonating with the younger generation here.
You get it, man. You're not like those kids these days, all right? You're hips with it, okay? As you're seeing right here, Reaper trying to get that vantage point action, jump in at the last moment. 55, no ult right there on their side, but look at that. A little audio action on the way. Base boosted edition as Poti is doing their thing. May grabbing up in their balls. Firm control. Shattered Nebula is making a strong push on this one, and Cornado getting on the flank on the other side. I don't know if they'll be able to control this though, Cap.
Well, I mean, right now, this is going to be difficult. You have the Reckoning online as well as the Kitsune Rush onto Blazer, and they are just trying to clear sight here. I mean, look at Petit. They are literally just a few ticks away from being able to catch this dub here in the second round, but Blazer on fire after coming in with the Reckoning, trying to clean up this Mei, and they might just be able to do it, but no, it's going to be the Kiriko to keep the Mei alive, and now we are in overtime.
Cornado doing their thing and doing it well. Genji coming through and just being a nuisance on everyone's side. Cornado, excellent job right there. And now we'll have to regroup. Overtime, you know what? I would say if you're at 99%, all is not lost. You can easily recapture this. But after such a strong ult push, it's hard to really recapture a map like this. You have to make sure that you have a good counter of your own, and that's exactly what's happening right here. Poti going ahead and going with the ult as well.
Yep, Silent Slayer trying to lead things off here with that Reckoning, making their way back on the site. And now here comes the Sombra, looking to get hacks from up on high, but now here comes the Coalescence from Punkzo as they are clearing sight, and now this should be the end-all be-all. This should be the win. They managed to clear the site thanks to Punkzo, thanks to the Coalescence, and there's this one, maybe even two pesky characters that are still lingering from up on high as they are trying to buy as much time so that way Shatter Nebula can come through with a counter and come with a retake.
Yeah, Punkzo has done a great job right now using that ult to their advantage. But honestly, they've been on fire this whole entire game. You can really tell it's always a question whether or not you're really healing a lot with Mora or really being a DPS Mora. It seems like they have a great balance as Blazer coming on in with his Jungle Dream, trying to do a last-ditch effort to try to see if maybe Shatter Nebula can take back control.
Yeah, the heals have been so good coming from both sides. I'm looking at the support core, and you notice that we were looking at Dr. Shredder, and they switched up over to the Lucio. And you know what? Lucio, I think, has been the main meta healer for so long.
Absolutely.
In Overwatch. I mean, even from Season 1 to now, there has always been a place amongst the meta for Lucio.
And especially after the switch to Overwatch 2, Lucio has been more in vogue than ever. Definitely somebody that you want to have in your back pocket, especially on a map like this. You can always skate around the competition and hold that point extra long, especially if we get into an overtime situation, which it looks like both of these teams will be on that verge. Look at that Eclipse right there with the Genji, has the ult in the back pocket if anything were to happen. So we'll see when that might pop off. Mei right here using a great wall right there and shielding themselves, getting the tank. Eclipse really using it right now. Blade Storm is popping. It was a matter of time, and now the storm is coming.
Oh, absolutely. You got to watch out for the Dragon's Blade. It is so devastating, and especially if you can't pin down the Genji. They are so mobile, so agile, that it is just hard to pin them down. And just like that, from 99%, Shattered Nebula make the comeback to get the win in map 1.
Started from the bottom, and now we are here, completely changing that team on a wrap. Poteet had that in the bag, firm control. Shattered Nebula came up out of nowhere, and it was through some timely ults, as he talked about that right there. Dragon's Blade coming right there at the end to control the map. Several kills right there, frag after frag after frag, and that's how they maintained firm control.
And now, just a friendly reminder for the people in the audience as well, for the folks at home, that is only map number 1 in a best of 5. So there is still plenty more to go in this matchup. That was only map number 1. Now, expect going into map number 2, the way that we mostly see things run, especially, you know, in the Overwatch competitive, is that more than likely, we're either going to see Escort or we're going to see Hybrid. So it is going to be a payload objective. So again, we might see some different compositions here. It's going to be a little less divey. We're going to have to see some more shieldy tanks. So, Bordy, what tank would you go in for, would you go with just for playing a escort mission?
Oh, for an escort, you know, we already saw some Junker. I really do like that as well, Junker. Ramatra, slow things down, slow down the pace. That's always good. I wish that my boy Reinhardt was more in meta, because honestly, that would have been good back in the day. Not as much anymore. So go to something like Sigma, okay? Sigma has that great ability to have the movement in case you need to catch up with a payload, in case you need to recover, but then also has the ability to shield and really ward away people as well. So if we get into a payload situation, those are two people that I'd love to see. What about you?
Well, I mean, off the rip, yeah, Reinhardt for sure, especially if we go to King's Row. If we go to King's Row, then Reinhardt is still perfectly acceptable. Granted that, you know, their pick rate has kind of decreased a little bit, but it all depends on the map. If you make it to King's Row, which is more than likely, then there's going to be a chance that we could see some Reinhardt. But at the same time, the perfect counter to a Reinhardt is a Ramatra. They can literally punch through any shield. So again, it's going to be interesting to see how the compositions are going to change with the game modes as we get ready to head into game number 2. And the question is, will Shattered Nebula be able to take yet another win and push themselves that closer to match point? Or are we going to see a resurgence from the Pirates? Because you have to remember, you know, going into different game modes, some teams are better at the escort than they are at control.
Absolutely, you know, and it all depends on the characters, what they're comfortable with as well. You know, you have your own specialties, and certain heroes really work well with different matchups and pairings. And because of that, hey, you might be better at one because you are more Lucio, and Lucio is better for points. And because you're better at Lucio rather than a Baptiste, maybe you're really good at points, but then you're not so good at escorting the payload, you know?
Right.
So things like that. We'll see how it goes. I do want to see how Poteet responds, though, because they had that game in their bag, total firm control, and then lost it at the end. Again, we talked a little bit about this. We're starting off early in the morning, right? Most of these gamers, you know, we're gamers. We're used to playing at 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. Getting up at well, not 1 a.m. Oh my gosh, if they got up at 1 p.m., that'd be different, right? Getting up at 8 a.m. and playing a game, ooh-wee, that can be stressful, especially when you're doing it on such a big stage. So some of these gamers might need to get back into themselves. Maybe he, again, had firm control, maybe with a little bit more sleep, a little bit more games underneath them. Maybe they can hold control for that. Let's see how they respond to, you know, kind of dropping a lead.
Oh, and not to mention, you know, like you had mentioned, that was only match number 1, and I'm pretty certain that the matches are going to get even closer as we go on, because, again, match number 1, that's the warm-up. You have to crack the knuckles, you got to get warmed up a little bit, and now, not only that, but both teams are familiar with one another. They know what to expect going into the next match, and now we have our next compositions, and you know what we called it? There goes the Ramatra, coming from Blazer here on Shadow Nebula, and then we also have the Kiriko, and that looks like the newest character, Venture, making an appearance. Gotta love to see that. Meanwhile, on the other side of Poteet, they are going to be going with the dive meta. Also, they're bringing hit scan as well. They're bringing in the Soldier 76, and they're bringing back Sombra. So I'm liking both of these compositions right now going into this next matchup.
Absolutely loving both of these. Let's see how it works out. You know, it's always interesting, Fishstick, going with that venturing to go with a newer character, because you never really know. You know, it's nice to go outside of meta because plan for it, nobody's really familiar with them. But then honestly, too, you have to make sure the game and ability to get back at them and be able to control, even though it's still new for you too. So let's see how Cornado does with having a newer set of squads, a newer set of heroes there at this display. We're at New York, so that means they have to go and get that objective, start the payload pushing, and right now we're at a bit of a stalemate at this checkpoint, Cap.
Yep, and here it comes, the Nemesis form from the Ramatra, and again, this is where they can be really dangerous because, again, it can hit through shield. So if you have an Ictor that is with a shield, that Nemesis form is just going to go straight through it. And now, not only that, but Ramatra, of course, is dangerous range. Blazer able to come away with a big elimination on the Moira, and that is going to buy them a good bit of time. And time is what this entire game is about. Only 3 minutes left for Poteet to try and get on the point.
Doom Master bringing some Doom of their own. Bastion is always a spicy pick. Not only going Bastion, but going with dual Bastion and Maga as well. That's so interesting. That's power. That's DPS, especially when you have such a long range like New York can create, because there are such long hallways. I'm very intrigued to see how Shattered Nebula is able to prevent them from pushing, because my goodness, they can get on the onslaught if they get some clear sight lines, Cap.
And honestly, you know what? I feel like Shadow Nebula is already prepared for this because, again, they do have the Ramatra. It looks like this Ramatra, once again, went into the Nemesis form, trying to hold their own, and they managed to get the elimination on Silent Slayer because, again, it's a good counter to the Mauga. Anything with the shield is going to be able to eat that damage from the hit scan of Mauga, and not only that, but the support core doing a phenomenal job at keeping Blazer alive, keeping them just up and on their feet, dealing out the damage, and now the Kitsune Rush comes in, and that's only going to be more eliminations for Blazer and the Death Blossom from Eclipse.
Eclipse coming through. I know we saw an Eclipse a couple weeks ago here in Texas. Well, guess what? The Eclipse is back in section. We don't have to wait 40 years from now. We're seeing it right now on display. They have come time and time again, really making sure that they've been one of the main defenders for their squad. But I actually want to go back a little bit. Silent Slayer, in my opinion, rushed that far too close, right? I think they actually could have had a decent push on this Remy if they all waited a little bit, especially with with the Bastion as well, coming in through, using their ult. Didn't get anything with that, unfortunately, but the ults are gonna start to pop off, and with all of these hit scan players, they can make a difference if they're really good, but oh my goodness, there's their push right now.
Yeah, that was a big shutdown, especially onto Blazer, who had just used their Annihilation Form, used their ultimate, and weren't able to make much of it. And then, of course, we got to see Dr. Shredder trying to come through with the Coalescence, but unfortunately, again, when you lose your tank, it makes it that much harder to confirm eliminations. And now you can see Silent Slayer going on a spree on the payload, able to find these eliminations, and now they are just one tick away, 1.5 of being able to confirm and get this payload moving.
But yeah, that's what I meant. They could have made a great push if they were just patient, right? I think having all of these players, first of all, having a Maga and also having a Bastion, that is just power. That is just assault. That is just gunplay working itself. So it's going to be hard for Shattered Nebula to come back. They're making such a strong push and just making sure that this point keeps as contested as it is. But this pair is just unstoppable right now. The DPS onslaught that is happening from Poteet is potent right now.
Oh, absolutely. And just like that, they're able to unlock the payload, and now the first checkpoint is done, and they're going to get the forward spawn as well, and now they are able to get the payload moving. But I love what you are harping to with the combination of having that Bastion with the Malga, because then you're going to have double hit scan, and not only that, but you have a tank hit scan. Yep. So they're going to be able to eat up a lot of that damage. So now let's see if Shattered Nebula are going to be able to stop the payload as they are coming around the corner.
Coming around the corner when they come. Honestly, this is a very interesting choke point as well as we head to this underneath the bridge spot. This might be a great chance for Shattered Nebula, especially with that Ramattra slow down feature to really make sure that they're stuck at that bridge. This might be a great opportunity for them to hold firm, especially you have that vantage point too. Eclipse's ult is there in their back pocket. They use it right there. The Blossom is blossoming. Look at that. Eclipse is back in session. They are carrying for Shattered.
Yeah, and that was a huge Death Blossom. Not only that, but it was at the heels of the Kitsune Rush as well. So again, it was the use of the double ultimate. Whenever you double down with the ultimate, that is just such a big game changer. And that was a great pairing as well. Sounds like we're talking about wine and cheese. You know, that Death Blossom just paired really well with the Kitsune Rush. You know, a nice fine finish, being able to confirm the eliminations, and it just leaves a good taste on the tongue.
A little bit of a nutty, citrusy flavor pairs well with cranberry sauce, and very nice right here. But the Maga making a push right here of their own. The ults are popping out for the Poteet side. Look at that, Bastion coming through. Torbjorn putting on the Molten Core as well. Poteet making a potent push right now to get past this. And again, another job but Poteet putting on the pressure. Maga, Silent Slayer, doing anything but staying silent. A great push from them, especially getting under this tunnel. It's such a hard choke point to get past.
Yeah, I was about to say, another fine pairing, right? You had the Malga cage fight, and then you also had the Molten Core coming from that Torbjorn, and they are just pushing Shattered Nebula all the way back, nearly to their spawn here, and they are just not stopping as they are now on the second checkpoint, mere meters away from being able to get that forward spawn. And right now, the Nemesis didn't even look behind them. Blazer was just getting absolutely deleted by the Malga, and they are just continually laying down the damage, as that should be enough to get the second checkpoint and the forward spawn.
Yeah, I don't think they were all grouped together, unfortunately, for that one. A little bit of a delayed reaction. Now, right there, Eclipse was at the end, just trying to hold on to point. Honestly, you need to make sure that you're pushing as a team, especially as you head towards the end. Time is running out if you are Shattered Nebula. You want to make sure that they don't end up getting towards the end right here. But this is a nice little point to also, you know, especially with their composition, to get up there in the rafters, drop down on them. Eclipse has the ult in their back pocket. We've seen some great Blossoms before. Let's see if the Death Blossom might be on the docket again, Cap.
Look at their setting up right now from up on high. They're trying to get the drop, and they're going to come right on in, but they don't use the Death Blossom yet. They're going to wait for it, but it does look like the cage fight has come back out, and there goes the Death Blossom. They bring it in full force along with the Kitsune Rush, and they're able to get the elimination on not one, not two, not three, not four, but all 5 players from Poteet have been eliminated.
And you know what? The sheer audacity in a cage fight to say say my Death Blossom is better. It's because of that Kitsune Rush that you have right there to make sure that you have the vibrance, you have the energy, you have the DPS to make sure to hold on to that. So again, Eclipse, Audacity working out in their favor. Great job holding on to that to make sure that they can hold off Poteet. Gonna have to make another push. We're going right now to a ball, so we're getting a little bit of wrecking ball action. Let's see how that composition might work for them. That might be good, especially in these tight quarters, Cap.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I think it's a good change, but I think it might be too little too late. They are currently in overtime, and the Wrecking Ball, I don't think it's going to be able to bring that much monumental change this late in the game. Granted that they are able to get the payload moving, but now they have to really tough it out because Shatter Nebula are going to be coming back with the counter, and they're going to be able to recover quite nicely, and they still have quite a few extra meters to go. As you can see already, the Wrecking Ball going for that full dive and trying to meet Shatter Nebula right at their spawn.
Well, in a payload push, every meter counts, and that's what Poteet is doing. Ramatra just holding on for dear life. They C9 themselves, getting away from the point. You have to make sure that you don't go away from objective. They realize that, coach saying, calm down, they got it, but my goodness, that can always happen, right? You get so caught up in the skirmish, get so caught up in the fights, you forget, hey, you're not playing this for DPS, you're not playing this to get frags, you're playing this because you have an objective. That's push the payload.
Yeah, not to mention, I also love the coach there, again, trying to, harp it down just a little bit because you have to remember, it was a great round, great finish. You did a phenomenal job to start, but a famous person once said, job's not done.
A famous person, Kobe Bryant, maybe? That might be that person,
Kobe Bryant.
Kobe Bryant, we might know that guy, but again, sometimes you need somebody to calm you down, right? And Poteet made a great push towards the end. They actually overcame a lot, right? Initially they couldn't even get to the point. They made a good job. Instead of pushing individually, all teaming up, switching great composition towards the end, going to the Ramatra, going to the Maga. That was a great decision by them. They're going to play defense with them. I'm not sure if that works as well as it might be offensively, but again, all you need to do is make sure that they don't go past 78.88 meters. That's all you need to do.
And right now, I'm loving the composition coming from Shatter Nebula. Just on the initial point, I don't know if they're going to keep this composition after the payload gets activated, but just to activate the payload, they're going full dive. We're seeing Blazer on the Doomfist, Fish Stick on the Sombra, and then you have Eclipse on the Genji. That is the full dive meta, along with the Lucio to get that speed boost and the Moira for extra damage. This right now is the meta composition in Overwatch. And
you know what? It's great to make sure you can get past some of these slower moving enemies that you have right here. That's why I said I wasn't really in love with Poteet's honestly going more offensive onslaught. Well, you're defending this point. Cornado coming in, like you said, diving into the competition. After Doom Master went down, then went Slayer, then went Punso, then went Bobby Rash, and they're all gone for Poteet, and now they have to get back the objective. I don't even know if they get there, Cap. They're pushing the payload.
And again, they're playing time right now. Shatter Nebula, I mean, you got to keep in mind, Shatter Nebula managed to hold off Poteet, but they still managed to get 2 checkpoints. So right now, you have to make up that gap, you have to make up that distance, and the best way to do it is time. That's why Shatter Nebula, they are playing so speedy, they're playing so aggressive, because they are trying to get the clock in thetheir favor.
And I really like this decision by Silent Slayer to switch to that Roadhog. Roadhog, an excellent job just soaking up all the DPS that they're doing, and the dives as well might be able to last through it, especially having that breed, and that's exactly what they're doing. Really contesting that so well. Sombra going ahead, Fish Stick doing a good job as well, just being a nuisance as Sombra does. But as I said, Silent Slayer, what they needed somebody that can hold on, that can eat up the damage ability that they're doing, and so far they're so good.
And this is why that we're seeing right now from Dr. Shredder on this Moira with the Coalescence. Notice that we watched and we got to see Bobby Rash, and they came through and they threw down the Molten Core, but then it was the Coalescence that came through to deal the damage without stepping foot on it, and now you have this Genji that tried to push their opposition all the way to spawn, but they were able to be protected and they were able to hold out against the Dragon Blade.
Able to hold on, that's all you need to do. Poteet coming back after the switch from the all-hit scan crew decided let's go a little bit more defensively right there, and defense ended up persisting there. But again, so much more of this competition left to go. Again, always a good, interesting checkpoint, chokehold point. It's underneath this bridge. Let's see how Shattered Nebula gets around the Silent Slayer, saying, oh, you're not getting around me though, eliminating them.
Yeah, and you know, again, this is a great answer to the Doomfist, to be completely honest, because again, with Doomfist, you know, they are really aggressive. Again, they are the dive tank, and if you dive into a Roadhog, you're gonna get punished. So again, great counter pick here, and just like that, you can already see Silent Slayer able to bring in the hook and bring in the damage, and not only that, but Whole Hog is also online as Meteor Strike comes down as well. That is big damage as they pick up an elimination onto Bobby Ration, and now on to Doom Master as well. Bobby Ration still up into the fight, but they did lose a turret, and now Silent Slayer is controlling the payload as the Whole Hog comes online.
The Whole Hog trying to come on through, and honestly, been a rockin', making sure that even though a couple players went down, they were not out. Poteet doing a great job, and here you go, Ult popping off as well. They didn't end up getting anybody right there, but who needs to get bodies when you have this body? Silent Slayer, unfortunately, finally slayed by none other than Eclipse, who has been an MVP this entire series.
And at the same time, you know, I got to give a big shout out to Fishstick as well. I mean, it's one of those unsung hero type of picks, and I think Fishstick is the unsung hero of Shadow Nebula right now, because on a lot of those plays where you see these big eliminations take place, again, blink and you miss it, but it always pops up the hacks. That's what you have to look out for, is when the hacks come online, because it nullifies their abilities, it disables some abilities, and not only that, but it can also prevent that Roadhog, Silent Slayer, from being able to heal themselves. So those hacks are making big monumental plays right now for Shadow Nebula.
A little bit of a mistimed Kitsune Rush, I would say, right now from Lunox right there. Fortunately for them, they're still able to hold on right there. Fishstick trying to come around the competition and see if they can be in a nuisance. Look at that. Ult is on the table for X-Flip. Let's see if that Dragon Blade might be popped off. They're a little bit further away, though. Not a good setup point for them, at least yet. Let's see what happens as they converge, as it looks like they might be setting up for a big one, Cap. I think this could be an opportunity.
Yep, and this is what we were waiting for. We were waiting for the Kitsune Rush, and now expect the Dragon's Blade to come out, and here it is. X-Clips now going to be able to go right for the throat of the opposition as they get rid of the Bastion, they get rid of the Torbjorn, and they're going to clear the payload, and now going after the support on the back line, being able to get big limbs. What a play, what a team effort coming from Shatter Nebula in order to secure the second checkpoint and the forward spawn.
You could see Cornado setting themselves up for that ever since, right? As I said, it looked like they had a plan, and ultimately when you have two ults in your back pocket, any ult that's assisted by the Kitsune Rush, guess what? You're gonna be on a roll, and look at that. Eclipse and Blazer going in and getting more of the competition right now. 20 meters in, they need 50 more in order to go ahead and secure this one, and look at that. With 2 minutes left, they're in great position, Shatter Nebula is.
And I got to tell you, you know what, forgive my dated reference here, but I really feel like that X-Clips and right now Dave Man, I feel like they are the Shaq and Kobe of this game. Like their coordination is so good with the Kitsune Rush and the Ultimate. Yes. Even when X-Clips was playing on the Reaper and they were using the Death Blossom, it was always paired with that Kitsune Rush. So right now, they are the dynamic duo from Shadow Nebula. Is now Fishstick comes in with the Sombra ult as well. Big hacks, and all they need to do is go a couple of more meters in order to secure the win and get the second dub on the board, and they just might do it. There you have it. Shadow Nebula will go up 2-0 in the series.
Shattering the competition in excellent time. It was teamwork, it was dreamwork, and it's that coordination that you talked about, right? Making sure that you have that Kitsune Rush. What is that? You're playing support. It's the ultimate support. It's really utilized to make sure you can get that extra DPS and extra speed from whatever ult that you're using. You use it in the Death Blossom, or you use it with the Dragon's Blade. Guess what? You are going to get tons and tons of E-limbs. You're going to clear out the competition. You're going to push that payload, and then you might end up with a victory, just as Cornado did.
And then also got to give a big shout out to X-Clips as well. From game number 1 to game number 2, 2 back-to-back plays of the game. But at the same time, you also got to give it up to the dynamic duo coming from that Kiriko from Dave Man, because it's always usually paired with that Kitsune rush. And the big thing about Kiriko as a support, which is why they're one of my favorites, they're one of the only counters to the anti-nade. They're one of the only counters to Junker Queen's healing nullify as well, because of the Suzu. The Suzu gets rid of all like debilitating effects. So if you're suffering from the anti-nade, if you're suffering from a slowdown, if you're suffering from whatever it may be, that Suzu just clears it up for you.
You know, when Overwatch 2 first dropped, Lucio was that default, always seeing it time and time again. And honestly, one of the more consistent supports that would be picked in competitions. Well, guess what? I think right now you need to consider the fact you want that Kiriko, you want that Kitsune rush, because I have seen so many games flipped on its head as soon as you pop out that ult, especially if you have it in coordination with your other teammates.
Oh, 100%. And now, don't get me wrong, like, I mean, Lucio definitely has a lot more competition, and especially because of Moira, because Moira can put out massive heals and support, but can also do massive damage. We got to see the Moira from Shadow Nebula completely clear payload by using the Coalescence, exactly, and it was a huge play. And then not only that, but on top of it all, we got to see a really good combination of both the Kiriko and the Moira, which isn't even my favorite. My favorite support card just happens to be Kiriko and Lucio. That's still my favorite combination, because I love the extra speed boost that you get with the Lucio. But at the same time, we could see clearly that Kiriko and Moira still a very good support core.
You know, if you go that Kiriko, if you go that Lucio, you need to make sure you have some great DPS and powerful DPSs in your pocket. Maybe that's where you see those bastions, those MAGA setups also there too, to make sure that you're just pumping out the energy and making sure that you're getting that DPS. And we saw a little bit of that action too. You know, compositions make sense during certain plays in certain points, right? We saw that MAGA and that Bastion do well as an offensive set for Poteet, right? Offensively, they are great. But when you're defending that payload, no. Not so much, right? So having the good setup doesn't just matter just in general, right? You can have a good thing go-to setup that you have as a team, but also situations matter as well. Situational matchups matter in this game so much, especially with different maps. Speaking of different maps, this is a map, oh my goodness, where everything pops off, so many players, and honestly, you don't need to have good movement characters for this one, but you want to make sure that you have somebody who can help you with support, right? And look at that Poteet using Silent Slayer. I love having a Roadhog here because there are so many different angles you can get attacked from in a map like this.
Yep, well, we called it from the get-go. We are keeping to the standard of competitive Overwatch. We are heading to Flashpoint, which is the most, in my opinion, and if I'm capping, say captain's capping, but the most chaotic game mode in Overwatch.
Absolutely.
This is the closest you get to Team Deathmatch, because in this game mode is where eliminations matter the most.
It's like Team Deathmatch and King of the Hill, right? Where there's just fire, there's like explosions, there's like so many different things going on. And honestly, too, it's probably one of my favorite things to cast because there are so many things going on. It's so fun to explain everything that comes into it. We have a Zarya and also to counter over here the Roadhog, which I love too because you want to make sure you have somebody who can soak up damage from every single angle. And look at that, already going ahead and using those, trapping them in and getting a couple cheap eliminations.
And I'll be completely honest, out of all the times that we could have seen Zarya today, I'm really surprised it's on Flashpoint. Again, Flashpoint more than any is where I expect to see, you know, those heavy DPS tanks, maybe even a Mauga, you know, the Doom, the Junker Queen, etc. So seeing the Zarya here is really, really interesting to me, considering how fast-paced this game mode is. And you can already see Poteet coming in with the retake as they're able to get their first ticks on the board.
See, this mode is fast-paced, but in a map like this where you can get attacked from all different angles, it's nice to have a shield that can make sure to shield you from all different angles, right? Instead of Sigma, instead of Reinhardt, where it's only one directionally, Ramatra, you're making sure that you're covered from all sides. That's also why I like the Lucio as well, so you can support your team from all different sides as well. You want to make sure you have the CCs going, right? Crowd control, and Lucio can definitely do that and do that effectively.
Yeah, and not to mention, I got to give a big shout out over to Doom Master as well from the side of Poteet, because that Mei is the closest thing that you have to a controller in Overwatch. Being able to freeze your opponents, the ice balls, those are all proponents of a controller character, and quite honestly, they're one of the only ones.
Yeah, no, a Mei with a Blizzard is going to go in, and look at that Poteet doing that and doing that well. Doom Master putting it on in, going ahead and getting the Kitsune Rush as well. Oh my goodness. You talk about using Confluence. This is Confluence right there, as you see Genji doing what they do time and time again. The Dragon Blade is always on the docket and doing damage as well.
Yeah, and you got to keep in mind, not only was that coming off of the heels of the Kitsune Rush, but then the Zarya ult came out as well, and then you literally have teed up all of these players for the Dragon's Blade, and then of course all they have to do from Xclipse is to just come in and get hits, and they were able to do that, and that is going to be the first flash point going in the favor of Shadow Nebula. They are only 2 more flash points away from taking the win here in Game 1.
If you're Doom Master, you have to be feeling a little bit about yourself. Had that Blizzard in your back pocket, probably used it just a smidge too early. Use it just a little bit later. You could have countered out that Zarya ult and made sure that you survived another day. Instead, we're going to our second flashpoint. If this movement, honestly, in flashpoint is where you don't like the Zarya pick right there. Ooh, really do love that Mei coming through, but Eclipse doing a great job as well. Just backing up from the competition, making sure that the competition doesn't come into their hallway. So smart play right there.
Yeah, you're in a very dangerous spot right here. I mean, being corralled like this is just begging for splash damage. Again, if you had a Junkrat in there right now, that would be absolutely insane. But keep in mind, one thing I'm going to be looking at right now is that you have your support with Dr. Shredder. They have the sound barrier at the ready, and Fishstick with the Somber ult also online. You have got to watch out for those two.
Got to watch out for those two. Will they, though, as they try to come through right here? Honestly, going ahead and getting a lot of them right there. The Somber putting in work, just trying to get around this competition. It looks like because they're so paired up, the Somber might have a great opportunity if they have enough heals in their pocket to go ahead and use that. Oh, look at that. The Genji makes no time using their Dragon Blade perfectly. Fish in a barrel in a whole way. There you go. Slice them, dice them, toss them, yos them. That's another team clear, all because of Eclipse.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna call it it's an Xclipse diff. That's what it is. Genji diff,
Yeah.
Xclipse diff. There's really not much you can do about it. Xclipse has just been popping off, but at the same time, they have a really great support core. Teamwork has been absolutely annihilating in the favor of Shadow Nebula. And you know what? It's really setting up Xclipse for a lot of these big plays. And you know what? They are just really formulating around all of that Genji damage. And now, unfortunately, Blazer gets trapped right behind the ice wall, and they get eliminated.
And good patience by Blazer not going ahead and using their ult there in that situation. Maybe you get stuck in a corner. Maybe you want to make sure that the other opponent is stuck so you can save yourself. Instead, using it for another day. You know, you have to have smarts, you have to have patience as well, and you have to realize that Shadow Nebula uses their ult as team. They use it in conflict. They use it together. So good job saying, I'm not going to make a selfish decision so I can live. I'm going to make sure to save this for my team. Smart play. We're going to the Ramatra on the other side for Poteet as we go ahead and go to the next flashpoint. It just became available, and we're already having a skirmish early here on Cap.
Yeah, not only that, but keep in mind that that Zarya ult is online, and that is going to do wonders here as they get all caught in the center, but great sound barrier coming from Punkso to keep their team alive. What a play as they continue to take the point here in Flashpoint 3.
Punkso saying, I ain't no punk at all. Doing a great job utilizing that sound barrier. Blazer had that in their back pocket. Honestly, I thought they executed that brilliantly, especially early on in the flashpoint. You want to make sure that you catch them off guard. Good job holding that in that back pocket, but also too, Oncio, also making sure that they're not going ahead and using that convalescence earlier on too. So great job by Poteet. Using that patience, calming down. The coach really got into the mind of them right now because they're doing damage, and it looks like they just might earn this flashpoint right here.
Yeah, it's definitely looking that way, and it's not coming too soon either. Keep in mind that they're down 2 flashpoints, and they are fighting for their lives right now in order to stay alive in this series, because this is match point for Shadow Nebula. If they take one more flashpoint, they take the game.
They could take the game, but guess what? Poteet determined not to let that happen. Overtime, a little bit of contest as you see right here. I believe that is The Genji coming through and just playing a nuisance play. Eclipse has the Dragon Blade in their back pocket. This is the perfect time to pop it off. They've had time and time again, elimination after elimination that's been clutch as I don't know what. And this time they're coming through again with more clutchness on their play cap.
Yep, and right now, I mean, I think it's determined. Player of the game. Game number 1, Eclipse, 100%.
Salute.
Like, there's just nothing better right now. And not to mention Shadow Nebula, as a team, they're really playing their playstyle around Eclipse. Anytime they come out with an ultimate, it's most oftenly paired with the Dragon's Blade as well. Absolutely phenomenal. Every single time you see them take control of the point, leading the charge, the spearhead of their aggression, of their offense, is Eclipse.
I think the only time that I saw one person use their ult without the other people also using their ult was when Blazer popped off that Zarya ult, and honestly, that was still a good ult to use, a perfectly timed ult, because it looked like all the other people on their team, even though they didn't have their ults in their back pocket, knew that that ult was coming. Good communication by Shattered Nebula and good patience has carried them time again, and they just might clutch this up. But Silent Slayer has something to say, coming through right now. Annihilation, Silent Slayer using their ult, effectively getting the point back. They finally earned their first flashpoint.
There we go, and now we have a sign of life. We have a pulse coming from Petite as they're able to take the flashpoint. They are still alive in this game, and now they have got to make a comeback. They still need to take 2 more flashpoints in order to get their first win in the series and continue on and potentially set themselves up for a reverse sweep, as now they're making their way to the next flashpoint.
Making their way downtown, flying fast, faces past them homebound. A little bit of song intermission right here. As you see, again, this transition point is so good, and it honestly prioritizes players who have that mobility. A Bastion is being used right here. Bastion can be efficient, a barrel in a bucket. The Sombra, unfortunately, not able to get it on through. Will Eclipse go ahead and finish the job right there on the Mei? Decides not to use it, backs it up. They're still trying to get to that flashpoint.
Yep, that they are. Meanwhile, you do see the Nemesis form has come out for a moment, but now it is gone. And look at Eclipse just going right for the jugular, being able to get that elimination. Out comes the Kitsune Rush, and guess what's online and at the ready? It's the Dragon's Blade, but they're going to hold on to it until that retake comes through. Meanwhile, we still have Doom Master on the Mei, trying to keep control, and also they do have their ultimate online as well, but they're going to have to recover and recover quickly. That is now 40% on the last flashpoint in the favor of Shadow Nebula.
Why use your ults if one ult do? Why use many ult when one ult do? Come on now, that's a question, right? Shadow Nebula doing a great job holding on to their ults. You know, they're used to using it in conjunction. Fish6 and Eclipse have really been the perfect duo. Shaq and Kobe, as you said. This time, there's no lobbing up, there's no alley-oop. We're just taking a slam dunk and doing it our own self. And honestly, it works great for Shadow Nebula. 3 ults in their back pocket, and guess what? Fish6 already about to get their ult again. So hey, maybe it all works out for them.
Well, let's see if it works out for them. As you can see, they are looking to secure their win, already at 99%, and that'll do it. It is going to be Shattered Nebula to take the series in 3, as they will get the first win on the day.
You know, you're starting off your day right. Of course, these are pools. You're just starting off. You just woke up, had some crust on your eye, wiping that away, and you wiped it away with a Blade Storm right now, using that in the Kitchen Rush. Look at that. Player of the game by far has been Eclipse, as I said before, and Eclipse visited this area several months ago. This time, it's back, and with a vengeance right now.
Oh, absolutely. And again, great first game. Not to mention, I'm really hoping that every single other Overwatch team is watching Shattered Nebula right now, taking notes on how they play, what compositions they bring, and how they use them, so that way they can be prepared when they have to go up against this team.
This is where you see the team sake come into play, right? Not just making sure that your team compositions are good, not just making sure your team compositions work with not only whatever the other team is doing, right? What you're doing internally, right? But communication, right? Making sure that you're using your ults all at the same time in confluence. But not only just using it all at the same time, it's easy just to ult pop. You see one person do it, you see the other person use it, but using it smart as well, smartly. Because hey, we've seen sometimes where one person gives out an ult And that's all you need to clear out an area. Why do I need to put out my ult if my teammate is doing it for me? So again, just using good teamwork, it makes the dream work, and that's why Shattered Nebula's dreams came through for this part. But hey, there's still plenty more to go in a day like this, Cap.
Oh, absolutely. That was only the first round of Overwatch. You got to keep in mind we have an entire other match of Overwatch to go, as well as many other esports titles throughout the day. But I got to say, Shattered Nebula, they are going to be one tough act to follow.
Absolutely, they are going to be a crazy act to follow. But again, you've had enough of me and Captain Atsoger. We're going to throw it to Kelsey on the floor to interview a little bit of this Shattered Nebula squad.
All right, we got Shattered Nebula here, our winners. Give a good congratulations to them, yeah. All right, I'm gonna let you pass the mic around and kind of introduce your names and what school you're from.
Yeah, we're from Coronado High School. I'm Eclipse. This is my Mora player, Dr. Whatever.
I'm their DPS, Fistic.
This is my Shaq, my support, the one that gets me through everything.
Yes, sir. My name is Avery. I go by the Ave Man.
All right, and this is my tank, Colton or Blazer, the one that calls the shot.
I don't know about that one. I think we all do it collectively. But, yeah, I'm super stoked.
Yeah. And then this is my amazing coach that calls what we need to do, tells us what we need to do in the moment, and we're very grateful to have him here.
All right.
This is Miss Campbell, our esports coach at our school. She's the one that introduced me and all of us, actually, to the first year of esports at Coronado. And we're very grateful to be here for our first year.
Yeah, we are excited to have you here, and you guys just took the win. So how many hours do you guys practice?
Yeah, apparently way too many. Yeah, we try to practice every, about twice a week. Yeah.
Well, it definitely showed in these matches, and we're really excited to see what you guys do for the championship. Now, what would that championship mean to you guys?
Oh, it would mean everything, especially since this is our first year doing esports. It would definitely shock the world.
Well, we hope to see you guys back on this stage. Please give a big round of applause to Shattered Nebula.
Excellent interview. You know, I always love to hear a little bit of these teams, get a little bit of mine inside the players, but then also, too, you could tell the selflessness of that team just by that moment, honestly. All of them deferring and saying, hey, it wasn't me that did it, it was you.
Oh, absolutely. And again, you know, we were trying to harp to that throughout the entire bout. As a matter of fact, we're going to be able to take a look at some of these replays and show you just the amount of teamwork that actually went into that win, because it wasn't all about the DPS. Again, you have the support. You have Fishstick that was coming in with a lot of those hacks, and then not to mention Blazer on the tank role played phenomenally. Again, it was a well-rounded effort through and through coming from Shattered Nebula.
Yeah, Blazer doing their job. Remember that Winston plane was excellent. Really one of their first pushes towards that first point, and then of course none other than Eclipse coming in behind to make sure that this was when Eclipse, from this point on, Eclipse was just on a roll, right? You know, earlier on Blazer doing their thing, but then it was time and time and time. Another time again, Eclipse was doing their thing, but Blazer coming in again, right? Just excellent job, Sigma, Winston. It didn't matter what they chose. They had a game plan for every single one and an answer as well.
Absolutely, and I love the way that Blazer was able to switch up on many different tank roles as well. Again, like you had mentioned, you know, they got to play on the Winston, but keep in mind they also came out with the Ramatra as well, and then they switched up onto the Junker Queen and the Doomfist. That is a lot of game knowledge for the tank role in order to apply that to different scenarios, and you'll love to see it.
We love to see it, right? Going through these gameplays, yeah, this was one of the pushes where I thought that Poti could really make a play right here. Silence Slayer, Leroy Jenkins that a little bit, but then later on they were able to take control of the match and kind of flip it a little bit on its head here on this map 2 situation. But again, Cornado, they did a great job holding on. Again, Eclipse, not only doing it with a Genji, but then also doing it with a Reaper as well.
And this was one of the best moments right there, being able to get inside of the cage fight, and then like we saw Eclipse completely embrace it, saying, "Oh, I'm not trapped in a cage fight with you. You're trapped in here with me."
Hey, if I'm ever in a battle with a grizzly bear, hide the bear, okay? Guess what? It's going to be me that gives you the onslaught. Speaking of onslaught, the Kitsune rushes by Dave Mann came through. It came through right here. You talk about teamwork, dreamwork, even the coalescence from Dr. Shooter also coming in as well. This teamwork, really utilizing their ults all at the same time, help them get control, especially on a map like this. It looks like Poti might have been able to, you know, change it a little bit up, but guess what? They hold firm, they held on. Look at that sigh of relief because they know they suck it and they stuck the landing.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, once again, it was just such a fantastic game number 1, and already Shattered Nebula, they just set the bar so high, and we still have so many more matches to go. Granted, we only have one more Overwatch match to go, but there is still plenty of esports that we're going to have throughout the day, and already we have gotten one massive highlight reel just from game number 1.
Just from game number 1. Did I mention that we're going to be doing it for several more hours? Hey, get comfortable. We're here at Six Flags Fiesta. Don't have a siesta. Stay on your seats. Stay stuck tuned. I'm Boardman Board. That's Captain Axoko. We are throwing the break. See ya in a second. We are back and better than ever, guys. Welcome back to the 2024 Texas Undisputed Texas Esports Championship. I am Boarding McBoard, but a new challenger appears and arises, and his name is none other than Jason Fuentes. Introduce yourself, Jason.
I'm Jason Fuentes from Clear Lake High School. Just came here to have fun, you know, commentating over this game.
One of the beautiful things about TechSF is we have the opportunity to bring in some student talent and student casters. So Jason will be joining me as we talk about some more Overwatch action. We are going to see our second matchup of Overwatch pools. That is going to be the Golden Outlaws versus Miku Fan Club. But before we get into the fan club hype, well, let's introduce our hype team as well. We will see who is coming from either squad. Kelsey, take it away.
What is up, Six Flags Fiesta, Texas? Hello, and please help me welcome to the stage the Golden Outlaws. Let's hear it for them. Round of applause, come on, Golden Outlaws! Thank you, guys. How are we feeling out there? Are we feeling good? Yeah! Make sure you're staying hydrated out there. All right, next up we have the Crowley Miku Fan Club. Give it up for the Miku Fan Club. time. Come on. Thank you, guys.
As we just saw, we saw all these competitors get ready for action. It's the KFS Golden Outlaws versus the Crowley Miku fan club. And guess what? I'm a fan of either squad. We'll see who wins in this best of 5 matchup. But before we actually get to the matchup, let's learn a little bit about our student caster. Jason, I know you said you played Overwatch. I want to know a little bit more about you. Who do you main as Overwatch, and what are your character support, your role mains as well?
I play a lot of support, mostly Ana, you know.
Okay.
Great quit, very versatile. Just gotta know what you're doing, yeah.
Okay, Ana knows what you do, and we talked a little bit about Ana, right? The anti-nades go crazy, the nanos go as well. It's honestly a great counter match for a lot of players, and you like to play a counter, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah, they're always great. If you counter swap correctly, you're gonna win every game.
Hey, and you know what? We're all about the business of winning as we get into our character selections for both of these. You know, so I'm assuming because you play Ana, there's a lot of support your way as well that you like to play.
Sometimes I'll play Brig if there's a good Ryan Lucio, you know. It's always great.
Okay. Well, we'll get a little bit more into the mind of Jason a little bit later. Now we're jumping into the action. It's the Golden Outlaws versus Miku Fan Club. Crowd, let's get high. Come on. We are loading on in, all these gamers getting ready to go again. KFHS going against this Griffin squad. And a best of 5 matchup, defying the odds and seeing who is going to come out on top. Last game, Jason, we saw one team get swept 3-0, and now we're headed to Nepal. What's something that you like about this map called Nepal here?
Not much, you know, but you know, it's great to play range here, but it seems like both characters are going for a very close-up fight card, you know?
Yes, no, the fights and skirmishes in Nepal can be crazy. We're already seeing some craziness happening so far. Skirmishes happening on either squad, both losing both their supports and both their DPSs. Crowley coming in, Ziak coming in and putting some work in with that Tracer. Tracers are so deadly. Woo! Yeah, Tracer is coming in and getting that full team wipe. Hey, I really like a good, well, I don't like playing against a Tracer, but when you have a good Tracer, Jason, a good Tracer could do some maybe excellent things.
Yeah.
Right now, we are seeing what is happening as Sugar Eve gets in and tries to go along inside of them too. But look at that, Ziak is lurking in the distance, ready to go ahead and pop off their ult, and that's exactly what they do. Unfortunately, though, much doesn't come of it, Jason.
You just missed. That wasn't great.
You know, it's disappointing when you have an ult set up right to your name, but you don't have the coalescence. You don't have everyone getting into the action. Guess what? Everybody from Miku's Fan Club got into the action right there. Miku's Fan Club making sure that they keep hold of point. And as we head to another rally right there, Mini Carter doing a good job around the corner with the Doomfish, trying to make sure they can hold this team. I'll tell you what, there's something about Nepal. Sometimes if you push too hard past your point, you can get caught up. Jason, do you think it's a good strategy to keep them on their heels?
Not great with Doomfist here. To kill. If you overcommit to these pillars, you can get poked out very easily.
Oh, absolutely. Sometimes you can push it, and pushing is good, but sometimes you can push yourself right out of positioning, and guess what? After Miku's Fan Club had firm control, 83% of the point, guess what? The Golden Outlaws are coming back, and they have a own fist to throw right here as we're seeing this Life Weaver tree go on. Ooh, look at that! Ivan coming through right there and getting some with their Dragon Blade. This is an excellent job by Miku Fan Club, really trying to get hold of this point. And we are continuing on by. Look at that, Crowley on fire again, like they always have right here. But again, the Golden Outlaws. Now they're looking on the other side as Miku Fan Club. It takes over their positioning again. If you're Miku's Fan Club, you're not pushing past that point anymore, are you, Jason?
We are not.
Got them in a tricky and a doozy a little bit earlier on, but guess what? They secure the first objective. Miku Fan Club walking away with our first point of this first round, but there's plenty more to go. What's something that you saw that you liked from Miku's Fan Club?
The Doom did great. He held that room perfectly, not letting them push up and take the space they wanted.
Oh, absolutely. You know, especially in a one-tank meta, a one-tank game like Overwatch 2 is, you need to make sure that you have a tank that's powerful and getting some plays, and that's exactly what Mini Carter did, right?
Exactly. Get that space so his DPS could make sure they got their picks.
Absolutely, right? But Ivan instead going with Sumatra, that's interesting, right? After doing so well with the Genji. But honestly, maybe that works out for them, especially when it comes to the ult pops. We'll see what happens as we head to the second part of Nepal right here. A little bit close quarters. That works well for Doomfist, but honestly, that works well for characters that get people in traps just like Junkrat. Ooh, and look at that. Already switching from the Sumatra, Ivan already knew that, hey, I worked well with her. We're going right back to it. Salary, though, keeping it out, keeping them at bay. Good job right here, utilizing the Sigma and that barrier. The Doomfist is trying to come through the but look at that! Ivan coming through and getting it done. It's a team clear, team wipe. They finally take over. How did they do it, Jason?
The Genji found the low person, picked them off, and his team followed him in, and they wiped.
Absolutely. You know, sometimes a Genji can be so annoying because once they get past the defense and start picking you, it's a wrap, isn't it?
It is, especially if you have a great team that's going to follow you in.
And guess what? I'm a fan of Miku Fan Club because teamwork is dreamwork. But guess what? Sneaky play right here by Slivery right here, putting the Sly in their game. But guess what? Crowley knows something about bringing the pain. Doom with the ult, not going ahead and using that Meteor Strike until now, using it just when they need to. Ivan, Meteor Strike, Mini Carter going in and making a good push to get the point back. But that's teamwork, right? Teamwork working out for them and creating that issue, right?
This Genji and Doom working together are going crazy right now.
And when they go crazy, oh my goodness, good things happen. Right now, they have a firm lead, not only of the round, of the match, but then also of the point. That is until a little bit of a swap comes through. They retake the point, but for how long? Because guess what? The blade is a poppin', and so is a Reaper Blossom as well. Ults coming all over the place. Jason, that was quite the flurry that we just saw, right?
Yes, that Genji blade was crazy. Almost a team wipe.
Almost a team wipe, but I want to give a shout out to Sugar Eve. They did a great job going with their Death Blossom, but there's only so much you can do against a great Genji, isn't there? As we head on down, it is an even game just about every time That Miku fan club thinks they have something. Guess what? They end up not getting trapped right there. Luckily, they're able to get away from a good job by that Junkrat, making sure they're placing their traps delicately. But the Sigma is there. Let's see if they end up using their... Oh, everybody is bunched together. This is the perfect time. They didn't get anybody, though. Eliminations coming out of nowhere. Miku fan club taking advantage. Man, you know what? That Sigma looked like they could have turned it around if they were able to get somebody in their ult, but unfortunately, everybody was able to get right out of that, right, Jason?
Yes, it was a beautiful dodge.
Sometimes you need to be lucky, sometimes you need to be skillful, sometimes you need both, right? Oh, as we see right here, the Riptire is coming off of Riptire, ended up getting annihilated. Good job right there, clearing it out the way. We have a little bit of a pause delay. Guys, we were right in the action. We just wanted to make sure you're paying attention because these ults are about to go off. Unfortunately, Coalescence didn't last long as Ivan go ahead and does the work like they've always do. Doom is right there too. You said it before, Jason. I'ma say it again. This Doom Genji teammate, this combination's crazy.
They are going absolutely crazy in this game.
And you know what? It's so good when you have a tank and you have a DPS that are working together, right? Because, you know, tanks are really there to take up and soak up a lot of that damage. DPS are there to get a lot of the damage. But when you guys have, when you're both doing and dealing the damage, beautiful things can happen, Jason.
Yes.
Well, we'll see what happens as we stroll along into this. A 1-0 advantage right now for Crowley Miku fan club. But this is still young into the competition. Reminder, this is a best of 5 series. So Miku fan club needs 2 more series wins in order to advance. Golden Outlaws need to get 3. We talked a little bit about how important it is to have a tank that really works with a DPS. That's beautiful, right? Timing the ults together, right? But then also having good teamwork as well, and not pushing, right?
Yes.
We saw some pushing that got a little bit too close. Miko fan club actually kind of gave away the lead to the Golden Outlaws a little bit into that matchup. How do you stop yourself as a competitor from pushing too much but still being aggressive, Jason?
You gotta make sure to hold space that is effective. So if you're pushing in from one point, it's an equal fight. But if you're able to hold it from off angles, flank angles, it is much more effective.
Oh, okay, so flank angles is something that you want to see. So maybe something like a Sumatra, maybe something like a Soldier. Somebody who can get in these angles, in these cubby holes to actually make a difference, right? Something like that?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. This is where his Ana comes in, right? Because Ana, I feel like, also kind of gets into those deep angles, so that makes sense. We saw some excellent Doomfist play. How do you stop that on the other side? Because you have players who are diving into you, right? How do you counter a dive composition?
The only great way to counter these dive comps is you have to have a really effective support like Brig, Ana, or a very effective tank like Orisa, so you can keep your space from them. Otherwise, there's not much you can do.
And I like the Orisa suggestion there too, because Orisa has a little bit of shield action, but can soak up a lot, you know, has the shield, she can shield herself from things. But then also you have zoning out with the ability to utilize, you know, her long range ability, and then also close out too if you were to use her ult, right?
Exactly.
They are so good at really, Orisa, in my opinion, one of the more multifaceted characters. You know, it's one of those things where you can be a jack of all trades, a master of none, which can work in some instances, not work in others. You know what's a good thing that I like as well? I like a good, I like a good Roadhog to soak in a lot of that damage. You're right. You rolled your eyes. You had an opinion about that.
Roadhog is not a. If you have a good team around him, he can be useful. But I feel like there is better picks than Roadhog.
Not a Roadhog fan from this guy,
No.
okay, right here. Well, guess what? We're a fan of Miku Fan Club. They're going back into their action. Golden Outlaws have something to say, though. We're headed into match 2, again, of 5, best of 5 series. Who comes out on top? Crowd, let me hear you make some noise. Crowd, y'all got me hyped up, man. We're here for the whole day. It's nice to have a crowd here that's really feeling the Overwatch action. Again, diving is crazy. Again, making sure that you're good from the anti-nades. The angles are important too, but then making sure you have a great healer. Speaking of great healers, we have a Griara up here. We're at King's Row, so guess what? One of my favorites is here. Reinhardt is here, but then also here comes a Widowmaker.
Yeah, trying to go for the early pick from spawn, not able to get it.
Yes, no, sometimes I like the fact that Golden Outlaws knows that Widow is out there trying to make those picks. So guess what? They're not going to push themselves. That's a smart play, right?
Just hold their space.
Hold space, like you said a little bit earlier on, right? Guess what? Doomfist likes to get close into people's space. That's exactly what they're trying to do. Miku, in order to make sure they can break down Ryan's defenses. Ryan goes with a charge right here. Smart play to do that. Get them in a corner. And guess what? It's punish season. Get Miku's Fan Club is on the menu. King's Row, such a hard map, honestly, to get through past this chokehold. How do you get past this chokehold, honestly, if you're Miku's Fan Club?
You need somebody to go for the high ground. I like the Tracer plays for the high ground, but maybe a better character that would work from mid-range or even long range.
Yeah, you know, maybe somebody like Soldier 76. Mini Carter said, guess what? We're going close range. You're going to feel me. Utilizing that Tracer, like you said, going ahead, using the Genji. All you needed was a little fist in your life. Doomfist coming through, saying, what's good, punching in the face. And guess what? They don't have any Black Cup plan. As they capture the point, now it's time to stop the payload. And guess what? Reinhardt getting revengeance right now. I think Doom pushed a little bit too hard.
I think they pushed way too far. There was no need to go that far, while they still need to push the payload forward.
Yeah, we've seen Mini Carter do that last game, pushing far too hard, especially in something like King's Row, especially against a team like Miku's Fan Club. I don't think you're going to catch them slipping. Except for that, look at that, great job, great pick by the Tracer right there to get the Life Weaver. And once you kick one support, the rest start to tumble. Genji doing a great job cleaning up the work that was paved way through the ult from Mini Carter. So although Carter, you know, kind of lost the ball, lost his mind a little bit, going and pushing too far, guess what? He made up for it there, didn't he?
He did. He did.
Jason, we are headed to a major checkpoint right here. We also have this Diva swap out. What do you feel about this Diva swap out here?
I don't feel great about it. There was many better picks than his. Doom, Genji are all close range characters.
Yeah, Diva right there. Again, good for a dive, not great for defense. Lifeweaver ends up going ahead and using their ult on their side. I don't know how much it did, but it was a good counter to Blackheart's there. Kinsoon rush. Guess what? Crowley's on fire right now. It has been the Genjis who have been putting in the work this entire day. And Genji says, guess what? I saw one before. Guess what? I ain't eclipsed, but I got something in my clip. Action shot from them as time ticks away. This final push for this map is everything right now. The Golden Outlaws, you didn't like the fact that they went with the Diva, but how do you feel about Bastion? I don't think that's bad for this situation, honestly.
Bastion can be a good option if he is on the good angle.
You have to have a good tank behind you. Coalescence right now doing the healing job. It hasn't been a DPS Mora, instead been a life support Mora, but guess what? As long as they're still in this thing, it's good. They're able to clear them away and push them away from the checkpoint, but there's still 3 more minutes left to go. The Golden Outlaws could easily get this thing on back, but not if Miku has anything to say with it. A Diva Bomb goes off and only gets 1 person along with it. Honestly, you feel good if you're a Miku fan club for that. Time keeps on ticking. The Golden Outlaws just trying to hold on and make sure that they don't end up clearing this stage completely. Guess what? Ziak's not going to have anything to do with that. Getting behind the penetration, making sure that Black Wolf is off the picture. And guess what? The Diva is out. The tank is out. And with the Golden Outlaws, wall right there against their back, they needed that Bastion ult to make sure they can save themselves. When do you use the ult, Jason? That Bastion ult?
He should use it, he should have used it early before they pushed in.
Yeah.
They're taking that one.
Well, now the Life Weaver is going off right now. The tree is available, Tree of Life, making sure that the Golden Outlaws can last a little bit longer. Doomfist going with a Meteor Strike of their own, trying to push, but great job by Life Weaver, making sure the Golden Outlaws can live just a little bit longer. And guess what? 3 Golden Outlaws have ults in their back pocket. So great job by Ultrex to make sure that they're in this thing. Okay, a minute left for this team, for the Miku fan club. You have 3 opponents who have their ults. How does Miku do this with the time that they have left, Jason?
They need to get a pick on one of these heroes.
Well,
Genji with the blade.
Guess what? You need a 1 pick? We're getting 3. We're getting 4. Walter White joining the action as well. The blade comes in as soon as they need it. Dragon's Blade says what's poppin'. A flurry of ults, unfortunately, doing nothing. The Golden Outlaws didn't utilize it correctly, and because of it, Miku's fan club turning the game around. After it looked like they might not even push to the last point, they were able to do it. How did it do it, Jason?
They got the pick they needed.
Yeah.
That was an incredible Genji blade for those 3 kills.
Genji's getting through the back line of defense can always do some damage, right?
Exactly.
They definitely do that, and they did it, and that's why they're walking away. But when you have 3 ults on the other side, you have to feel a little bit bad about not being able to close it out a minute left. How do you utilize your ults, especially when you have 3, and make sure you can hold on to that?
I see them save their ult a bit too much. You get your ult by quickly, especially on a character like Bastion, so using it throughout the game board would be a lot more effective.
And you bring up a great point with Bastion. Bastion could have honestly cleared out a lot of that, especially towards the end. You just go ahead and make sure you have the focus right there in the center where the payload is. You can push away the competition. As we get further along into this action again, Bordy McBoard joined alongside with student caster Jason Fuentes here. Overwatch action, we're seeing the Golden Outlaws go against the Miku fan club. I'm a little bit of a support player myself. And we have another support player. We're supporting each other, making sure that we're doing a great job. But it's the tanks that have shined through today, haven't they, Jason?
It has seemed so.
Tanks and Genji seems to be the in vogue competition. How do you really counter a great Genji that just keeps on getting behind you? Do you need to go Sombra to get them, or do you assault them? How do you counter them?
An Ana would be great. If you heat that sleep dart, he will die unless they have a Kiriko to cleanse.
Ooh, okay, so a little bit of options going on there. And Ana, unless they have a Kiriko, well, guess what? We're seeing a Widowmaker come back into action. We're back into King's Row, so it only makes sense. Crowley with Ziax, who's been able to do a good job with a good job getting behind the defense. Guess what? They're getting eliminations as well. The steady go-to pick will always be Reinhardt, trying to clear away the boundary right now. Again, objective A is contested, and a great job by Den clearing them away with a big hammer that they have on their back. Look at that. They are back to escorting the payload. They made quick do with that, much quicker than Miku, honestly.
Yeah, usually a poke comp is not going to work great into this map due to the lack of long range space for them to play off of.
Absolutely. With all the short corners, as you said, it's hard to do it within that time, which why I love the Reinhardt pick, to make sure that you have somebody that, hey, one swing, you're fighting somebody, you know?
Exactly.
You're hitting somebody. Well, guess what? I like the fact that they switched. Mini Carter went ahead and went to that Ramatra. Ramatra can slow down the competition. Of course, you still have that Widowmaker who's up there at top. We'll see when Widow ends up switching. But right now, Mini Carter says, I ain't switching from nothing. We're pushing along through. Ramatra coming through and making sure that they know what their fists do. Excellent play to counter Black Wolf's Reinhardt. What I like is that they're both close range players, but I still give that edge to Ramatra just because the impact of what they have, right, Jason?
Exactly. The shield, the Omnix form.
They have options in their bag time again. Crowley has their all ready to go. Ooh, just barely dodging. Again, Blackwood coming back. The charge has been charging, and really a good job pinning their enemies in between any wall that is there. Mini Carter coming back at their own. The tanks are coming through and doing what it has to do. Annihilation getting some, Blizzard getting some. Oh my goodness, the ults are popping off. The Golden Outlaws, like you said, Jason, held on to their ults too long. They're doing the opposite this time, right?
Exactly. Popping them when they need to win their fights.
Ults are there for a reason. It's kind of like you ever beat a game and you end up having all these grenades and all these rocket launchers in the end, and you're like, dang, why didn't I use them? Well, guess what? Golden Outlaws realizing they need to use it, and they use the Tree of Life right there. I think that might have been a little bit too early, but guess what? They end up getting a little bit of eliminations along the way, so what am I know, you know? Yeah, the Tree of Life, unfortunately, did not work in their advantage. The Golden Outlaws pushing right now, pushing them back a little bit. The Golden Outlaws trying to get back to 2 point. And we are right here at a section. Again, this is a hard push to get through. Once you pass the warehouse doors, good things can happen, as you're seeing right there. The DPS of Ivan coming through right now. Crowley decided that we're gonna have Walter White's Lucio go ahead and do some damage. Mini Carter coming in. The Ramatra pick has really worked for them consistently, and they have done damage. I love Ziax also switch right there to the Sojourn. That's more DPS, right?
Exactly. And I love the Ramatra pick right here. It is so great on this map.
The Ramatra pick by Crowley alone has helped Miku's fan club so much in really controlling this map. A really OP pick if you're in these close quarters. Right now, though, on the other side, we have Black Wolf switching to Diva again. Is Diva a little bit better now that you're on offensive instead of defensive?
I don't believe so, especially into a Ramatra who can just punch through your matrix.
Yeah.
But it does work out.
Yeah, it ends up working out overall, right? Sometimes, again, that's where the team comes through and shows you what it does. We'll see, though, later on. I do agree with that analysis, though. More times than likely, I'm taking Annihilation over everything. Guess what? Crowley wants some Annihilation, annihilating Sugar Drive, but unfortunately was iced out, so that was a great sacrifice by Sugar Eve to make sure the rest of the team didn't fall victim, although I don't know how well that worked, because guess what? Every single person from Miku Fan Club is letting it be known that they're not going to go out. Excellent job turning that back around. It looked like, honestly, that May might have done an excellent job blocking out, and it did for a second. Everybody else came through to just continue the assault. Jason.
Yes, but she should have made sure she was on the other side of that wall too. It was an unnecessary death.
Yeah, unnecessary. Oh, but it ends up working out for Z-Act in anyway. 11 seconds left to the game. Right now, they need to make a strong push to point. They all have ult, so let's see if they actually use it. Life Weaver decides the Tree of Life is in session. We got a Death Blossom, but we don't have an actual push towards point. So guess what? You can damage anyone you want to. It's about the objective. They don't get to it, and they end up falling. How do you do that, Jason? It's very unfortunate.
They barely had any distance left to go.
Yeah.
They could have even went for a back cap with somebody like Sombra, but it was a good game. It was a good game.
Oh, absolutely a great game. I think the switch to Ramatra ended up doing wonders for Miku Fan Club, and Miku Fan Club showing their resilience, I should say, time and time again, by resisting any onslaught that comes their way on the other side. Excellent job from them, making use of that Ramatra, putting up great ice swap, and then honestly too, using their ults effectively. So an excellent job by their squad as we sort of regroup and get these squads back together again. I am boarding McBoard. That is Jason Fuentes. And you are a student caster. How are you feeling about your first time getting behind the booth?
It's fun. I'm having fun. I am a little bit nervous, but it's great to be back here with you today.
Oh, absolutely. And you know what? It's okay to be nervous. My first time casting definitely wasn't at Six Flags Siesta, Texas, so I understand why you have some nerves, but it's A-okay because I'm here to get your back. Guess what? We're both support, so you might as well just throw us into the game. The support team to support the excellent job that we have here for Texas Undisputed Championship. Look at all these gamers about to play for what could be the final game of this series, the Golden Outlaws and Miku Fan Club. Honestly, Jason, it's been Miku's Fan Club who's been doing an excellent job the entire matchup. What do you love about their play overall?
I think they're sticking to what they're good at. The Genji Doomfist is going awesome for them, making sure they stick with supports that go great with them, making sure they win their team.
Making sure they're with their team, and you can see that teamwork work well for them just in the way they use their ults alone. I mean, you see all the Golden Outlaws, they have a Golden Goose, a Golden Bucket, they might have a whole bunch of ults in their back pocket, but unfortunately they don't time it right. Even towards the end, you saw that they used it right before they got to the point, and then they're getting to the point as we swap out right here and head along to our next map. Again, this is where you see a lot of close quarters action. We're back to Flashpoint, and I wonder about these picks. We have an Alari sighting. We have not seen that today. We also haven't seen a Cassidy, but we're going back to Mini Carter Zarya. I like Zarya at this first checkpoint in Flashpoint.
One of the closest points of the game.
Cooking is popping. Z-Act unfortunately got cooked right there. Black Wolf going ahead and knocking them away, but not before Black Wolf gets Summer's Eve of their own. Mini Carter coming through and making sure that they're doing an onslaught right here. The Golden Outlaws having a great control earlier on this one until Mini Carter says, hey, not today. It's been Ivan really doing a great job. This time doing it with a tracer, but honestly, Ivan has done, what, 5 different DPS swaps, and it's been effective in all of them. Mini Carter, again, doing that work, holding it down like the tank's 22 percentage points off of this Flashpoint. Again, Flashpoint, kind of like a King of the Hill, kind of like team deathmatch, like Cap said. Everybody in close quarters, everybody fighting against each other, but of course you have to control the point. And as we see a little bit of a swap here, Boren's keeping to the Alari, but we are going with that Roadhog. And I know you said you didn't like the Roadhog earlier. Do you like the Roadhog here, Jason?
He can be okay on this point as long as you're making sure that there's a point to get to.
And make sure that they're doing well. Guess what? Mini Carter has the Annihilation in their back pocket. So although they did a great push, guess what? They got knocked out. And we are pausing for a second as we get things in order. But again, Miku Fan Club showing what they've done time and time again, just utilizing great picks and playing good teamwork in order to get at the competition. But I did like the switch in composition from the other side in the Golden Knights.
It seems like the break is over a technical issue. It looked like the Hog might have disconnected.
Ooh-wee. Technicalities do happen here. We are live. Again, this is the 2024 Texas Undisputed Championship. I'm boarding aboard, joined alongside as student caster Jason Fuentes. A little bit of a technical difficulties, but it's A-okay because we're here having a fiesta at Six Flags Fiesta, Texas, here in San Antonio. Thousands of students here to enjoy a day's worth of activities, roller coasters happening all over outside. But while we're working on what's happening outside, or focusing on what's happening on the outside, we're gonna focus on what's happening inside our technical booth. We're gonna get those technical difficulties squashed out, board Jason Fuentes. We will see you on the other side to see who got the best of Miku Fan Club and the Golden Knights. Stay tuned. All right, Dak. And after much awaited delay, we are back here in action. I'm Board Meet Board. That's Jason Fuentes. We are here to resume the Overwatch 2 Pool 1 matchup, KFHS Golden Outlaws versus Kralu Miku Fan Club. And Jason, Miku was in. I am a huge fan of them because of their play that they were using, especially that tank, and of course none other than IBAN really has been swapping out with the DPS. So many DPSs they've been using and so many ways that have been effective.
I think Golden Outlaw is gonna have to make some crazy swaps to be able to make a comeback here.
Yes, yes, and make sure that their swaps actually, you know, have a great counter towards what they're doing, because Miku has been on fire making plays, timely plays, excellently and pushing towards point. Of course, we saw last time we were mid match 3 of our best of 5 series, in which Miku Fan Club ended up taking 2 games. So this could be match point, game point, honestly, for the Overwatch 2 Pool 1 matchup between these two in a best of 5 series. Really, the Golden Knights, as you talked about, they're gonna have to do a good job of really understanding how to counter Miku Fan Club, but then not only that too, when to utilize their ults, because there have been times that they held on to it a little bit too early. You mentioned it. I said they held on to it too early. They used it too early. You said a little bit too late. Explain that play that you were talking about
the
before.
Life Weaver could have saved herself with Tree, but she popped it too late, letting her die and leaving her teammates in a 4v5 that they couldn't win.
Absolutely. So it's timeliness that matters a lot in this Overwatch matchup. You got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them. Here in Texas, of course, you know, you need to know when to hold them, fold them, and when to sing some country songs to get this crowd going on. Miku Fan Club up to best of 5. They could win this. With this game, we are headed to a flashpoint scenario, and we're going back to the Zarya for Mini Carter, and honestly, that proved to be effective.
The early pick by Black Wolf.
Yes, you know, I talked about I love a good Hanzo. A Hanzo that utilizes its ult correctly is always great right now. Black Wolf going ahead, getting Ziak, which is great. Ziak is a great, dependable DPS for Miku Fan Club, so getting one is great for them much edge in what they do. But honestly, if Golden Outlaws want to last in this matchup, they're going to have to keep up at it as they have firm control early on. The Golden Outlaws finally kind of getting a little life into them, Jason. Mini Carter with a Zarya still holding on in. None of them really getting into the tizzy, making sure that they're up into the Raptors until now. Here is where they start to make a move. Mini Carter getting in, getting a skirmish in. Actually a great job by Miku Fan Club making sure they cut down on the eliminations there. They could have got them in a bad spot. And guess what? Now it's starting to get a little bit bad. One is down. Sugar is gone. I've been making sure somebody is stuck. Ultrex is out of the picture. Slybee is gone. And Miku Fan Club is about to take back over just in the nick of time, Jason.
I think this is the time where Golden Outlaw can make their comeback. They did use an ult of ults, but I think it's winnable for them.
And guess what? At 99%, they need to take control and keep control and make sure that they can survive. Flashpoint is sort of a best of 5 series, so you have to make sure you start with one, especially while down. And on the opposite side of a run, good job by Crowley, make sure to negate that charge by Slybee. Excellent job holding on to the point. The Death Blossom goes out. I've been doing a great job at knocking out Sugar Eve. So they ended up using their ults, but weren't quite effective while utilizing them. Time continues to drift away, and let's see who ends up securing the first flashpoint at the 99 mark, and now 100 unable to make sure they can contest that point. So now the Golden Outlaws, after starting off strong, now is in a deficit, not only in the series, but also in this matchup. The next flashpoint opens in about 20 seconds. It's movement time for the Golden Outlaws and Slybee, making sure that they switch from the Reinhardt to this time the Wrecking Ball. Can Wrecking Ball actually help them in this next flashpoint, Jason?
This is not a great point for Ball, but let's see what he do.
Hey, anything is possible if you have the moves to make it work. Guess what? Mini Carter has been making it work all game long, going ahead and setting up shop for them. Getting early access to that point is Miku Fan Club against the second of this flashpoint match, and guess what? They are on fire. Mini Carter just making sure that they're getting the slight picks, right? Getting a little help here, a little help there, and then when they have it, they take advantage of it and really get to these low-level players on the outside. Oh, in their back pocket now, Hinder, but the Hinder doesn't last that long. Really trying to do their thing. Oh, and that's a wipe right now. Miku Fan Club continues to do what they're doing. 70% right now at this point. They're not even fighting in the point zone. It's just been them trying to keep their foot on the Golden Outlaws next, and that's exactly what happened. But there might be some saving grace. Right now, you have 2 ults by these Golden Outlaws. Jason, could they turn it around?
If they can save their ults effectively, they're about to have 4 ults. If they can take advantage of these 4 ults, then it is still a winnable game for them.
Yes, because you said they started off good with their ults, but again, do you feel somewhere in the middle of the matchup they lost that way? Yeah, something happened along the way.
I don't know what happened to you, honestly.
Hey man, it's just Miku Fan Club just being that well, and as they already have firm control of this next point, they're really going to have to want to earn this, the Golden Outlaws, in order to get this back totally against the wall. Match point, game point right here. They're gonna have to work effectively. Slide Ride going to the Diva right now, trying to see if maybe they can dive onto that point and get them cooking and going, but she's already out her tank. That's not great for the Golden Outlaws. Coalescence is now used, and let's see if they can abuse them right there with it. Unfortunately, Cassidy unable to get anybody with that, and guess what? Boran's unable to get it too. Walter White getting work done with the Lucio. You know you're in bad straits when the Lucio is doing a great job packing up the enemies, Jason.
Golden Outlaws is going to have to do something incredible here. They are down 3 ults right now, 10% left. They have to rush back.
So rushing back, you saw they were in a position early on and couldn't rush back before. They're unable to do it again. Crowley, after the technical difficulties, we waited for it, you earned it now. Sweeping their competition, Miku Fan Club advances in the best of 5 series. And Jason, as we look at their play of the game, it's really Ivan who I looked at as one of the premier players for this Miku Fan Club squad. Again, they can do it in any different ways. We've seen plays of the game with Tracer, we've seen plays of the game with Reaper. I think we saw a little bit of Widow action between them, and it was the Genji, continuing the dominance of the Genji. You smiled when he talked about the Genji. What did they do with the Genji that you love?
He was incredible with his blade and his tracking, honestly. I struggle a lot with the tracking on Genji, but his was great. He made sure to get his picks and made sure his team won those team fights.
And you know we're in some premier esports action when we have Genjis, not just one Genji, another Genji popping off and doing their thing. But not only just that Genji, we also have the Doomfist. Honestly, the tank for the Miku Fan Squad was also on fire as well.
Incredible.
Absolutely. The swaps that both of these teams made were just timely, and they made sense as well for these team compositions really working together effectively, right, Jason?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yes, exactly like that. Just making a great job. But now, after talking through it and looking through it, let's actually speak to some of these gamers. We're gonna throw it to Kelsey on the stage to learn a little bit more about our Miku Fan Club.
What's up, you guys? Welcome to the stage, the Miku Fan Club, our winners. If you guys would, please give introductions to your team. What are your names?
Hey, I'm Carter. I was our tank player, and yeah.
Yo, my name is Zach, but they call me Zach. I'm the best DPS out here, no cap.
My name's Corey. I'm beginning to play Lucio. I feel like I'm getting better with overtime.
My name is Bryce. I'm Blackheart on the team. I'm the other support. I was playing Kyrie and Moira. Let's go.
My name's Nathan. I'm the Genji player. This is my duo DPS. And we run it down.
Awesome. And you guys are from Crowley? That's correct? Awesome. And so Miku Fan Club. Now let me ask you guys. Miku just came to Texas. Did you guys go and see Miku?
Unfortunately, we did not.
No, it's okay because the big screen, you can see Miku anywhere, right? So how did you guys feel winning this game?
It was really exciting, you know, living up to the expectations, being on stage, just playing our hearts out. It was really fun.
That's awesome. And how do you guys go about picking your characters during each round?
A lot of experience and a lot of trial and error.
Awesome. Well, we hope to see you guys back on this stage, and congrats on the win. Another round of applause, everybody. Thank you. Back to you, Bordy.
much, Kelsey. An excellent job. The Miku fan club, not seeing Miku kind of makes me sad, but it's okay. I'm not sad after seeing what they've done on the stage. And now it's time to talk a little bit about what we've seen in these highlights, because as you talked about it, Jason, they did a really good job. This Genji, this tank, honestly, all of them, an excellent job. Early on, though, in Nepal, I got a little bit worried because they were pushing a little bit too much, didn't you say?
They were playing way too aggro in the tiny room.
Well, guess what? Being aggressive didn't work earlier on, but eventually it all became well known. Serendipity approach for them while they learned how to be aggressive and how to hold on to it. Guess what? They turned it up right at the exact time. This Doom Fist ult came through. The Meteor Strike was on point, and honestly, this was a big turning point. Not only just the game, the series as well. This was their first win, and they would go on to continue their dominance. Jason, the King's Road was also impressive, this performance.
The Genji made the plays that he needed to win this game. The Genji and the Doom together, I mean.
You know, it's like peanut butter and jelly, right? Sometimes there are matchups that work too well against each other. And what I love so much about Mini Carter, right? You saw this right here, working with the Doom Fist, doing a great job with it too. The Kiriko, honestly, also really improved with them. I've been using the Blade Storm while they had that option as well. But a little bit later on, during the same King's Row map, they changed it up a little bit, going with the Ramatra. And when they went through that Ramatra, ooh, they were throwing and giving hands, still complaining. A little bit of a replay of when they're on that also. This is when Ivan was totally just in their bag crazy. But then a little bit later on, that's when we get to the Ramatra, and that was a great switch because honestly, firm control with that Ramatra. They placed down Jason.
Exactly.
Exactly that. They're getting excited, hyping themselves up because they know that they were in their bag. This matchup, there are a little bit of technical difficulties in the middle of it, but it's A-okay because Miku Fan Club had no difficulties picking back where they left off. Guess what? I've been switching with the Tracer. The Tracer was in, the Tracer got behind the competition, and really it's getting behind the defense from Ivan that worked both sides for them effectively.
Exactly.
Yeah, they utilized it effectively, like got behind the defense, and it was so cool to see because they were getting, especially with the Blade Storm, like getting to their competition, right?
Yeah, the Genji plays exactly is what really won them that game. Whenever you get hit with a great Genji ult, it is demoralizing.
Yes.
Getting slammed by one player.
Getting slammed by one player, getting slammed by one team, right? That can just do a lot to you. And guess what? That's what Miku Fan Club did. Well, guess what, Jason? It's your first time casting. And guess what? I'm a fan of you. We got to clap it up for you. Can we get some noise, please? First time casting?
Yeah. It was a lot of fun being up here casting with you, Bordy McBoard.
Man, it's always a great time, Jason, and we'll see him in the booth a little bit later on. But honestly, today, we have a lot more action to come. We have Overwatch, Valorant, we have League of Legends, we have Street Fighter 2. So many more action to come here, Texas Fiesta, Texas. Again, Bordy McBoard, Jason, we will see you on the other side for some more action. See you soon. We are back. Undisputed 2024 Texas Esports State Championship presented by TexF here at none other than Six Flags Fiesta Texas. Roller coasters, attractions all over. And it's not just on the gameplay. We're actually here at Six Flags enjoying it at the park. I know, Cap, we talked a little bit about riding rides and which rides he wouldn't go on, which ones he would. Hey, anytime I'm in an amusement park, it's a good time. Even better when I'm esports casting, you know?
Oh, absolutely. I actually took a minute to go like walk around and talk to everybody. I got to go to the lobby and see all the pool play that was happening. And then I really got like soaked up in the vibe. Like again, you can hear everybody. You can hardly hear yourself speak because how loud it is. And again, this whole arena, like this whole theater has really come alive, and I'm all here for it.
Hey man, it's a complete fiesta overall. Of course, we're celebrating the fiesta here in San Antonio, but the actual part itself, we'll get a little bit of insight on which attractions you like. The high roller coasters, the low ones, the loop-de-loops, all of that a little bit later on. But of course, we have to go back to why we're here, and that's for the Texas Undisputed Esports State Championship and all the lovely games that we're seeing today. We have more Overwatch action even later in the docket. We just saw some. There's more a little on. But there's Street Fighter, Valorant, Apex, Fortnite, League of Legends, Mario Kart, Rocket League, Super Smash Brothers. 9 titles, 9 belts to give out to one of our lucky teams over here.
Now, you see, I'm going to go ahead and be the villain and say luck ain't had nothing to do with it. This is, we're crowning the best of the best here, the best in Texas, all right? Luck ain't even involved here. Luck is out the window. Now we're dealing with true talent. And not only that, but we have 1,000 people here today, students, faculty, coaches, players, you, I, production. Everybody is in attendance today. Again, we have such a great crowd. And then not to mention, we also have quite a plethora of events still yet to get through.
Oh man, and if you think this event has a huge crowd to support us behind it, guess what? You'll love our sponsors as well. There are so many sponsors who made this event possible. iShoney, Intel Plus Lenovo, Texas Army, CXL, LandFest, Data Projections, Play versus ViewSonic Gaming, Next Level Racing. Honestly, thanks to them, we are here today and are really celebrating everything about that esports camaraderie, championship, belt, rivalry, all of this. Thank you so much for making this possible. But of course, we have to talk about some of these games that we're going to be seeing because, as you said, we have a packed schedule of games. We just saw some Overwatch action, enjoyed that a little bit early on, in which we saw 2 clean sweeps. But now we're getting to a little bit of Rocket League, and there's some more a little bit later on, Cap.
Oh, absolutely. For our Rocket League match coming up next, we're going to be having Petite RL. Now, remember we saw Petite earlier play a little bit of Overwatch. Those are the Pirates, and then they are going to be going up against the Garland Owls, head-to-head in Rocket League. And then after that, guess what? We get to go right back to Overwatch 2.
We're getting Overwatch 2 action at 12, well, a little bit past that now. But then we also have some League of Legends action going on and Valorant action as well. So there's a jam-packed schedule here today. So much action, and so much action, we're actually just gonna jump straight into it, honestly. Rocket League should be set up and ready to go. We will be having, again, Petite going against Garland, and here's our pool setup right now. You can see all of the rest of these. Pool E through I still on the docket, still a little bit more matches to be played, but A through D, well actually A through E right now, we already have some matchups. We'll be seeing Garland go at it right now and see what they have on their table. They did well in Overwatch. They didn't end up ultimately winning, but maybe they can, you know, correct the course and actually do it for the home squad on Rocket League.
Yeah, you know, right now I'm looking at the rest of these pools, and I gotta say, some teams are looking very threatening right now. I'm looking at Pool B, Prosper Rocket League, currently 3-0. My goodness, they are doing work in their pool. And then not to mention, we got a couple of 2-0 teams as well. You got Adamson, the Leopards over there in Pool C. They're able to run 2-0 right now. And then also, I gotta shout out Hebron Varsity. And not just because I took a selfie with the coach in the lobby, but because they are a threatening team. They're currently 1-0 in Pool E. And then, of course, what we are about to see right now with Petite versus Garland, that's going to be Pool I. So again, we got so many Rocket League teams that are going head-to-head, and eventually all of these pools are going to clash together. So we are in for a treat as we get ready to get this Pool I Rocket League gameplay underway.
Hey, who brought the pool party here to Six Flags over at CS? I have no idea, but hey, guess what? We're jumping on into the action. Yeah, you know, a little water park, a little, I don't know if you like put the shorts underneath it so you can go the whole day, or rather you just wear the shorts and just dry it off while you're going on the rides. That's up for the gamers to decide. Right now, they'll be getting a little bit sweaty playing against each other, playing Rocket League. 3v3s, of course, so that's why you see those 2 empty chairs going on. But when you you have 3v3 Rocket League, I really like that 1v1. The pressure is on you to compete, and honestly, you have to play defense and offense. 2v2s, you have one person that's usually cooking and usually setting up the shot, and another person who's coming along. But now with 3v3s, you have somebody who can effectively be a back line, make sure that they're a pseudo goalie. You have somebody who's setting up the shot, and then you have somebody who's rotating on in to clean up the mess at the goal. 3v3s are always exciting action, and I'm excited to see what they might bring to the table.
Oh, absolutely. And one thing that I love that is so unique about Rocket League is that it goes to traditional sports. You know, you got a ball, you got a goal, and then you put the ball in the goal. It's simplistic, but in Rocket League, there is genius to simplicity. That's why this game is so fun to watch, because it has simple rules, basic fundamentals, but the skill ceiling is so high. There are so many different mechanics, so many different skills to bring to this game, and that's what makes it interesting. Not the game itself, but what the players can do in it.
Oh, absolutely. You know, like you said, on the surface, it looks like a dump cake, right? You just pour it on and then you pour the mixing in, and then, hey, 2 ingredients, you're done, right? But honestly, there's intricacy in it, right? It looks like a dump cake, but then guess what? You can do aerial game, right? You can period throughout the sky. There's flip cancels, there's double tapping, there's rotating ping pong, and all that action going on as well. And making sure your rotations are well as well. Because, you know, I described 3 basic roles you can get into Rocket League, but honestly, all these gamers are gonna get into their bag because they're all gonna be rotating one of those roles during this matchup. We are in. Poteet will be representing in the blue. The Garland Owls will be in the red. Let's see who gets ahead in matchup number 1.
Oh, and starting things off very quickly, we almost got a double tap into the back of the net, and then Winnie Dog almost tried to put that one back in off the rebound, but unfortunately they weren't able to get the job done. Now we're heading right back to the midfield. Cooks G gonna go up high and towards the side, looking to get the read. Unfortunately, it will be Crazy Man from Poteet to get there first, but right now Garland Owls doing a really good job of pushing up that aggression to the midfield line.
Yes, the midfield line is sticking to that. Not quite ping-pong in action just yet. They're just fighting for control. Right now, Poteet getting into the Garland side, and as soon as they said that, Slavic HG trying to set up a teammate right now. Could have been a nice clear. Unfortunately, Crazy Man didn't look like he had the boosties in order to get up high in the sky. Save right there. Good job by Poteet rotating after a failed shot attempt.
Yeah, now you gotta watch Cooked G putting the ball in a very dangerous position. Good pass out to mid, and Audi is there to put it on and in. That is going to be a 1-goal lead for Garland.
Yeah, not to be Gotti, but Audi getting the assist from Wingdog, being the wingman, setting that up. A really good shot, really cool shot right there off of the wall, set it up, cool assist actually. So good job right there, making sure that their teammate was there to center and deliver. Wingdog tried to do it themselves, but it's Save City around there. Crazy Man acting possessed.
Yeah, and that would have been a really nice shot too, because they tried to get it in off the lip of the crossbar, and it was a very tight squeeze. So honestly, no matter how close the ball gets to the net, you have always got to try and block it as a defender. So good job on Poteet just for staying active on their own net, making sure that they're playing defense for every play.
Oh, absolutely. And those setups can look very beautiful, right, as Audi tries to get their own pirouette going into the sky, but you have to make sure that you have some speed behind it too. Because of that lack of speed, they were able to recover. Guess what? They're unable to recover there. Wingdog gets it in.
Yeah, and not to mention, you got to note that Cooks was there on the touch. That's why they got credit for the assist. They were able to get it from one side of the pitch to the next, and it's really hard to block that cross. So again, that was a great play through and through. And that's 2 goals now for Garland, both coming off of the assist.
Oh, yes. Crossers are definitely one of the most important setups in Rocket League. Ooh, almost had a setup off the kickoff right there, which would have been crazy. The fast-paced energy is crazy right now. It's both of these squads just got 2 attempts on goal in the last couple minutes right now. Frenetic offenses, great rotations,
And another one of my favorite things about Rocket League and esports in general is just gamer tags like Winnie Dog. That is such a fun name to say.
No, man.
Winnie Dog.
I want to take it down. Let me take it down. You know?
Is that Winnie Dog?
Can I get that Winnie Dog, please? Man, are you Winnie Dog or are you Winnie Dog? That's what I want to know at the end of this. And Artie, Artie tried to get
there was a little bit of finesse in that because again they were going for the ad drag, they had boost to spare, but instead of going full force towards the back of the net, they just kind of feather touched it off the wheels, a little light touch, kind of like a change up. It really threw off the defense, so there was a little bit more finesse for that shot coming from Audi, as now the Garland Owls get to enjoy a very comfortable 3-goal cushion.
Hey, get the finesse however you want it, right? I'm suggesting by the shrug that it wasn't all the way meant to be a finesse. But hey, sometimes you can accidentally finesse, man. Have you ever had so much swag that you were accidentally swaggy? That's what happened to the Garland Owls. Audi tried to make sure to close the deal on that setup by Cooks. Unfortunately, could not get the job done. But the offensive onslaught by Garland has been crazy as Winning Dog does it again. My goodness, that was one of the most beautiful plays I've seen here today.
So far, my favorite part about this game is literally just the player cams. You're looking at the Garland side when we get the player reactions. You have like one person in the middle who's just all smiles, and then you have the person immediately to the left, and it's just stone-faced seriousness, ice in the veins, cold-hearted competition. And honestly, that's just so much fun to see different personalities on the same team working well together.
You know, some people need to play through joy. Look at that. Slavic said, "You're not going to have any more joy on me." Great save right there. But some people play like a little bit like Kobe Bryant. We talked a little bit about it early too, the Mamba, cold-bloodedness. So however you get it is however you get it. And Winning Dog has just been getting it, gotten it in good, because it has been an onslaught just from them alone. I believe that's a hat trick already.
Yeah, again, I'm not sure who the player in the middle is. I want to say that it's Winnie Dog, but I'm not sure. But regardless, every time that Garland gets a goal on the board, you can see they are really excited, very animated, and all the while you have the other player on the left, and it's just all business, no mercy.
All business, you know, no mullet gang right here, where it's business in the front, party in the back. Maybe there is a little bit of party going on when they're scoring as many goals as they have. Winning Dog tried to set up a good shot right there, but honestly, if I'm Poteet, I'm glad that the ball just isn't around the goal as long as it is, because right now, as much pressure as they're putting on the Poteet defense, it's got to be nerve-wracking.
I'm about to say, if you want to know that a ball is about to go into the net, all you got to do is listen to the crowd. You hear it every time. You hear the whoop, and then almost being able to score. But let's be real, Garland didn't need it. They were able to come through and get the dub in game one, setting themselves up early for some momentum.
You know what? Garland already had some fire plays that we're going to get to at the end, but that is going to be a clip that we're not going to see because it didn't result in a score. I believe that was a flip reset twice. So, I mean, hey, there's some gamers right here who are playing. They're not just joking around. They're actually serious about this thing. And my goodness, the aerial game is already impressive. Mind you, this is Garland's first matchup. There's plenty more left here to go. This is a best of 5 series.
Oh, absolutely. And it's really important to take game number 1 as well, because again, you're going to set the tone for the remainder of the series. And every single team in every single esports, they need that extra boost of momentum. They need that extra morale, because it literally has a ripple effect for the rest of the series. Now going into this next matchup, Poteet is warmed up. They got to see what their opponents are capable of. They know what to expect, and now they should be going into this next match a little bit more prepared. I'm expecting to see a much closer match going into game 2.
And you know what? Poteet really needs to make sure that they improve their defense, but not only that, are making sure they have a monopoly on these boosties. When you have players who are up high in the sky, if you sit at goal, guess what? Eventually you run out the boost needed to make sure to propel you up in the air and block some of those high shots that we're seeing. Slavic try to get it high and on in right there. Unfortunately for them, it looks like Garland just plays in that air just a little bit more effectively, or at least then.
Oh, absolutely. You can see they're playing off the backboard too. Big pass, and look at, I'm going to assume that's Vitnal. I'm not sure how to pronounce their name. VX is what I'm going to call them. Regardless, fantastic save. Able to come through, get on the backboard, and dive in front of net to get the save and clear it away. That is some great defense coming from Petit.
Yes, especially because they did not have that full onslaught of power to their side. Less boost, but unfortunately they couldn't boost their way to block that shot. Adi from up high. Look at that. Cook's kind of, ooh wee, look at that. A kind of a pool shot right there. That looks like a horse shot. A little ping pong off the wall. Pass it yourself, pass it back to your teammate, and then they clean it on up. Hey man, that's hard to follow, man.
I mean, Cooks is cooking. It's one of those scenarios where you have to admit the pass was better than the shot. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. Lordy, watch out for Audi on the shot. They're going to be putting goals on target, but at the same time, Cooks literally set that whole play up. That was some advanced mechanics for an assist, and it led to a goal.
You know what? You started saying Lottie Audi. I was thinking, like, are we singing Lottie Dottie? We like to party. You know, trouble, lady, don't hurt nobody. Well, guess what? Right now, Garland has been putting the hurting onto Petit, but it has not been as potent as it was last game. They've been playing much better defense here, Cap.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm actually going to hit you with some Rocket League fun facts here. We're playing on Urban Central, a map is old, actually older than Rocket League itself, because this map was the feature of the showrunner before Rocket League that was known as Supersonic Acrobatic Rocket Battle Cars.
Every time that I cast with my guy Larry Ridley up there in CBS News Sports, he always talks about the fact that superpowered rocket action.
Supersonic acrobatic rocket powered battle cars.
See, he always says the full thing, and I always make fun of him by saying I don't remember, because he always tests me. He's like, Bordy, do you remember super califragilistic
Supersonic acrobatic rocket battle cars.
Yes, and he makes me say it that fast too. I'm not going to say that out on air. But I love the original name of Rocket League. I kind of wish they kept a little bit of it, but honestly, Rocket League rolls off the tongue a little bit more. Speaking of rolling right now, the defense is rolling for this Petit squad, and they finally have a shot on goal, but a little bit high in the sky. Unable to get it. Winning Dog was one of the most casual goals I've seen this whole series.
Also, I need to completely explain what's happening in net right there. You see Audi and VX kind of interlocked there. That in the Rocket League community is known as Rule 1. Yeah. If you get interlocked with a vehicle, it is just Rocket League etiquette not to break it.
Absolutely. They're making out in the corner of the goal, which
it's
is
bad juju if you break it, by the way.
Bad juju, right? Okay, you go to make out point, you make out on make out point, right? No, if you're interlocked right there, you might as well just keep on going. And honestly, they kept on going to the point to the Garland Owls scored again. Petit, again, they've been getting more, they've been having the ball more on the opposite side. The Garland Owls have definitely had to play more defense, but the offense has not stopped for Garland, though.
No, it has not. And that's mostly because they're playing on a lot of counterattacks. So even when they're playing defense, it leads to more offense. And we have seen that from Garland. They were able to recover. They're able to drop back and play defense. And we're looking at Petit. Unfortunately, they are still scoreless here in game number 2. But at the same time, it's not for a lack of trying. It's just Garland is so quick on the recovery that they're able to take these defensive plays and then turn them around into fast breaks.
That's what I'm talking about when it comes to good communication, good teamwork. As soon as that ball is cleared, the microsecond it's clear, somebody's up high in the sky and trying to make sure they can get a cross-court shot like that. Cooks is right there to pick up the slacks from their friend. Unfortunately, it doesn't end up putting into fruition. Audi just a little bit high in the sky. And look at that. Winning Dog, unfortunately, was getting some more boosties, unable to get back into the play, but it all works out for Garland because the ball is right back on Petit's side.
Once again, Cooks is cooking, and it's another one of those plays you have to ask yourself, what was better, the pass or the shot? I mean, it's so hard. Look at the lead. And you know what? There's a reason why I think the assists are a little bit more impressive, because you have to pass it to your teammate. It's a much smaller target than the goal, and it's a moving target when you get those passes done. So honestly, I just love the pass plays so much.
The setup shots in volleyball aren't appreciated enough, and the setup shots in Rocket League are similar. Just giving your teammates an opportunity at the goal, making sure that they have a good clears open to the lane. That's so important in this game. The more shots at goal, the more open shots you have. Hey, it's making it easier, especially for some of these strikers on Garland. If you set them up pretty easily, oh, they'll clean it up for you absolutely every single time.
Yeah, and now you can see with the final few seconds ticking away now, just about 35 left. And Garland, for the most part, are just playing keep away. They're just making sure that Poteet can't get any shots on target, and they're just making sure that they are patrolling at that midfield line, stealing those 100 boosts on towards the side, and running out these final 20 seconds.
And you know what? That's why they're playing with the ball a little bit in their hair, having it high in the sky. Wingdog tried to make sure that they can get the ball in just to rub it in a little bit more. But they have been playing keep away. Possession is the name of the game. Audi making sure that they want to put the cherry on top. That's not going to happen in that matchup, but the Garland Owls in a best-of-3 matchup clean up well and advance against the squad of Poteet.
Well, there you have it. And not only that, but their current record in that pool should now be 1-0. So they're also going to be joining the rest of their teams in the pool play that are undefeated. And I got to tell you, that's a really good boost of momentum to have and morale, because it's going to be a long day of play. You have got to keep that momentum building as long as you possibly can.
And you know what? We're gamers, right?
Yes.
What do we use? We use our hands. And our hands are our most important tool. But hey, they get tired too. If you're sitting here playing all these 7-game matches, 3-game matches, 5-game matches, right? You're taking it till the end, and you're making sure both squads are on their match point at the end. Guess what? That's a lot of wear and tear on the hardware that makes sure that you're here, right? You want to make sure that you're taking care of that and you're not extending these matchups. So sweeps are all the more invited in these matchups. We love to see that action.
Oh, 100%. And not to mention, you're sending a bold message to the rest of the players and teams that are in the pool play right now. I'm telling you, you go into the lobby and it's just surreal the amount of energy that there is, and everybody is building that momentum. They're building the energy. So it's really important to set that record as an undefeated team in your pool play, so that way you can send a message to every other team in the lobby that you are a team to look out for. You are the team to beat, and don't get comfortable in your pool, because there are sharks in the water.
Oh, there are sharks in the water, and guess what? I smell blood. Let's see who's gonna end up coming out of top. Of course, this is pool play. We're getting acclimated. There's plenty more action to come for some of these gamers. But speaking of these gamers, it's now time for Kelsey to get into the mind of some of these gamers and introduce themselves. Kelsey, we are not gonna take it away. Instead, we're gonna talk a little bit more about this action, because honestly, Rocket League action has been insane. The sweeps that we've seen today have been insane as well.
Oh, and not to mention, I'm really impressed with Garland, because they were showing some advanced mechanics as well. And one thing in particular that really stands above was the communication. Again, those pass plays. You notice whenever they were going for passes, there was already another player up in the air to receive the pass. That means it was pre-communicated that they were going to center the ball. They were setting up for the pass play.
I think you have to go a step before that as well. Even before the pass play, right? There ended up being a clear out. The clear out was the initiation for the fast break, right? It's effectively that rebounder, right? If we're playing like basketball or something like that, right? You have that person who gets the ball, pushes it out, right? And then from there, you have someone high in the sky who makes sure he crosses it to somebody else. They take the crosser, they hit it on in, go! And now we're running around celebrating like this Garland squad is. Honestly, the more victories, the better. But you get these victories, we've seen it time and time again. The reason we've seen these sweeps is because communication, so important. That's the most fundamental part of teamwork, and honestly, that's why we've been teammates for so long. Hey, we're professional yappers here, but honestly too, you have to be professional yappers while you're on the sticks as well, in order to make sure you secure the dubs.
Oh, 100%. And you know what? One of the best parts that we have is being able to talk to the players themselves, getting a little bit of a one-on-one FaceTime, and then also giving themselves a little bit of time in the limelight, let everyone else know what they're here for, what makes them so competitive and where they had to come from in order to make it here today. And that's one of my favorite things, getting to know the players behind the sticks.
Oh man, honestly, the moment that I had really helping out that student caster, but then also too talking to these students on stage. Now we have our interviews set up. We're gonna throw it to Kelsey to talk a little bit more about this Garland squad.
Hello, Six Flags. We have on the stage the Garland Owls taking the win. If you would, tell me what school you guys go to and then introduce yourselves.
We go to Garland High School, and my team, Christian, Cooks G, and me, Buford, we won this. Oh, my bad. What's going on? Okay, we're good. Yeah, so we just been practicing just to get better. And
how does it feel to win?
It feels good, yeah. We still got a long way to go, but I think we can.
You do. And how do you guys keep your synergy up when you're in the game?
Oh. Honestly, we just like. We're good? Okay. Wait, are we good?
You're good.
So we. I don't hear myself.
You're good.
Oh.
Synergy. How do you keep it up?
We just like try to keep positive and never blame each other for mistakes. Like, it happens to everyone, so we just give each other second chances every time.
And how much practice do you say you guys put in?
He put in 20 hours a day last time. He did 2 games. And
so all day, all night,
yeah.
And that's how we have the Garland Owls on this stage, and we hope to see you guys again, all right?
Yeah.
Thank you. Back to you, Bordy.
Okay, awesome job right there. Again, congratulations to these Owls. Ooh, would have thought that they'd walk away with the victory. And honestly, great speeches from them. I love the celebration of students here at TechSF. It's one of my favorite parts, honestly, because, you know, we're little gamers, right? And when you're little gamers, we dreamed of having this moment in these stages. And guess what? Now we've arrived to a point where other people can have these stages too. The production side, whether it be the esports side, whether it be whatever side, I am so glad to be here at TechSF, and I hope you guys are happy to be here too. Bordy Nick Board, Captain Adsoko, we are here at Six Flags Fiesta, Texas, and we'll see you after a short break.
Deadeye versus Text Line is next on the main stage. Deadeye versus Text Line for Overwatch. Deadeye versus Text Line on the main stage.
A roller coaster of a day continues as we are getting over one hump. We are getting and approaching to another, and this one is sure to be a doozy. Maybe a loop-de-loop, a spinny spin, who knows? But I am Bordy McFord. That's Captain Adsoka here, and we are back again, undefeated Texas Championship here at Six Flags Fiesta, Texas, and we're back to some Overwatch action, going back to Pool 2, seeing some Dead Eye versus Text Line Tornado. Say that 5 times fast.
Nope.
Dead Eye Text Line.
I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna stick with Supersonic Acrobatic Rockapado battle cards. I have that down to a T.
Oh, man.
Right? But that tongue twister. Speaking of the Text Line Tornadoes. Get it? Tongue twister, tornado. Right.
No.
Again, we got puns for days, and we're gonna keep them coming. But regardless. I got to shout out the Text Line Tornadoes again because they literally traveled over 600 miles to be here today. Again, that is just pure dedication. I mean, that to me is like insane. And not only that, but I'm pretty sure, you know, they had to make the drive. Mm-hmm. You know, again, just being behind the wheel for over 600 miles. Like,
I'll tell you this, right? I will travel a lot of miles, but to do it by car and do it for this esports competition, that means that they want it. But will they get it? Yet to be determined. Right now, we'll introduce the squad. Kelsey, take it away.
Kelsey plays, and we are here at Six Flags Fiesta, Texas. And I know you guys are out there riding rides and winning prizes. Make sure you're staying hydrated. But please help me welcome to the stage the Text Line Tornadoes. Yeah. Give it up again, the Text Line Tornadoes. Thank you, guys. And next up, we have the Lubbock Deadeye. Give it up for the Lubbock Deadeye. Give it up one more time for both of these teams. Overwatch 2, let's go. Captain Atsoka, Bordy, take it away.
Again, I love the intros. I appreciate the walkouts that have, you know, a little costume with it. We saw it with LeBron. We saw it with a couple other teams last year. But I love to see a little bit of rainbow hat action too, right? And a little wizard hat too. It's very nice.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have the one opportunity to be on stage. You know, you got the cameras, you got the lights, all on you. You might as well bring a little bit of extra drip. You know what I'm talking about? Like if it was me on stage, I would definitely be coming in some type of costume. I'd be wearing something.
Wizard suit, the pirate suit. You know, we talked about that. Captain Cap'n. You know.
100%.
Well, we'll see. Maybe next year we can get you in like a pirate suit, right? But we'll see what will happen later on in this matchup. Lubbock Deadeye versus Text Line Tornadoes. We're gonna see them go against each other here in some Overwatch action. And honestly, we've seen a little bit of Overwatch. They've been some sweeps. So I'm hoping for this matchup, we see a little bit something more competitive because although sweeps can have their own competition within it, I'm not saying like there wasn't. It's nice when we have matches being won during this competition as well.
Oh yeah, a nice little back and forth, some tug of war, you know. You don't want to see like a full 3-0 sweep. We want to get as much play time as possible. That's what we want. We want to see these games go the full distance, going all the way into game 3, go all the way to game 5, go into overtime. We want to see some real just nitty-gritty Overwatch. And I think we're actually going to get ready to get into that because we've already seen 2 great matches. And if these teams were doing their homework and they were watching, they were paying attention, they were taking notes, they're active from pool play. So I think both of these teams should be warmed up. I mean, we're halfway through the day.
Yes, halfway through the day. We've already played a couple games. They've probably played a whole bunch of skirmishes as well. So nothing to worry about shaking off that rust besides, I guess, first time being on stage for themselves. In actuality, it's making sure that their teamwork is together. We've seen that the teams that have won here today have won it because they have good communication and great teamwork, and nothing is more important than in this game playing together as a unit.
Yeah, absolutely. And now you can see, very interesting, something that you should be excited for. We get the Reinhardt coming out to start things off here in map number 1, and I am all here for it. And now you can see not only that, but we also are going to have the Sojourn, one of the best hit scan players in the game, in my opinion. Unfortunately, they do get eliminated, but they're able to get the assist for this Reinhardt, able to come through and get big elimination. Chosen trash is anything but trash.
Oh, anything but trash. Mediocre Mike doing it up for the Genjis. We've seen excellent gameplay from these Genjis, so I'm hoping that these anything but mediocre, because we've seen excellent plays so far. The Brigitte is out. Lucio getting it done right there. Firm control by these Lebak dead eyes. They've been really having some dead eyes. This Hanzo has been doing some work, and great job with that pin. Just got the corner right there, but great job, Chosen Trash, like you said, picking up that trash by the team and getting those eliminations off that sliver of health.
Yeah, and you know what, I'm looking at the compositions right now, and you know, once again, we get to see that Roadhog, which I absolutely love. I love Roadhog. However, with that being said, you know, so far here on Control, it hasn't been really doing them any favors. Again, they have to shield their teammates, and unfortunately for Roadhog, they really don't have a lot of shields, although they are getting a lot of these yanks, but against the Reinhardt, that's not going to do much. That big old shield is soaking up so much damage, and now, here comes King Foxy with a team kill off of the Dragon's Fury.
What did I say about Hanzo? You get a Hanzo in a good corner, you can wipe the entire team away, and that's what they did. Only one more person to beat Dasavo did the rest right there. You get a good ult, you get something popping. So we saw that right now from Lubba. Can they continue? And guess what? King Mike has something in their back pocket, along with Dasavo going ahead and doing the Soundbury as well. Great job.
And you know what, just for like a little bit of Overwatch fandom, a little bit of lore, you gotta love that what Lubbock Deadeye are bringing to the game, because they have Hanzo, Genji, and they have Kiriko, all three part of the same ninja clan.
So these ninjas are playing right now.
Oh, yeah,
They're playing
100%.
very well right now. Doing an excellent job. Lubbock is just playing together as a team. As we said before, teamwork makes the dream work. Timely ults have been really good for them as well. So again, Lubbock taking away the first match, but not necessarily the first round, not necessarily the first match. There's still more left to go here as we get the other version of this map. But again, I like these compositions. I was proud to see Reinhardt. Sometimes Reinhardt has been out of the meta, so to see Reinhardt again, it's wonderful. We're back in Greece, and this is usually where we might see a character fly up in the air, maybe an Echo, you know, but instead, everybody's feeling quite grounded right now. We'll see if things change.
Yeah, and right now you're also looking at Lubbock Deadeye. They're going to be going with the Winston here. They're swapped out from the Reinhardt, and I think this is the right choice, because particularly on this map, the boop potential is so high. You can hit players off the side of the map, get 3 eliminations, and now King Foxy, again, able to find more eliminations, not for free, they get another, and right now, King Foxy is the Deadeye of the Lubbock Deadeye.
Oh my gosh, it's been feeling good. I feel like I'm playing Red Dead Redemption again, because they are on target, getting headies worth every single penny. Honestly, it's been a show. Good job by Mediocre Mike going ahead. Oh, I thought they were going to capture a point. Instead, they're playing around with their food a little bit, maybe trying to lull them into a false security and try to get them while they're pinned up inside. We'll see how that method actually ends up working for them. Right now, though, the text line Tornadoes not good in the health department, and now they start to fall.
Yeah, I'll be honest, that was a very brave Moira. That Moira literally tried to go in 1v1 a Roadhog. Like, that's dangerous. Like, I get it, you're Moira, you're putting out DPS, but that is a Roadhog. They literally eat DPS. They eat support characters.
Fear
like,
nothing.
Look how big they are. You do not want to push Roadhog.
Fear nothing, right? You just run into battle, you know? I'm kind of like Brigitte. I run into battle, and unlike Brigitte, I have no shield. But really working towards me, I'll just figure out the game plan afterwards. Right now, Bastion is just diving in just like a Bastion should. But honestly, the text line Tornadoes have been doing a great job holding a line. I don't know how long this lasts, though, Captain.
Yep, well, that remains to be seen as once again you have the Primal Rage, and this is where it is perfect to be played, and that is inside this tight corridor, because not only are you going to be able to get massive damage, but the boot potential is there as well. Every time in Primal Rage you take a swing, there's massive knockback, and that knockback can send you over the ledge. And now I'm very interested to see on these swaps, because now you can see Dasadal bringing in the Life Weaver here on Ilios, and I'm wondering how that character plays on this map. Meanwhile, you do have the mediocre Mike coming through with a big elimination, a big 3-piece on the Tracer. And you know what? I'm used to seeing that, but I'm not used to seeing that on Ilios.
Oh, no, not at all, especially Ilios, too. The sneaky-deekity players, you know, something like a Tracer, something like a Sombra, you usually don't see them really get to their levels as much as these other maps, but hey, that's what makes some of these gameplays so good. These players really showing up and showing out. You talked about knockback. I was interested to see maybe if Lone Wolf, you know, activating their ult might be able to push some of these players off of hold. But right now you see Chosen Trash doing what a Winston does, getting right into the face of battle, and they already got 2 players down, just 1 more to beat. It's tank on tank, and guess what? I'm taking the tank with a little bit of help on his side.
Yeah, and you also got to look at the ult economy right now. You got 1 ult on the side of Deadeye, you got 3 at the ready on the side of the Tornadoes, and not only that, but one of them is the whole hog. If you activate the whole hog, that Roadhog ultimate, while you're inside on point, you can literally knock back so many players over the ledge. And now we're getting right back to Mediocre Mike, who is being able to penetrate into the back line and get rid of their support characters. They're trying to go after the Kiriko as another Dragon Rage comes out, and just like this, right now, it is the Deadeye that are just looking so fierce, and out comes the whole hog.
No, they're really playing to their advantage and making sure that they understand how to get into these cubby holes. I appreciate it, because they lull into this false sense of security. Textline thinks that they've got the point, that they have everything together, and then they activate one of their specials, say poopy off. They do everything that they need to, and then activate their ultimates as well. Deadeye getting into the heart and minds of the Tornadoes and really taking advantage of them, resting on their laurels a bit.
Well, there you go. Remember how I talked about the boot potential? That's why we love Lucio. Lucio also has the boot, and they were able to send the Kiriko off of the map, and now Chosen Trash also coming through with an elimination onto the Bastion. And once again, Mediocre Mike playing some not-so-mediocre gameplay as they're able to get the final elimination, as it will be the Deadeyes to take the map 1 win.
And I love that job. Again, as I said, the time right before they actually closed that point, what they did is they left the point open. Even from the beginning of the game, you saw the Tracer actually start to say, hey, maybe I'll go ahead and take point just a little bit. They decided to back off. Guess what then? The Tornadoes came through and said, hey, we can mow them all over, get these objectives. Unfortunately for them, though, they had an enemy that was bound to get them. The Deadeye was Deadeyeing, really using those Hanzo ults, the Primal Rage, and their knockbacks to make sure they knocked off the point and got them to lull them into a false sense of security, and then got them flipping. There you go.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a good old-fashioned bait and switch. You know, they're able to lure in their opponents, and then all of a sudden, oh, we're actually not, you know, looking at a little worse for wear. Oopsie. We're kind of here to trap you.
Yeah.
But regardless, I mean, one thing that I really want to point out is the Hanzo player. The Hanzo player actually came through to get the play of the game, rightfully so, well-deserved. And the reason that is so impressive to me is because Hanzo has been getting lower and lower pick rates, because you have players like Ashe, Widowmaker, again, a lot of these long-range hit scans as well with Sojourn, when they fully charge their railgun and they get the overclock, that can one-hit from distance.
Absolutely.
So it's kind of decreasing the pick rate of Hanzo a little bit, but it's good to see even in this new season that Hanzo is still getting played by some very talented players.
Skilled players can still make skilled plays, even though there might be other people and other players on their way, right? You know, it doesn't matter who they're going against or who might be theoretically a better pick. If you're comfortable with a champion, with a hero, I'm going to pick them every single time. And the way that their aim was true, honestly, I would not switch it. They're still getting these headies, these one-shot, these one deaths and knockouts. So honestly, for their sake, I would keep to these Hanzos. As I said before, a good Hanzo not only makes sure that they get these headies long range too, but also they use their ults effectively, and that's what we saw. We almost saw an entire team wipe off one ult pop alone. You make sure that you have plays like that and use it to your advantage, great things could happen, and right now the Dead Eye is feeling really good about themselves.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it was a fantastic first game, and now you're getting ready to head into game number 2, and you're going to have a massive amount of momentum on your side, because that was actually coming down to the wire in that last matchup. It was kind of a toss-up for a moment on who was going to be able to take it, because the Tornadoes were answering back in a major way, and now going into game number 2, which is going to be that hybrid payload game mode, could be the opportunity that the Tornadoes need in order to get a win on the board.
It could be, but it's yet to be determined again. We are going to none other than Blizzard World.
One of my faves.
It looks so fun to be a part of it.
You ever played World of Warcraft?
I have not played World of Warcraft, but
That's
I always
what this
wanted
is.
to.
This
Yes.
is Goldshire, by the way. Old school WoW nerd, for the record. That's why I love this so much, and we're pretty much in like Stormwind, essentially, and that's why this map is so cool. It's like decked out in like all World of Warcraft cosmetics.
You know what? I played Baby's Worldcraft. I played RuneScape. Unfortunately, my computer.
I love RuneScape.
I love RuneScape. My computer could not handle WoW. Instead, now I have to see these players and say WoW as they attack their opponents. And look at that, already doing a great job. These long-range snipers coming in handy. The Ana from King Mike, and also the Widowmaker from King Foxy. We've seen them get some long-range shots. Let's see if they can continue their onslaught this time with the Widow.
Yeah, take a look at this. Once again, we do have that new DPS character coming out from Mediocre Mike, and they already did such a phenomenal job with that, with the Tracer earlier. It's no surprise to see them already getting eliminations. However, they did get traded out. Meanwhile, you have King Foxy on the Widowmaker able to find one, looking to get a 2-piece, and they managed to hold off the onslaught from the text line Tornadoes and keep them at bay. They're going to have to recover, recollect, respawn, and get back in.
You know what? Shakira says my hips don't lie. King Foxy says my aim don't lie, okay? It doesn't matter what champion you put against me. I'm gonna wear a poop emoji on my head, but it'll be rainbow instead. And guess what? My aim will be as true as ever, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. Just from all angles, getting damage right there and about to take more bodies out on the way. But good push right here from the text line Tornadoes. They're not going quietly into the night.
No, they are not. They're coming in with full fury here, and they're nearly able to get this elimination. You can see Hyena able to find one there. Good shot coming off of the Roadhog, and now King Foxy has to use that secondary weapon, that assault rifle, to try and get this elimination, because again, Widowmaker from a short range is not as good from long. But meanwhile, you can see the rest of the text line Tornadoes are going to be pushing in, and they should be able to activate this first checkpoint and get the payload, as it will be Payon to get a big hack onto the Whiston, leading to the elimination. And now, just like that, the text line Tornadoes are only one tick away from getting the payload. It's still contested, big anti-nade, and now the Molten Core comes out as well, but the payload has been activated.
What an exchange right there. It looked like Chosen Trash was just going to give up on it completely. Instead, the Textile Tornadoes decided we are not going to go down. They end up getting the payload after all, but what a push by Deadeye to make sure that they didn't get that easy. An awesome exchange, but at the end of the day, we are pushing that payload. King Foxy now starting to go back and continuing to keep on to the Widowmaker, even though their peak points aren't at as much of an advantage. Look at Mike using that venture well, getting up close and personal to this offense of the Textile Tornadoes.
I'll be honest, that drill looked a lot more brutal at close range. That was like a very brutal elimination. That looked like something out of a horror movie.
Now I'm thinking about all the Saw movies and how I'm thinking about things I don't want to see. But look at that! The Sombra ult affects every single person of this Lubbock's Deadeye squad. But look at that. It does not matter. Lubbock's Deadeye going again. And look at that. King Foxy getting behind the defense, catching them off guard. You attack that support, you can attack that main line of defense and do something. But unfortunately for them, they end up getting caught. And now the team falls down.
Yeah, and you see, I was wondering if that was on purpose because the Widowmaker got nano boosted by the Ana, right? So I was wondering if that was actually on purpose or not, because normally, you know, that's not the character that you end up nano boosting. Normally, it's either like a DPS or you put it on the tank. Doesn't matter though. They tried to make the most of it, but unfortunately, they were eliminated. Now you can see the payload continuing to move forward as there has been some changes on the side of Deadeye. They're going to be breaking out the Genji and they're bringing out the Mercy, and as soon as I speak them into existence, the Mercy gets eliminated.
The Mercy does get eliminated. Lord have mercy on them. Venture trying to dig this way out and try to pop up onto the competition right now. Sombra is knocked out. One more tank to go. And right now they are fighting for their like hyena right now. Getting away with the breathe and lasting on, but the breathe can only save you. But so long, I get caught eventually.
Yeah, and I gotta tell you, you know, Venture as a new character is looking very threatening to me right now. They are playing so phenomenally, being able to take on a tank in a 1v1 and win. That's absolutely insane. And you know what, I haven't really, and most of us in the Overwatch community have not gotten enough exposure of Venture yet to really know how they fall into the compositions. But right now, it seems like the Lubbock Deadeye, they have Venture figured out.
You know, sometimes when a character first pops into the scene, it's either one way. It's either they're not as optimized as you'd like, and unfortunately, they're not fun to use, as you see Lone Wolf right there try to do a last-ditch effort. I do not like that placement of that Molten Core, yeah, unfortunately. You're going 1v1 with a player with much more mobility. You're not going to get them, honestly. Try to do it to the team that is all over you. But again, sometimes they're either not optimized correctly and they need to be reworked immediately, or they pump out so much DPS, and that's exactly what this Venture is doing. That's what the Lubbock squad is doing in general right now. Absolute stalemate right now, right before the entrance of Blizzworld.
Yeah, and now you can see the Tornadoes only have 45 seconds left to try and get to that second checkpoint. If not, then the payload is going to end here in now. So let's see if they're going to be able to try and get that payload just a few meters more further. And now King Foxy coming out with the Dragon's Blade, able to find one elimination, now gets another, looking to get a third as they continue to follow up with the Shuriken, trying to get the finish, and there it is. They get yet another elimination. Big plays being made by none other than King Foxy as they hold off the whole hog, and they will be able to eliminate Hyena.
Blocking that many shots of a whole hog right there, getting in the face of a tank and decided, hey, guess what? I am better. This whole day has been Genji diff, and guess what? It's been a Genji Armageddon right now. So many Genji players have been popping off. King Foxy has been holding down the line for DPS, and they finish off the game in what could be a play of the game of this round.
And there you have it. That is going to be the first round here on Blizzard World, done and in the books. Now, if you're on the side and you know you're looking at the opponents of the Texas Tornado, of the Tex Line Tornado. I said the Texas Tornadoes. But regardless, you know, you're looking on the other side now, and all they have to do, they have to beat Tex Line's score. So they don't even have to make it to the second checkpoint. They just have to make it 1 meter further than where Tex Line was. So right now, Deadeye, all they got to do is just push a little bit further than what Tex Line did, and they get the dub.
Just keep swinging. Just keep swinging. Just keep a little bit further, and that's all you need to do, right? You don't need to force it. And honestly, hopefully for them, they realize that they don't need to be over-aggressive, push too far, but it looks like this Lubbock squad understands their competition and their compositions as well. We're going with a little bit of a switch here. First time that we're seeing some Wrecking Ball action, and we also see some Pharah action on the other side as well. So a little bit of new introduction of characters. I'm excited to see how it works, but King Foxy though, making that switch to Junk, I'm very intrigued with that. Junk can be quite the nuisance at different angles. We'll see, since King Foxy has been so aggressive and quite the nuisance playing all these other DPS players, I have a feeling that they're going to do an excellent job. Maybe have a whole team wipe for the Riptire, the way they're playing right now.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm all for having a good Junkrat on my squad, but anytime that I see a Pharah on the other team, I'm instantly want to try and go with more of a hit scan player. So something like a Soldier 76, something more on the lines of a Sojourn. Any type of DPS that really has a pretty good hit scan is a great counter to a lot of these flying players, because you can already see Payon trying to push the line there, and they get punished immediately by Mediocre Mike, who is just clicking shots with the Widowmaker as they find another.
It's so so absurd I have to move my mic while I'm laughing right now because some of these headies are crazy right now. I thought that King Foxy was the aim god on this team. Well, guess what? Mediocre Mike says that name is only suggestion. They are playing anything but mediocre, going ahead and capturing the point by themselves. They took out the Pharah up in the sky and down low as well. They're multi-talented.
Yeah, I guess you don't need, you know, hit scan when you have the Widowmaker. When you have mediocre Mike, I mean, they don't need a hit scan, they just hit.
Yes, yes. Scan what, you know? You're gonna be scanning your own body after I'm done with you right now, right? It's not gonna work out well. Brigitte, though, really powering through. Unfortunately, they're just trying to hold it on down till their team comes. A Bastion pops up. Look at this, the squad is finally coming up and ready, but the Deadeye is also there. Chosen Traps getting eliminated, so good job by the Tornadoes to come back and make sure that they don't capture Objective A easily.
Absolutely, but it was also a pretty decent push coming from the Deadeye as well because they managed to get 2 ticks off the payload. So now when they come back on towards that A site, all they got to do is get 1 more tick and then the payload will be a move. And meanwhile, Mediocre Mike does have their ult at the ready as one other ult did get popped. That was Das Mouse coming through with the Brigitte ult as they are going to be pushing right on through, going right for the Mercy, trying to get into the back line of the support, looking to get the elimination, but they get eliminated by King Foxy instead.
King Foxy is taking no prisoners, and look at this. I knew King Foxy would come through, but look at that. Excellent time. That's great awareness by Textline. As soon as they heard the Riptire ult pop off, they said we are looking highest in the sky, and they got it to go because all their squad was right below that. That looked like an excellent play from King Foxy. Instead, it resulted in nada.
Yep, and they're able to get rid of the Roadhog as well. That's going to be a big elimination now as they should be able to take point, no problem. Is now, you can see the Tree of Life does come out off of the Life Weaver, and granted it might have been a little bit of overkill, but at least they secure the payload as Mediocre Mike is able to take the point and end it with a 2-piece.
Oh my gosh, like some of these plays, like crowd, y'all are oohing and awing. I'm oohing and awing right now as well as I see some of these plays from Mediocre Mike. Again, King Foxy was doing the job earlier on. Guess what? They're coming back as well. King Foxy, speaking of which, ended up being eliminated right there from the Bastion ult. And guess what? Mediocre Mike, they're trying to get eliminations of their own. Not finding anybody quite yet, but soon on the way to be found.
Well, here we are trying to get the payload moving again. They don't have to get it all the way to the second checkpoint. They just have to beat Textline Tornadoes in their amount that they managed to get. And that was a big Wrecking Ball ult there just to clear away from that initial choke point. And now they're going to have a long stretch of road to take the payload. And they're not going to have to worry about any more choke holds. Oh my goodness, Mediocre Mike flies high and finds a head click. Someone clip that, put it on the highlight reel.
Oh my gosh, this entire matchup has been a highlight reel if you're Mediocre Mike. Honestly, I don't care what's happening the rest of the game. I just want to see Mediocre Mike do their thing and play anything but mediocre, as you see taking out that Bastion that just took out somebody else as well. They are on fire on this game, and honestly, I can't wait to see what's next from some of these plays by them. But on the other side, right, look at these Textile Tornadoes. They've been doing a decent job of stopping Lubbock from actually pushing this payload soar. So for as much highlights that you're seeing from Mediocre Mike, it hasn't really resulted in anything for this Lubbock squad, at least yet.
Yeah, well, here comes the Riptire. It is back online. I don't think they were able to call it in just yet. I think they're going to hold on to it, but they do have it at the ready if need be. We're going right back onto the payload, and you can see that King Mike trying to keep that Wrecking Ball alive and doing a really good job at that as once again, Mediocre Mike from the back line able to find yet another elimination. Looking to find another. Goes a little bit too high. They're doing a lot of damage now onto the Roadhog. Nearly eliminated, and they shut down the rocket barrage before it could even come out.
Hey, Observer in the background. Yeah, just keep the camera on Mediocre Mike, okay? Because right now they are giving the amount of clips that I saw from them in that stage alone, they cleared it themselves. So great job by them, just continuing their onslaught and making it hard for the other squad to get anywhere close to the payload. Again, coming away with the player of the game, but I don't care care what clip they show from us, it's still not enough because there were just that many more plays that Mediocre Mike continued to produce throughout the whole matchup.
Yeah, that was absolutely insane, you know, and that's exactly why we were harping back earlier, because remember, they were also playing, if I'm not mistaken, when we saw a lot of that Hanzo play. We got to see some great Hanzo play a little bit earlier, and they were literally just landing their shots. They were able to use their ultimate to peak efficiency, but at the same time, you know, when you bring out players like the Widowmaker, you can really see the difference between those two characters, between the Hanzo, between the Widowmaker, and it really is a big difference, which is why I'm not mad at the Hanzo pick. I just think it has to be on the right map, and right there, Blizzard World was a great map for Mike there on that Widowmaker.
I'll interject just quick. I believe it was Foxy that had the Hanzo. Foxy was the one that had the Hanzo. However, remember when we saw the Genji that was making plays and really up and close and personal in their face? Guess what? It was Mediocre Mike that was producing that. So Mediocre Mike doing it two ways, right? They don't need to do it just from aiming down the sides. They can also do it up close and personal as well. But think about that, Cap, right? We confused the two because their aim was just that true, right? You have two absolute maulers on your squad right now. Really doing a great job getting these head clicks, getting these highlight clips. I promise you, every other play from either one of these players is a, yeah, clip that moment. Chat, clip that. Clip that, chat, please.
Absolutely. And now, not only that, but we have to keep in mind that Deadeye are currently 2-0 in the series. If they get one more win, then they are going to take the game, and they're going to be moving on into pool play, getting an even better record as we get ready to go into the next matchup. It's going to be map number 3, and we all know what that means. We're getting ready to head into some Flashpoint.
Oh, Flashpoint, high frenetic energy, and honestly, too, we'll see what the Lubbock Deadeyes do with that news as well, because they've been getting a lot of their eliminations off long-range assaults, right? So we'll see maybe if things start to change when you're up close and personal. I think we saw when it was Foxy, when they had the Widow and they had to switch to that assault weapon, they weren't hitting their shots as much, right? So we'll see what happens when they're more up close and personal here on Flashpoint. At least in this first checkpoint, we're gonna see things change. Maybe towards the second and the third one, you know, we see a little bit more action, especially on the movement where we're going towards the other flashpoints as well. But in this first one, you have to be up close, you have to be intimate. You can't be in the back with that Widow.
Yeah, and not to mention, we all got to address the elephant in the room. I mean, you're looking at the poop emoji hat, you know, that is currently being worn on the side of Deadeye, and little do we know that that actually comes with a +10 buff in accuracy. So that explains a lot on how they're able to land so many of these shots.
You know what? I have beef with production. I have beef with Six Flags. I believe this team was planted. What do you mean that we have two absolute stunners, Deadeyes themselves, on a team called Deadeye?
Yeah.
Is this a coincidence? Isn't that weird?
No,
Isn't this a coincidence? Hey, yo. And maybe once you join the Lubbock squad yourself, you become a Deadeye, and then you get a 10+ buff as well. So with the poop emoji hat, then that's like a 20 buff, right?
Exactly.
You know? Yeah.
You see, it 100%. I mean, it's like instant. An instant accuracy buff to where you no longer miss your headshots, and that was really what the difference maker was with the Widowmaker, is that not only were they landing shots, they were deliberately landing headshots. So anytime that you get a character that was 150 or less health even, that is instant one hit, dead, gone, and then that's it. Now you have to, of course, put a little bit more effort into the tank characters, but they had no problem with that as well. They literally hit the Roadhog 2 consecutive headshots to the dome piece.
Wait, man, I have to ask one of these players afterwards, how does it feel to be a walking aimbot, right? Because, you know, my accuracy has been fine. Maybe if I grind a little bit, my Baptiste accuracy isn't that bad. I'm not hitting anything close to these shots that these players are doing. So especially you do, hey, those Widow shots where you're up in the air and you're floating and you're still able to aim down the sights and aim true and get a heady, ooh, wee. Excellent play that we've seen so far, but hey, Textline is no joke in themselves. They've honestly been on the bad end of just some exciting plays from this other squad. I wonder how they're going to be able to turn this thing on around. All I know is that they have to make sure that they pump into characters that have a solid defensive strategy and self-heals, Cap.
Well, I mean, defense, you can nearly throw that out the window now that we're heading into Flashpoint, because it's going to be all offense, all aggression, all gas and no breaks. My question is that will Deadeye once again try and bring a sniper into the mix? They brought a sniper each and every time so far, but I don't think Flashpoint is the game mode for that. I'm wondering if they're going to double down on hit scan, but if you are going to try and make a complementary player that's kind of like that sniper role, you're going to want to go with either a Cassidy, who is able to get, again, those high percentage hits off the clicks, and again, they're not necessarily hit scan because it's a semi-automatic weapon, the revolver, or you can go with Ash as well, because Ash also can ADS with the rifle, and then all of a sudden you have somewhat of a semi-sniper. It's not scoped, but it's still going to put out high damage. So I think that would probably be a better pick, but at the end of the day, it's all up to Deadeye on how they approach this next Flashpoint match.
Yeah, I feel like going with maybe an Ash and a Hanzo situation might be the best to work out with them, just to have that perfect marriage of, yeah, you can do it long range, so you're a little bit more comfortable with it, the fact that they have that long range in their bag, but ultimately you are going to be up close, you are going to be intimate, you are going to have to carry, and you're going to have to make sure your accuracy is true. As I said before, we've seen Mike, who was great long range, unfortunately not able to make sure that they hit those assault rifle shots with that Widow. So we'll see if things change again. Maybe the audacity of Deadeye, Lubbock just knows that they're that good at Deadeyes, that they can bring a sniper to a knife fight, but hey, who knows? Anything is possible. As we approach Flashpoint, these players loading on in, and we're going with a Doomfist from Solaire right there.
Not surprised whatsoever. Again, this is Flashpoint. You want to get somebody that can really penetrate the line, go for the supports, and deal out a lot of damage very quickly. And again, that's that dive meta that we were talking about. It's the Doomfist, it's the Junker Queen. Not to mention we're playing on New Junk City, so I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a Junker Queen anyway, defending home territory, getting that home field advantage. But regardless, we did have at least one little technical difficulty. I think our Doomfist, unfortunately, got booted from the match for whatever reason, maybe just for being too OP.
You know what? Maybe they were like, actually, I just wanted to trick you casters. Oh, you thought I was going to do plays. Haha, activated my trap card. I'm just going to come out, you know? So I don't mind that, honestly. Get us guessing, you know? As casters, you never know when we might have to, you know, throw the break, if you might have to stay here, or if you might have to chat it on up. And I don't mind chatting it on up when it comes to this Deadeye squad, the Tornado squad as well, the strategy going into this Junker Queen town. You want to make sure that you know exactly how you're going to go with these compositions, so you got a little bit of a peek before this action. I'm not mad if I'm text line, just so I can strategize a little better.
Oh, absolutely. And now that you're going to have that extra time to kind of strategize, you're going to be able to come up with a good game plan. And like we said before, Flashpoint is a completely different game mode, so it's a completely different strategy. And for all we know, Text Line Tornadoes could be that Flashpoint team. Yeah. They could just come out of nowhere from the top rope and then start getting eliminations. Maybe it's this change of pace of play that could really benefit the Tornadoes going into map 3.
Because like, as we talked about it, right, they've been really winning the snipe game, the zoning out game, right? So you can't come up and can't get close and personal to them. Well, guess what? In Flashpoint, you kind of have to do that, right? So theoretically, maybe if you're Deadeye, like as I said, you can bring a sniper to a knife fight. But let's say that text line, maybe this is exactly what they want, right? Maybe they're better in close range melee situations, and then you can go to these melee players. You know what? You don't have to rely on your aim as much. You can play a little bit more CC type play and energy, right? So you don't have to be as precise. There's less room for error, and honestly, that helps a team that's down right now.
Oh, 100%. And you know what? I'm really interested to see how it works, because we've already seen the Roadhog come out from the Tornadoes, you know, time and time again, and not necessarily on the best maps or on the best game modes. Again, for Payload Escort, I'm not the biggest fan of Roadhog, but on Flashpoint, when you need to bring that extra damage, that extra aggression.
Breathing, the breathe can help you so much. It helps last a little bit longer in these fights, you know?
Oh, 100%. And you know what? I love Roadhog. I see myself in Roadhog because I myself am also an overweight asthmatic, so I understand it. I get it. You know, 100%. I got my inhaler right there, as a matter of fact, right there on the desk. So trust me, I'm able to relate a lot to Roadhog, you know, as a character. So I wish we could have more instances where they are a lot more viable. And you know what? I think on New Junk City, on Flashpoint, I think this might be the map for our Roadhog.
Oh, this just might be. This
yes.
just in. Maybe a little bit of Roadhog action you might see. I would love to see that as well. Again, you talked a little bit about close range action too. You have that shotty, the shotgun blast. Make sure that you're there to zone out the competition. And go ahead, breathe a little bit for us. I don't know if we're on camera right now, guys, but guess what? He definitely was like Roadhog. Breathed some life to him. Now he has a lot more energy to last throughout this cast right now as we work out our technical difficulties right now. But it looks like that time is over. We can already hear the audio in the background. We've worked through it, and now we finally get to see if this might be the last matchup between Deadeye versus the Tornadoes, or if there's more to come here. But instead of getting, oh, we actually do get that lovely Roadhog like he talked about, but unfortunately they're wiped away almost immediately as we jump into the action.
Yeah, and no big surprise there. Again, you have Solaire on the Doomfist, who was able to really, again, go right into the face and the opposition of that Roadhog.
Absolutely, absolutely. And now we're seeing this right here. They're all setting up Lubbock. I appreciate them just standing up, making sure that they're fine. They're finally able to capture this point. I'm not sure why we go Farah right here, Payon does, because Payon doesn't have as much room to operate. Doomfist has plenty of room, though, right now. Solaire clearing out the competition and going after some of these DPS and supports. It's looking like that Brigitte has nothing to go against this Doomfist. They are getting bullied into a corner, and that's exactly what happens. Again, another clear out the way. Deadeye coming through and getting more again. So the Lubbock squad, as you talked about, Cap, they really are feeling themselves and doing great. Textile, you thought maybe, hey, this might be their opportunity to turn around, already having 26%, but Lubbock Deadeye says we are not going to let you have any room to breathe. As you're seeing it right now, he predicted a Cassidy would come through, and Cassidy is on fire right now for King Foxy. So short range coming through for them. Solaire getting another one out the way. Mediocre Mike going with the Bastion. That's cleared away, and now we're going to our next flashpoint rotations all coming around. Tried to catch him slipping right there. I'm not mad at Mediocre Mike to wait until their support comes, and I don't mean necessarily just having support players. I mean their other squad as well, because you cannot 1v1 a Bastion versus a Roadhog. Not at all. But look at that right there. Good job, Lone Wolf getting another one. They're going down as well. Textile Tornadoes, they need some momentum in their way. So let's see what might happen, because guess what, Cap? 3 ults available for this Lubbock squad.
Oh, absolutely. And now, again, those are the ults I'm going to be looking at. And you know what? I really do love what I see from King Foxy. Again, we talked about making the switch from the sniper over to something a little bit more consecutive, and the Cassidy came up, and King Foxy is on the Cassidy. Let's see what they can make of it.
Yes, absolutely right. We were talking about that switch. Guess what? Spoke into fruition. Didn't expect the Bastion. I did expect the Meteor Fist to do some damage, and that's exactly what Solaire does. Getting a 3-piece right there, no chicken biscuit required. Instead, they're trying to get a 4-piece, get the whole bucket to go on down, and there you go. Almost an entire team wipe. Lone Wolf the only one left, and hey, it's apropos considering the name. And the game as well from this Deadeye squad. Hey, it makes sense why they're named that. It could be what could be the final push for some of these squads is coming up. Text line, Tornadoes got 62%, so great job making sure that they're holding on to this point and not going silently into this night. But the Lubbock squad gaining control again. Good job with the Brigitte, trying to make sure they can rally their teammates, but in order to rally, you need to make sure you have your squad next to you. So unfortunately, timed ult right there. Luckily, Farah coming ahead on the way and getting their ult popped off as well. So they're holding off to this Lubbock squad, and a recapture point.
Yeah, now you can see they're going right back to it here on Flashpoint already. It is 1-0 in the favor of Lubbock Deadeye as they look to take another.
They're looking, and my goodness, they are taking, look at this, 97%, and now we're at 100. They're finally on the board. The text line Tornadoes trying to turn this thing around, but not if Mediocre Mike has anything to do with that. Sometimes you need to get mean, and when you get mean, you usually go to the Bastion. But guess what? Good job by Payon. countering them along with the Kiriko to make sure you're knocked out. Right now, Payon is doing damage, and I questioned the Farah early on. Well, guess what? I was a fool. Farah, a great job right there, really carrying this Tornado squad, and now they whirl their way to our third checkpoint of this match. Doomfist right now, unfortunately going down. Eventually, Lone Wolf's Molten Core ends up getting them and the turn as well. Deadeye, there you go. They're losing bodies right now. It looks like Textline just might recapture this third point as well, Cap.
Yep, and let's see if they're going to be able to hold it. That's the question. It's one thing to take it, it's another thing to hold it.
Gotta know when to hold.
I knew you were going to say that.
I always say that. Like, what's the last cast I've done that I have not sung that? I wonder, right? It's always apropos. It works, you know?
Oh, absolutely. It goes very well. Meanwhile, this Roadhog going pretty well here on the choke point, but they're going to continue to hold on here as that Mercy from up on high is going to continue to heal the Doomfist, and that pocket heal is just so dangerous.
Oh, man. You saw that. Solaire got plenty of blows thrown their way, and yet they persist and they last. And look at that mediocre Mike. Again, the name is a contradiction, just like my name as well. They make sure that they wipe away their competition. Ironically enough, Lone Wolf was the Lone Wolf of that team. I guess their name was apropos, but that's a full team wipe. And now the momentum goes back on the side of Deadeye.
Yep, that it does, and it is still 1-1 here, but you also got to remind yourself that Lubbock Deadeye is up 2-0 in the series, so if they win this one on Flashpoint, then they will take the dub, and they will move on. Meanwhile, big Doomfist plays being made by Solaire in order to take at least one elimination on the Brigitte, and now looking for another, as they nearly got the Kiriko, who had to kind of phase shift away to avoid the danger.
Oh yeah, right now Doomfist trying to pick right now, picking away the stragglers and going after them like prey. Doomfist doing a great job right there. Lifeweaver being a DPS of their own right? Yeah, guys, you didn't know that. Lifeweaver has some in their game if you play it right, and that's exactly what Dasabol does. Already on fire early on. Lubbock looking like they might take this away, but there's still a couple ticks left on the clock before it's fully theirs.
Oh, absolutely, and then there is also a whole other Flashpoint after this one as well.
Oh, yes, there is. As we are approaching overtime for this second point, it's a game, set, and match for this one. However, there's still up to one more to go. This is match point for Deadeye. However, Textile can turn this thing on around. They turned around the first one. Will they do it again? It's a question.
Well, let's see. The next Flashpoint has yet to be activated, and now it's just an all-out spree here in a good old-fashioned TDM just to try and get these eliminations. They managed to get one onto Hyena on the Roadhog, and that is going to give them a big boost having to wait for that respawn as the next Flashpoint is getting ready to go live in just a matter of 3 seconds.
I'm sorry, the way that Dasabol ended up being eliminated was kind of goofy. They ended up like floating on up into the air. I tee-hee a little bit, okay? Solaire said tee-hee to the competition. They've been teeing them up just like you're playing Top Golf, right? 4, knocking them away and knocking them back again. Another zone captured by this Lubbock squad, but time ticks on. It needs to be consistency. I feel like they need a team push, and that's exactly what the Textile Tornadoes do. And right now the Roadhog says, I am up to the show. Let's get the hog on round.
Yep, here comes the whole hog on top of the Molten Core. Great combo there in order to clear sight, and now they're going to start getting some ticks away onto this Flashpoint as they try and stay alive here in this series to keep Texla and Tornadoes in this game.
Absolutely. They need to move as a squad, and exactly when they moved as a squad is exactly when they took over as a squad right there. So smart from them. But on the other end, you have none other than mediocre Mike's going off and eliminating some of the competition. Mediocre Mike got a 4-piece right there. So much so that Solaire didn't even have anywhere to go with the Meteor Strike. They were like, hey, save an elimination for me, why don't you? Again, Lubbock gaining control just when you think that Textile Tornadoes might turn this thing around.
And you know what? They still very much might. There's still plenty of time here. We're at 50% on the side of Deadeye as they continue to tick away, about to equalize, and now they surpass that of the Tornadoes. And still plenty of time for the Tornadoes to try and get at least one last good push in to take the point back.
Yes, one more push. Can they do it? Guess what? We're seeing the DPS Weaver go off, but right now we're seeing Deadeye go off as well. Soldier 76 says, that's what? Let's play. And they get 4, please, and more. King Foxy is back in their DPS bag, and oh boy, are they cooking.
Yeah, that they are, and that should just about do it there. I mean, I don't think there's going to be any type of recovery. The respawn will take too long, and there you have it. That is going to be the second flashpoint, and that is going to be the game in the favor of a Lubbock Deadeye.
Oh my goodness. Deadeye is so apropos. You not only have one player who was cooking it up in Mediocre Mike, but then you have Foxy as well. When you have two players that can get it however you want, look at that, Mediocre Mike going away with the player of the game with that play, but then we have the play on the other end with the Soldier 76, which is easily play number 2 for that matchup in that round. My goodness, the Deadeyes have been in firm control, and that's why they're named the way that they are, because the aim is true, and just like the aim is true, the wins are too.
Oh, 100%. And you know what? They absolutely deserved it. Again, be taking notes for every other team that is currently in pool play. Watch out for the Lubbock Deadeye. They have once again come through to make a huge statement here to every other team that they are here to win and they are here to be your state champions. And right now in the pool play, they are looking dominant as they will continue to move forward on their quest of being champions.
Because think about the way that they played too. We had our biggest question for them, right? They were getting a lot of eliminations long range too, and that's how they maintain control, right? They'd zone you out, you couldn't get close to your objectives because guess what? You had snipers all around you. You have to duck on your way to make sure that you can get to wherever you're supposed to go. But right there towards the end, we saw it even in Flashpoint where there's close quarters, everybody's right next to you. They're still able to weave their way into between the competition and still find a way to get their aims down sight, pull the trigger, and there you go, night-night. And that's exactly what they did. It didn't matter too. We thought like maybe go Cassidy, go Ana. They ended up going Cassidy. They went Bastion too, which I didn't expect. But still, Bastion, even though it's totally different than Genji that we saw before, it's totally different than Widowmaker we saw before. Hey, it worked out, and hey, speaking of working out, I want to work out when I watch these replays because I want to work on my aim because they make me feel small. Chow chow right now because they're doing it. Doing well.
Absolutely. I mean, there were just so many great replays and highlights, again, being made, particularly from the snipers, but also we had a lot of team plays as well, making the highlights happen. So again, a lot of good team effort just all throughout coming from the side of the Lubbock Deadeye, and it was being able to not just use the sniper effectively, getting those headshots, but being able to really build a team around that type of play style.
Oh, wait, and let's take a little bit of a peek of everything you talked about because, as you said, man, I hope it's around lunchtime. I hope you guys are feeling full. I'm feeling full because I saw some 4 pieces, some 5 pieces, some 6 pieces because the aims and the ults were great from none other than Mediocre Mike and King Foxy. We're seeing King Foxy go crazy. This is when we first saw it. Blizzard World is where they really start to establish themselves. 1 game down underneath their belt. They did great, but then we also saw Venture from Mike too. So you can do it up close and personal, or you can do it long range. I love the versatility.
Oh, absolutely, and they were just being an absolute nuisance from the get-go. Speaking of, again, you had players like King Foxy. By the way, King Foxy is the one I'm pretty sure that has the hat on, the poop emoji hat. So again, it's that extra buff and damage from the hat that just works wonders for a Lubbock Deadeye.
That was my favorite right there. When you're going 1v1 on a tank, blocking everything that goes your way, it's kind of like the Matrix, kind of like a movie, right? I love that. I love to see it, and it didn't matter what came their way. When you have both these DPSs really creating the onslaught like it did, supports really just need to heal. We saw Dashabo actually did a really good job playing as a DPS sort of role. Wasn't just healing, was also putting in some work with the Life Weaver, the DPS Weaver, I say jokingly, and Moria as well. But you honestly really didn't need it. That's why I really like to switch to go to the Mercy, because all the DPS was doing was getting the frags. All they were doing is really playing true support.
Oh, absolutely, and that's honestly, the key proponent of it is that you have to have a good support core, and they had a great one. I mean, again, the Life Weaver, I was not expecting to really come out and make that big much of a difference, but it definitely did. And the Tree of Life itself was just such a clutch ultimate that, you know, the support core really came through, especially in Flashpoint there at the end.
Yeah.
And because they actually gave up one of the Flashpoints, so they had to evaluate themselves and then recover in order to confirm and take those few last Flashpoints to get the win.
Hey man, sometimes you just need a plan. You need an A plan, you need a B plan, you need a C plan, and when that doesn't work, hey, a D plan too. Guess what? It didn't matter what plan you threw their way, they were able to check it off their list every single time. But we still have one more list to check, or at least one more item to check off our list. I'm gonna throw it to Kelsey so we can interview some of these gamers.
Hello, everyone. Please give a warm congratulations to the Lubbock Deadeye for their win. All right, y'all gotta wake up. I need louder than that. Let me hear some congratulations. There we go, there we go. All right, if you would tell me what school you go to, and then if you'll introduce yourselves.
I go to Lubbock High, and I am Adrian Moreno, also King Foxy 21. And today's been great, really. It's fun over here at Six Flags.
You wanna pass it down and let them introduce themselves? Yeah. Just your name.
Hi, my name is Johnny Flores. My gamer tag is Chosen Trash.
Hi, I'm Noble Win, and my gamer tag is Desad Owl.
I'm Braden, or Mediocre Mike.
I'm James, also known as Soleil.
I'm Michael, also King Mike 72.
So I already like this team synergy of you guys going in the line. So tell me, how was the transition from Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2?
I feel like it's really... I say it's okay. I think I like the old one better than the second one, but with all the new changes and everything, it's gone up to its name so far.
That's good, that's good. And you guys are Lubbock Deadeye, so tell me, is that your favorite?
Yeah, it's our favorite.
You came up with that as a whole, that name?
Yeah.
Okay, and tell me about this hat, because this is great too.
This is Noble's hat. I asked if I could wear it, and he said, "I'll let you wear it during whenever we play."
It's the new Lubbock Deadeye mascot.
Just
All right, you
mascot.
guys, thank you so much, and we hope to see you guys back on this stage. And congratulations! Thank you so much. Give a warm round of applause. Lubbock Deadeye, you guys. Back to you, Bordy.
A little bit of insight, a little bit of lore building, and I like that. You know, help out your teammates. Of course, they're passing the mic between each other too, but he also do the assist by letting them get the hat as well. You know, some swag points, some style points. That good buff really came through, didn't it, Kat?
Oh, 100%. And again, not only that, but you gotta love the mascot, right? You know, the poop emoji hat. And then also, I love the name. Like they came together and come up with a name for Deadeye, and you know what? It fits. It fits so well.
Yeah. No, if it was a mascot name, I'd be like, that's too much of a coincidence. But guess what? The poop emoji is actually their mascot. Deadeye was their collective name as a unit. Well, guess what? Our collective name as a unit. Goated right now. Bordy McBoard, Captain at Soka. We are going to take a little bit of break. More action on the other side. Stay tuned. challenger appeared before, but guess what? There's more. We are welcoming in Charles Cake Stitch here to help me, broadcast alongside for exciting Valorant action. But let's figure out more about you. Cake, tell me a little bit about yourself.
My name's Cake. I've been playing esports for a better part of a good few years, like around 5-6-ish years. Here with my co-host Gobstopper, of course. Can't forget him. Every single LAN event, always bring him.
Oh, yes. Now, I have two, actually, co-casters helping me out here. So Gobstopper will be here all day, but also you, too. You actually have some experience going on in the casting world as well. Talk a little bit about that, too.
I used to do a little casting for semi-Valorant stuff. Team Fortress 2, always a fun one. Counter-Strike, a lot of ESEA. Always fun.
Oh, he's into the shooters, into the toxicity. Well, guess what? We might or may see a little bit of toxicity. Depends on if we have a Viper pick. Coming on in with this Valorant action to the stage. After a little bit of waiting, guess what, guys? We are not going to delay it anymore. We're loading straight on into Lotus. And now we're getting our picks so far in our tournament.
Looks like they're going to be running a Phoenix. It's a little bit odd on this map especially, but Phoenix has been getting a lot more playtime especially. No Viper, pretty normal stuff. I love the Raze combo though. The Raze with Fade combo on A long to deny. Always fun to see.
Oh yes, we love to see raids, we love to see and we actually do love to see how much control they have on this too. A little bit of controllers going on in here. Some dualies going as well, of course, with the dualies, make sure the aim is true. Again, this matchup is going against Poteet and of course the Scientific Academy Dragons. We have seen the Science Academy Dragons here on stage. They made it to a semi-final last year. So let's see, last year's last year, this year's this year. Let's see if they can keep up that momentum. But do you like their combos as well, especially too having that Raze and having that Fade?
The double duelist comp, especially with Phoenix, I feel like it's confident. They're gonna have to fight for all the control with those double duelists. It's gonna be crazy to see, especially the double controller, double duelist, it counters each other.
Oh, absolutely. So we'll see who has more control around this one. And honestly, we saw last matchup, of course, this was talking about Overwatch, but we saw on Overwatch, we saw two players on DPS do damage and do it well. Guess what? Applying this to Valorant, two duelists, they're applying that damage or should be applying that pressure. So we'll see if Poteet can make sure that they, of course, it's in the name, can control that, obviously, because if you can control that game, you can really start to make a snowball. And I said before, I knocked on wood too, we've been seeing a lot of sweeps here today. It's a best of one, but a sweep could still be on the table. Hopefully, though, we don't see that.
Of course. Coming at you live from San Antonio, Six Flags Fiesta, Texas. We saw some hand signs, see some confidence, especially from those duelists. Oh man, maybe we'll see a 40 bomb.
Oh, a 40 bomb. I mean, I don't think we're gonna see that. Well, hopefully we don't see that. Hopefully a good economy balance, no one gets too greedy. Of course, that's the thing when you're talking about these tactical shooters. You wanna make sure that you're spending right. So even when you go, if you go down, you're able to correct yourself and really make a change with that. So honestly, this is a momentum-based game too because of that economic features.
Looks like we're going into pissed around here, getting an eye early. Looks like they're trying to stack up A a little bit, showing some presence on the other side, seeing where they can rotate if A doesn't go well. Harper wall going down here, trying to get more presence on C. Omen already up, debating about if he should go. Bomb on B. KJ backing up a bit, making sure she's safe.
Yeah, they're all just trying to scope out, make sure they can get visuals on site. But right now, we already have a blind going here. No movement going on. Now we actually have sight. Tempest actually did see a couple of sites. Now they're converging onto C, and they're going ahead and planting. Looks like they're about to plant on that C.
Looks like they're actually going to push A, taking the 1v4 fight. Everyone's already rotated off A. Brilliant play, leading them away from A so they can push on. Viper Trip hits them, but they're already coming forward on site.
I like that. Omen doing a bait and switch, as you see right there. Little J trying to get a good smoke right there to make sure they can't see, they can't continue their onslaught. Little J able to get a little bit on the way, but good job on
coming
A.
out. Tap in the air.
Oh,
3K from Jay.
30 seconds.
Can he find the last one, or can it be a 1v4 clutch for DGN?
1v4 clutch is on the table, and guess what? It's not going to happen. So almost sweet right there. Look at that. Good job right there by that team. The Dragons, unfortunately, you know, went a little bit down, but hey, plenty more action.
Looks like there might be a force here, actually. I see the Spectre coming out on attack side.
Ooh, how do you feel about that being down? Of course, you don't want to be too aggressive, but forcing right now at this stage, a little risky.
If they force it, they can eventually work their way up to rifles earlier than them and maybe even win like 3 more rounds after this. But losing that Spectre, oh, they sold it.
Ooh, so we'll see if they're actually be able to keep on. It looks like we're just going straight with pistol, so smart with them right there. But as we're going all in, trying to figure out where they will converge in, and right now smokes are out, but they're all around B, as you said.
They're trying to get some C control on defense here. They're all stacked inside the smoke, ready to pop out as soon as those flashes come out. Brim holding it with a Marshall. Can he get at least one? Eye comes out, trying to molly, stall time for them. Brim gets pushed. He might go down here.
Ooh, Ray's able to like push him a little bit alpha point right there, but good job making sure playing defense and make sure they have firm control of it. That presence has been so nice right there to have it out the picture. Good job on that.
Eventually getting that Marshall down. They're all stacked up. Classic right-clicking them. Wait, do they know about flank? Wait, they don't have flank trip.
Ooh.
Oh, flank comes in with the Vandal, getting 1, 2.
Can they get another? Oh, hey, look at that.
Securing the buy round off an eco, a strong eco too, popping right out of that with an eye and all that util. Brim trying to slow it down. It was history.
You know what, and they did a little bit of split. They decided instead to go 1 for 1. Went on to B, unfortunately ended up getting caught. So look at that, good job. Defenders doing it again.
Looks like it's going to be a rifle buy for attack here if they're feeling confident. Defense, though, can't wait to see what defense eco would look like.
As they go into this third round, again, just picking up game after game. But of course, after this one, even if they lose this one, it'll be a good opportunity to flip it onto its head, even if this round doesn't quite go their way, having that Marshall out already on it. Mooney loading on in. Let's see if we can get a nice little head clicks going on with that too. I'd love some action on that.
Of course, they're going to be popping out of C here. Both of them going Dune, stacked up C on 4. Viper lurking. Oh, they know they're there. Unless they can get 1, secure 1, but lit. Blind comes out. Maybe Reyna can escape this from back Dune. Phoenix coming to help.
Ooh,
but Omen
doing it through it.
Omen getting blind there. Peeking out from C long. Viper's going up A though. Must be C. Viper getting 1, but does she know that there's a second one right behind the corner?
And now only 3 left. Spike right here. Toxin is low. As they're looking to converge, try to see where they can go. There's 1 person left. I would say just, would he wait it on out?
Another one flanking from C. Fade gonna be able to probably pick this up if she's lucky enough. Getting the pick. This just evened out the round.
Oh, and then another one right there. Toilet Destroyer getting 7 again.
Amazing shot by them. Round slowing down a little bit, trying to get their bearings on defense. Very, very even match right here. It can go anyone's way, just as long as they hit the right.
The Spike carrier trying to decide where to go to its slow, meticulous matchup. 30 seconds left to go.
They're going on C. They're going to go plan for C.
They're planting for C. They're going ahead, making sure they have vision on it. It looks like they're setting it up right here. What will be the response on the other side?
Viper might be able to secure 1 if she is lucky enough. Peeking down long, knowing that one's close. Looks like defense is just as protected as them. They're not sure where Reyna rotated off to. Could be doubled up with Cypher. They're not sure. Working in the dark here.
Working in the dark, but playing it smart too. Peeking very meticulously, not rushing it at all. Going ahead and seeing if they can get side right here and end up being flanked right there. I guess they figured out where they are.
Falling off that rifle, trying to deny as much as possible. Taking the fight here, but do they know? Oh, she's not dead.
Oh, coming through. Toilet Destroyer getting Mooney. The attackers winning it on out.
Excellent round there. It's always fun to see those like late rounds, seeing what the team can pull off. Looks like it might go to a full buy on both sides if they're feeling like it. They could try to fight for ult or for either Fade or maybe even try to go for a Viper ult. See what happens.
Mooney knows a half shield right here. No shields going on. Some half shields going on over there on the other side as well. Now they're finally buying into it. So look at that Vandals going around. And then, of course, 7 deciding to go with the classic pistol, saving a little bit of their moolah as we, again, approach and see where exactly they're going to converge to. Very slow approaches, but it's looking like the first game in terms of setup where they're all 2 lanes and 1 person on 1 lane.
Gecko throwing that blind early, trying to get info, but they dodge it, and they're all 4 stacked up on there. KJ eventually getting alert picked on B, but they're pushing up C. Looks like they're gonna try to get the fight.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Smokes are out right now. Mooney trying to figure out if they can see through all these players right now. A trap wire triggered.
Amazing, amazing pickup by KJ there. Trying to see where they are deep spawn.
Spike is now planted. Now let's see what the defenders are able to do, if they're able. Again, a 2v5 situation. How will they attack this right now? Mooney trying to send out their smokes as well.
Trying to solo their fights here. Seeing one, but Raze might double peek. Oh! The clean, crisp lock onto Raze is crazy. Love to see it. They could get advantage here.
Oh, 2Bs right there. Trying to get a 3. Great blind right there by Phoenix.
They don't have enough time.
Oh, they do not. There's so much time left to defuse. It looks like all they're doing is just trying to get their picks.
They're gonna double swing.
They're gonna go with a fight. Attackers clutching that up. They wouldn't be able to defuse anyway, but at least you walk away, you know, making sure that they're rebuying some of their equipment there.
Always good to try to take a rifle or 2 off a buy, especially if they're gonna go broke soon.
Yeah.
Fantastic to see. Fantastic play, singling out their fights. Almost got it too. Just if the bomb lasted a little longer.
Yes, no, if they got there just a little bit longer, but a good recovery, as I said. Let's see as we go into this next round what happens. It's seeming like the split trying to figure out where to go instead of converging onto 1 point has actually worked out in their favor, but of course it is earlier on, so who knows what is popping. We do know this though, Fidget's going out early and on.
Gecko flashing for info there. They wanted to work up C to try and get the 2 people always going Dune, but it looks like they're starting to stack up A. KJ trying to get another pick, working her magic. Still working up long, getting the Viper ultimate here. What will they do with this?
Ooh, what will they do with it? I affectionately call it a stink bomb. So Toilet Destroyer having a stink bomb is actually going to be very interesting to see what they do with it, how they're able to obscure their enemies, as you see right here on the other side. KJ getting the fight. Look at that. Good peek right there. Excellent aim right there.
Inhuman reactions by KJ here, working up B, trying to make sure there's no trip. They've been putting trip main a lot of the time, but it looks like C might come out. Reyna rotating early, trying to see what's going on. Fade ulting so they can break through B.
Let's see. I don't know if Fade was able to get anyone in that. Right now, going through smoke, trying to get that KJ, unable to aim correctly right there. Omen clearing that up.
The whiff is insane.
Spike planted.
Trying to work their way through the smoke here. Oh! Ray's going down with the rifle, but Cypher goes down, getting the info for his team. 2v2 with rifle. They can work this here. They just have to work together, peek together. Know where both of them are. Easily work this.
Yeah, we saw the Phoenix though make some plays to clutch it up. Unfortunately, the Phoenix goes down, and there you go. Attackers really changing that momentum after it looks like initially we were getting some good defensive leeway. Guess what? The attackers, hey, they came to play.
Fantastic work with Fade too, rotating through Breakable, so they so they couldn't hear Breakable going, so they could all converge onto B and take that fight. Very smart play by attackers.
Get into the mind. This is why they call it tactical FPS, right? Making sure that you're utilizing everything correctly and in conjunction. We saw it in Overwatch. We're seeing it here as we're getting ready and on up. Everybody full shields, Vandal all around. We're all good when it comes to the weapons. Let's see what they do with it here as everybody's loaded on up and ready to go into round number 6.
Looks like Raze has ult here to try to work right through tree, scare Cypher off, or try to get a pick with that ult. Doing the same work up B. C's playing a little regressive. Reyna trying to peek down long. Been very confident with her aim.
The aim has been true for them. As you see right here, vision set. We're going to go and rotate on another side. We're here, Mooney, right here around the corner, trying to see if he is looking good, if anybody's around. No, so far, no good. But surprises might be on their way.
Raze is gonna come through, try to scare with that ult, does a double satchel onto sight, doesn't see it. Oh, spray through the cage. Can he get a 2K? Can he get 3? Try to work it here. Oh, Reyna picks it up for him.
Through the obscures, getting those kills though, very, very good right there. Excellent job by Mooney working through that. The Cypher doing a good job, scoping them out. And he was right there, the main person to put vision on A, defending it quite well.
KJ getting a very good angle for any wide swing. This wall is going to very, very much destroy them on this fight if they need to take it together. It's either walk through or wait for wall to go down. Both are very, very risky. And taking 1v1 here and a 2v5 is going to be very, very scary.
What's looking on the other side of this? Are you going for a Toilet Destroyer? Very meticulous, 6 seconds left to go in the matchup.
Reyna blinding out. It's wide swinging. Crisp, clean lock by Toilet Destroyer. Love to see it. Love to see it.
He saw that coming the entire way, aimed true, and what an excellent play right there. Again, just keeping that momentum as we head into that the next buy phase right now. As you said, excellent strategy. I think the Cypher did a great job in making sure to snuff out when they made that rotation on A, and doing it through the cages, through the smokes. They did an excellent job right there.
Always fantastic to see. I love the KJ work up B to get the audio info to see where they can go. Always love it.
You gotta ear hustle when you play a game like this, and that's exactly what helped them out. 3 versus 3 defense, doing a good job trying to steal back that momentum. But of course, there's still plenty more left to go. We talked about this too. This has been contentious so far. We've been having a lot of sweeps, so it's nice to see somebody go back and forth.
Even fair fight. Looks like they're gonna try to do the same B split maybe, but they don't have Fatal to get it out this time. Maybe trying to find the tripwire. There it is.
There you go. Finally found it.
Smoking off main, so he can try to work a pick here. Omen TPing on. Maybe he can solo out a fight here. Work up C for his team. He finds 1, he finds 2!
Oh, had the angle, but didn't have the aim. At least was able to take somebody down with them. Good trade, but they could have had more on that play there.
Looks like they're finally realizing they're gonna come through B. Raze tries to get something.
Oh, Boombox goes out a little bit too late for that right there. And the stink bomb is on and popping right now. Everybody, chaos in B. And right now it's an even fight, or at least it was, until the attackers got wiped.
That fade pick to end the ult early, honestly, really won it for them. That was insanely good by them.
That's why you gotta hold on to it and use it effectively, and it ended up working out extremely well for them. Poteet, Science Academy, one of our more competitive matches that we've seen here today. Both of these schools, you know, we waited a long time for this matchup, but it ended up, it's paying off right now. Patience does a wonder, and right now it's virtue, as we're seeing how much cash they have and how virtuous they can be, not having all their equipment ready with them on the attacker side.
Dragon Science trying to find out a good science to try and get on site, get the plant down. They can try to work their advantage more and more round by round. Be a B stack here.
Trying to get vision on B. Oh, right now, oh, missed it. 7 has just been missing their shots just a little bit quiet all game right now.
Reyna blinding out, able to get 1. Can she gets out? Showing them very much aggression, gets 2.
It's so smart to go out right there and get more on the way. Associated by that Brim, excellent job, good teamwork.
Can he work his magic with this Ghost? Very uneven fight, 4v1. Maybe just 2 taps to one person, try and get down Eco, but Reyna, always so confident with those peaks. Always love to see it.
But you know what? That made sense. They had a clear weapons disadvantage right there, unfortunately. Still tried to buy their way through it, but now, unfortunately, they're going to be even more disadvantaged. So, excellent job right there by the attackers, not giving up the lead like they did earlier on when they had that money advantage.
Always smart to work with money here, especially on this map, because if you don't have a Vandal to take those long range fights, or even an Operator, it's just instant loss, like an 80-20 fight.
Yeah, half buy last time, this time full, all the way, Vandals out. So, guess what they're gonna do with it? Hopefully, if they're in their sake, win right now. Omen didn't get anybody right there. Tempest saw some peeks right there, trying to get that blind. That paranoid to go down doesn't happen right there.
Trying to work his magic, maybe get the one tap early on.
Ooh, did.
Does he know that his teammate's gonna be forward? Trying to peek up, maybe work an even pick here, try to even out the round. Might start trying to moving up to C. Omen's gonna take the fight. He gets sprayed down. Oh, wait, one came through door.
Every time that we think we saw someone else comes from around the way and outflanks them. So one exchange right there where 3 bodies ended up going out in succession right now. 3 remain for the Dragons as the attackers look like they're settling around A.
Brim soloing out a fight here, so Cypher can take it. Plant going down, only 40 seconds left. He's gonna ult site, try to find one. One stairs. Does he know one's close?
Oh, I don't think he knows.
Close, he's gonna try to take the fight.
Unfortunately, ult missed it, and unfortunately, shots missed it too. Unfortunate all around for them.
Still a little bit lit. Maybe Cypher can try to work a pick here. All of them with no shield except for KJ. KJ could just play the trump card and just ult site. They'd have to play a heavy retake.
Yeah, wall going out, smart by them. Full shield, as you said, so they could go for it, but disadvantage. Time is ticking away. The wall goes up. Let's see what they do. Oh, unfortunately, can't do anything on the other side of the cage.
Remember your weapon.
It's always weird seeing Cypher, like, you know, use his cages like a smoke operator. It's always fun to see.
Yeah, I love it so much. Unfortunately, didn't end up working out for them, but again, disadvantage situation, 3-on-1. You did have one that was one shot, but ultimately, at the end of the day, 3 bodies that can take you down, and all there around, surrounded by the bomb. It's hard to defuse in that situation, hard to clutch up in that.
Especially on these buy rounds where it's mostly just an aim duel and a util duel. Always fun to watch these aim duels on long, especially. Trying to spam the Cypher here. Maybe can try to find a pick through the smoke if they're unlucky enough.
Trying to see if they can find anybody. Prowler goes out, doesn't find anybody.
KJ always working the magic on B. Knows where the trip is this time. Know who plays here. Expecting Brim to peek from upper, but he actually switched positions. Off angle.
You know, lull your opponents into a false sense of security. Oh, you think this is gonna happen, and then guess what? Actually, doing something else. So I like that. Switch it up.
Both on B is gonna come out. Viper's gonna be having a strong hold on A with Omen on C, making sure no one comes through door or breakable. Bolt's gonna come out here. They're gonna get a plant down. Brim tries to come through, but Viper stalks him in his tracks, saying, no, no, no.
Viper on the other side of their plan, and right now chaos is ensuing right here in B. Look at that. The ult goes out. Oh, Rukia ends up getting destroyed right there as well. Smokes all over the place. 2 people go down. Only 2 people left on the side of the defenders.
Last player standing.
And now, there remains 1. Mooney right now in a heck of a position. There was barely anything they can do in a 5v. There's a 5v1. Well, it was a 4v1 situation. There's only so much that you can do, and now the matchup is 5v5 when it comes to total points.
Smiles coming out on Dragon's side, knowing that they just brought this back to an even state, so they can definitely work whatever they want to work. Maybe throw out an off play, try to mix them up. It's always fun to see the mix-ups.
Yeah, no, the Dragons have definitely done their thing while down, whether it be when it comes to the economy or whether it be to the actual score of the overall game. They've been doing their thing. Vandals are set right now for Brandan. Let's see what they do as it looks like we might be seeing maybe some B action listening from KJ, but look at that. We're going back to none other than A.
The judge here, trying to see if anyone peeks the tripwire or peeks his angle. Very easily wipe down the entire team, cut them down like a tree. KJ taking the fight here. 2 of them getting pushed.
Getting blinded there, though, right there.
Cypher able to get 1 or maybe get spammed through the smoke. He has 2 blocked off from tree. They don't know what he has in his hands yet. Gets sprayed through the smoke. KJ still stuck on B, trying to take this fight. Solo out Phoenix, but Phoenix is distracted. Reyna very easily pop out and swing him. Is he gonna get it? No, he doesn't clear the angle.
Great job being there at the angle, clearing away that vision as well. This Phoenix and this Raze this Phoenix has done a great job, and this Gecko, at really doing well in 1v1 fights. But honestly, when you have a whole team that you're going against, it's gonna be hard. Picks up a Vandal, does not get the shot. It's a flawless victory on the side of the defenders.
Flawless diamonds, and they're cutting deep into their eco. Fantastic to see. Look at that. Toilet Master, 13 kills, very confident with his aim.
I got money to blow, you know? You feeling good. You just want to, hey, you want a new car? You want a house? You know, everybody just good. You know what? I'm surprised we're not seeing anybody, like, take some of the bigger guns, right? You know? Maybe he can get a little op action, you know, since we just have the money to blow. But we'll see if we see that a little bit later on into the action. All Vandals right now for the attackers. Let's see if they can continue marching forward and getting some of these dubs like they have before.
Taps coming out through the smoke. One's trying to see how many people are close on A. Lurkers are still doing their lurk thing. KJ goes down on B, sadly. Omen trying to work forward. If he dies here, bomb's in their hands. A still going forward, going strong. Seeing what they do, slowing down the round progression.
Right now, Owen, again, like you said, just trying to figure it out. 7 on the other side. Again, very, very, very slow here.
Ooh, a lineup cam.
It goes out. Doesn't end up getting anybody. And it looks like we might have our first set of... No, we're not going to have our first set of action at all here.
Reina pops the ult to try and diverge him away. Wherever they could be, they have no info, working blind here in the dark. Omen rotating back to A, though. Could be a strong A hit with them. That Fatal screws people up so many times, more often than not.
We'll see what happens. Odin taking the place
Omen gets
of KJ and B. Okay, now it makes sure if they weren't doing a full rotate, now that they are. And like you said, the Fatal goes out.
Cypher with the shotgun gets one, gets two, gets two from the trip. Will he go for more? Once more in the smoke. Oh, the molly takes him down.
Great job, though, even though you had that disadvantage. Going ahead and getting through. The Fatal did barely anything. Mooney coming through time again. It doesn't matter what abilities. You can blind them, fade them, whatever. Paranoia, it doesn't matter. Deafen, suppression. They've gone through it all. And honestly, they've done a great job, regardless of whatever conditions go their way.
Always, always. Would love to see an op play come out here. Op is always fun to see on defense or offense. Not very much on offense, but this is a post plant for C.
The op is hot. Look at that. The teddy bears are also out too. Hey, what's up with the dogs? Who let the dogs out here, man? We're here again at Six Flags. Tex F, Texas Esports Championship. This is a pool round, and right now, the Science Academy Dragons are tied with Poteet. And Poteet really needed that because Poteet, unfortunately, is not racked up.
Looks like
some
it's
of
gonna
these
be a fast beat
victories.
here. All 5 stacked. Omen trying to work a pick. Almost got one, gonna blind. Maybe re-peek here. Going for the right clicks going out, flying all around them, all around their head. They get one off the ceiling.
Oh, right there.
KJ able to get another one. Omen trying to work his magic. No, 2 are on the right.
Now they're blinded as well. Oh, Ricky coming through. Mooney has been so clutch right here, but Mooney gets got out by Brandon. And right now, the defuse is on. What a good job right there when it looks like it might have gone the way of the attackers initially.
Amazing push out of B2. Should have gotten the Omen much earlier, but plant down, man down, stand down. Going into round 2, seeing what their eco would be like. Maybe we'll get a force out of this one.
Ooh, let us see indeed. Again, the buy phase, we are back to it. Will we get a force buy here, especially because things can change at the drop of a hat. You want to make sure you're racking up those W's as well. We've seen some forces actually pay off for Science, for the Science Dragon. So, hey, a force ain't bad.
Looks like a little bit of a force here. Maybe with some ghosts trying to work their magic.
West playing, and I like KJ playing it safe because KJ is usually out there by their lonesome. So smart by them, as you're seeing right here. Tempest breakthrough.
Especially, but they're gonna come on C site with KJ. The U kill could entirely stop them on this push. could completely falter what they're doing. Oh, they're going B.
Now they're making their move, rotating onto B.
Double rotate.
Ooh wee. And actually deciding to go out of that plan as well as they make their way through a rubble, trying to go through a screen door.
They know that they would all rotate onto B. Ray's trying to work a pick here with the classic. Gonna be a little bit rough. Cypher walked through. Ray's didn't have any idea getting plant down. What an amazing double rotate.
Ooh, and the whole family is there. Everybody's still alive, at least for the moment, but the smokes are all going out. Prowler just went out right here. Gameplay is happening. A gunfight is initiated. Trey's all over.
The eco buy works out for them.
Eco buy coming through. You know, sometimes you put your money, go it all the way in, and you take a risk, and guess what? They were rewarded for it there. Again, headed into another buy phase. It's been, I tell you what, man, we've seen a lot of competition here today, but for it to be as contentious as it has, 7 versus 7, it's been wonderful to see right here.
Getting the Vandals up, they know that they're gonna run a shotgun like they did on defense. Close range fight is gonna be rough, especially with that KJ.
Like West just going ahead and using the money since they didn't use it the last time. Reyna going ahead and getting the Omen right there at the back of them.
Exploding right out of A-man, catching out that Omen off guard as he was trying to run back. Seeing what they can work with, seeing what's gonna happen. They aren't rotating yet because they have been playing a lot of fakes.
Right now they're on the opposite set of this doorway. They don't even know how close they are to each other, honestly.
I hear that or Fade might try to peek out along. The Gecko's gonna come through.
Goes out, look at that! Ooh, did blind some, but unfortunately it didn't end up resulting in much.
Sprayed through the wall, everyone's starting to rotate. Maybe Viper can try to work something up in main here. They know that Cypher's playing way back, so they can double up, try to take a fight out of the smoke, but it might be risky. Molotov comes out, no more armor for her.
Good job with that Molotov in that smoke. Ooh, Moody finally finding the aim right there. It was a bit of a skirmish, but they got it down and they were able to quickly rotate to the other player as well.
Not touch. Shameful to see. Do they know she has a shotgun? She looked away, the timing.
Flawless victory right there. Good job getting them on either side. And look at that, a little bit of dabbing up as well for Poteet, feeling themselves right now.
Feeling the confidence, feeling the energy. It's been back-to-back all game. It's just been one-side advantage.
And you know what? When you get a Flawless, you deserve to dab it up a little bit. You deserve to feel yourself up because, hey, Flawless don't always come too often in this game, especially with as contentious of a matchup as it's been. Both of these players, both of these teams, blow for blow for blow cake.
Love to see it. I think the only thing that can break their momentum here, maybe even an ace, they're all stacking up A long, confident that they can take this A site. KJ might rotate earlier, become breakable earlier, spreading that down, trying to see if anyone's hiding back there.
Oh, trying to bait him on out. Nobody falls for it, nobody's there to bite on it.
Ray is coming through flank though on C. Maybe we can try to work Cypher or someone else. Maybe even rotate if they decide to back off A here.
See plenty of sites right now on B, a little bit on A right now, just trying to see if you can find anybody around.
All defense-siders starting to group up towards A, playing a fast rotate. They might possibly have information here. Coming out, don't see anybody off rip. Getting smoked off. Defender side starting to rotate, one going drop. Maybe he can work his pick.
And look at that, we're going ahead and Ruka's planting that, and Spike is planted. Now we know where everybody is at. A is where it is at, and now they're gonna have to play some great defense.
Getting sprayed through the smoke, very unfortunate. Maybe try to work 2 and 2 here. Try to get 3, but 3 are holding on Tree, firing line onto the guy on drop.
Very risky.
Oh, yes! Oh, through the smoke. And the last one's long, getting 2. Can you work his third?
Tried to work to that third, but honestly, great job and great aim all around from the attacker side, especially that shot from heaven, too. To get that from down below, that's great to see.
Very crazy. The angle of this game worked very different from a lot of other games you see. Sometimes their gun will be sticking out and you won't be able to see them.
But I can see you, and that's all that matters, right? Again, you have to make sure you have the ultimate vision, all of these utilities being used to make sure you can have a little bit of sight, but honestly, at the end of the day, just having your gun out in the wrong way can make sure that somebody finds you, and that's giving out your sight. No utilities needed. A little bit of half buy right here when it comes to the defense right now. They don't have everything to their disposal, but let's see if they can do something even without that. Run it back, now activated. What will they be able to do with it? Unfortunately, there's nobody around to really take advantage.
At least they got that info and free sight. They have an ult for post plant, and maybe if they work with Cypher, pick for Cypher, two right out of the gate saying, no, 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 you can't come back here. Grim walking through the smoke, trying to find the pick on two of them. Gonna be a bit of a rough fight with that Stinger close range. Popping ult, going to CT, they're backing off, they have to respect it.
They absolutely do have to respect it, as you see right here. C is where it's at. Oh, good job right there. And overheal right now to Serena. Ooh, in a great spot.
Reyna always being the pick king for these guys, always giving them those frags that they really need. Cypher's gonna come through with Reyna coming behind. The spray down 3K for Reyna. I think that's like her fourth one, right?
Oh man, if it isn't Mooney, it's Reyna, right? Because they're both just doing a great job at getting these picks, and honestly, it makes sense too. We talked about having that duelist that has their aim, that's true, and guess what? Reyna is just eating on up right now and proving why they have that dually badge to their name.
Eating it up like a buffet.
I can go for the buffet right now. I'm a little bit hungry, you know, get some good snacks.
Yeah, maybe these players, they're thinking about, what am I going to get after this?
I mean, hey, they're already both eating right now when it comes to a matchup because, as I said, this is one of the most competitive matchups that we've seen so far. And right now, when it comes to the weapons department, for the most part, everybody has something that they really like. Only one half shield, everybody else with full. Let's see what's popping with these players. Right now, of course, Lil J, Reyna, doing such a great job, and guess what? Again, continuing.
Reyna popping through. Rey's gonna try to take the fight. Feeling her confidence gets sprayed down. Does she know? One more's over there. She's reloading and peeking.
And it is unfortunate too. They had the healing, they had overheal. They would have been able probably in that skirmish, but again, you reload at the wrong time. That can do terrible things for you right now. The Phoenix trying to see if they can do something. They were really good earlier on, but unfortunately pretty quiet from them so far. See what happens.
All playing off site, knowing they can spam the bomb here. Maybe if Fade's cocky enough, she can just ult it in your plant. Molly goes down. It's going to delay their time a little bit, just using util, spraying through the smoke. They won't have enough time. Brim comes through the smoke, spray down for 2K. Then Tempest get one more, he gets one more.
Oh my gosh, Tempest! Tempest doing that with no vision, no information, just knowing that they have, hey, they shot in this direction, let me just go for a great job for them through the smoke, getting everything they needed.
Sadly, they didn't have enough time. The sand clock ticks, and it does not stop, nor does the bomb in this game, and it does not wait for no man.
This is a cruel game, right? Where you can have a great individual game on your own, but individual play, but ultimately, if it doesn't help the team, then it's just like all for naught, you know?
All for the highlight reel.
Hey, you know, it's always good for the clips, all right? Hey, make sure you're clipping that, okay, please. As we load on in, after it being a quiet back and forth game right now, Poteet on a roll, and of course money is on their side as well, and all thanks to Little J right now using that Reyna effectively.
They're starting to do the rotates. It slowed down noticeably, so Nade's gonna rotate back. They're still all stacked up on A-Long, gonna do another tree hit possibly. Unless they feel confident. They have two really good retake ults here. Raze combined with Fade is just killer.
Well, blind right now is what's happening to them. Unfortunately for themselves, nobody around the corner to take advantage of that. The smokes is going out right now. Heaven is obscured. Zevin is planting at the moment.
Raze coming through, get a double. Couldn't secure the rocket on the ground.
And the rocket looks like it was just in about a good position, but just far enough. Prowler ended up getting us. And look at that phase ult coming out too.
Coming through, but Little J gets the flick. They know one's dropped. Securing the kill on drop. Fade backed into Reyna backed into a corner, getting the pick. They know Viper's last alive. Another 3K for Reina, just eating it
Oh,
up.
even while marked, even with the K, it didn't matter. Audio cues might be obscured, and you might know where I am, but guess what? The aim will always speak true, and it doesn't matter what you do. I know what I do better. Great job by them in order to make sure that they secured that. Excellent play. And as you said, you talked about it, Little J was feeling themselves right now, MVP. Look at that. Even Mooney, who's been doing a great job in his own self, a 10 kill difference between the two.
It's crazy to see. Duelists with confidence will carry you on anything, but smart sentinels and controllers can get them through anything too. Looks like it's gonna be a fast A. They have the info. Omen's gonna start rotating over. They're gonna work their picks here. Viper could ult to try and deny everything, but might not get there in time. Backing off of A, or backing off of C, working slowly, debating about repick or rotate.
And the rotations is exactly what looks like it's happening right now. B going, it looks like, I'm sorry, the defender's going to B to see if that might be the spot where these gamers are right there at C mound.
Reina holding out her flash, gonna be an execute here. Baited the door. Reina coming through, automatically seeing where they are. Could try to fight out through waterfall or CT. Getting CT control here would be amazing for them. Getting the plant down, very safe on site. All the defenders grouping up to try and get a big retake here. Omen might go for a TP, but Cypher's watching flank. Pick coming out. On to Little J. This might be it.
Ooh-wee, Toilet Destroyer getting a two-piece right there. Let's see if they can get more. Tempest blinded right there. Unfortunately, aim wasn't true too. Case is right there. The defuse is popping off, but great job right there. Look at that. Brandon coming through and getting the defuse. What a play in teamwork. After it looks like they established themselves quite well. Guess what? The defenders not losing a single player after having such great, I thought, perimeter around that plant.
It's sad to see Little J go, first pick of the day. It's sad to see. Their perimeter is them. Maybe they can try to hold down the site a little bit better. Maybe work for a util, maybe work for ult. Would be fantastic to see.
Right now, money is not a thing for the attackers, even though they were not able to secure that matchup. They can go ahead and make sure that they're all good. Shields up, ready to go, weapons good. Let's see what Little J does. Information on them so they know that they're around that corner.
Viper's still playing on B, trying to work something up. Maybe there's a lurker coming through, maybe not. Could try to get a Cypher pick here, maybe even Omen TP to try and get more info. If they lose this round, they're gonna be in eco hell for quite a bit.
Let's hope for their sake that that doesn't happen, because ooh-wee, that disadvantage would be quite the thing. As you're seeing right here, Toilet Destroyer earlier on was doing their thing a little bit quiet lately right now. I guess they haven't been eating cheese, you know, no lactose intolerance going on.
Silent but deadly, but they're silent over here working back to A, opening door, making them think they're doing a fake rotate again, but actually they're going back to A. Race just wanting to get a little bit of info, maybe even a pick for their team. Sees them coming out, sees all three of them right down long, right in her vision scope.
And I like that Toxic decided, I'm not going to engage, I'm going to wait till everybody else comes, I can get good positioning, and now we can see where they are right here. Trying to see if you can get, I was called the Splatoon bomb, you know, paint going everywhere, so I try to see if you can get somebody going. Doesn't happen right there.
See door break, trying to find out who it is. Viper could try to work Cypher if she's smart enough. One goes drop, Jay is blinded. Cannot see, working in the dark, sees two coming up from heaven, but gets pinched from both sides, trying to find his pick. 3v4, definitely still possible here. Getting one through the smoke, one more is in tree, mollying off the bomb.
One enemy remaining.
They could have time here. Cypher just needs to work his magic and know his timing. Try to find him, ult comes out. Raze might be done for here if he can get the pick.
This
Raze
could
backs
be
up
good.
tree.
Oh, look at that! Coming through!
Mooney winning the round for them, winning this match. What an excellent spectacle of skill.
An excellent job right there, and you know what? It's, again, the teamwork play. It's Mooney and it's Reina. After Reina gone down, I was a little bit nervous, of course, being one of the main people to carry them, but guess what? We also forgot that earlier on in those mid-matchups as well, Mooney was clutch, and guess what? They showed how clutch they were, really closing it out at the end, and good job saving that ult until then. Perfect time to utilize it.
Closing out, debating what dinner is. Lil J, maybe they'll go after Hibachi. Treat Lil J a little bit for that 30 bomb.
Yeah, come on now.
Insane to see.
A 30 bomb is crazy. We joked about it. Are we going to see a 40 bomb? It turns out, not quite, but oh my gosh, we're that close to it. So excellent play. The Reyna coming in clutch. And again, you just need a good duelist to carry you through, and anything can happen.
Yeah, one duelist beating out the double duelist. Crazy to see, especially with all that power too. All that power they had on defense, it was a miracle to see Lil J do it.
Yeah, but as we talked about it, right? Sometimes, hey, having good duelists, it does matter. But hey, having a good controller and having good infrastructure, people who can make sure that they know where they're coming from and when they're coming from, can also really supplement you. So even if the aim might not be as good as the other team or might not have as much damage output, honestly, too. Guess what? On the other side, if you just have one player who's just stunned on you, it doesn't matter how many players you have that have DPS output. As long as you have the output, good things could happen.
Handshakes all around, good games, good games. Always fun to see these high schoolers do it.
Oh,
always awesome.
Absolutely, especially with a matchup like this, nobody can be really mad. There wasn't a big, we talked about a little bit about this, right? How there's been so much of a run, it sweeps the entire matchup, even though this is a best of one, so ultimately, you could say it is quote unquote a sweep. It was anything but it. What a contentious matchup between two of these squads, and honestly, a great overall. Again, surprising, didn't know that the two dual duelists would not end up resulting at the end. But guess what, man? All you need is a baller, a hooper. Lil J was that, man.
Lil J took that for them. Took it out the win. Always good to see.
Always great to see, and of course, more to see from some of these competitors too. We have to go through some of these replays to see a little bit of highlights of what they've done and how we got to this moment. Because, man, when I tell you, Cake, it was a great game. It was a great game.
A lot of highlights for this too. We're gonna check some of those out real soon here.
But right now, we're getting into it. And you said, Lil J, as you're saying early on, Reyna showing itself early on there. Up into the air was that race, but then they shot their hopes down.
Shooting the hopes down, shooting the match out.
Yeah, and early on out, it looked like, hey, firm control right now from Poti. But guess what? The Dragons would not go down without a fight. Toilet Destroyer, early on there, they were the main carrier early on, but then Moody came back with their own.
Lil J with all those 3Ks. Who was keeping tally of those? So many 3Ks. It was insane.
We should have kept count. We should actually chat if you actually can keep a tally for it. Tell us how many there were because they were coming in bunches, okay?
Oh, and this whiff. So sad to see.
Yeah, they've been doing so well early on. You can't make them all, unfortunately. And even though they've been a carry god, unfortunately, there's only so much in the pot. But this is where they did an excellent job right there, utilizing their all going ahead and getting elimination after elimination.
No matter how many hours of aim labs, still can't work all the picks you can, but that's the dream.
One day I'll be able to clear, not only the people on the map, but all people on all imagined maps as well, too. A little, not Thanos action, but we'll figure it out, And look at that Toxic getting around their attackers. As again, look at that matchup, 9-7. It was so contentious, but this was when Poteet really started to pull ahead there.
Yeah, Jay was just feeling his aim, his movement, all of his stuff. All of it during this game. It was fantastic to see.
And you talk about that three-piece. There's another one right there. Tampa's Omen getting another one right there. They were also quite respectful and doing their thing.
Always fun to see. Always love coming out to these, seeing the skill displayed, seeing their confidence, especially on land. Yes. It's really hard because you got an entire crowd in front of you. You got the enemy right on the other side.
And guess what? We saw that at the end. Mooney clutching up at the end. Everybody watching you right there on match point, and guess what? They did not disappoint. Instead, they rose to the occasion and took it under control. Speaking about keeping things under control, you know who else I think is keeping it locked down? That's Kelsey over there on the stage. Let's figure out a little bit about the gamers we just saw win that matchup.
Pirates. Let's give it up for them. I know the day's been long, but let me get some applause. Let's go! We got some winners on the stage. All right, so tell me what school you're from, and let's get your introductions.
My name is Sky Worthy. We're with Polk High School. I'm the president and the captain of the Esports and the Valorant team. I'm just so happy to be here. I'm so happy. There you go. Take it.
What am I supposed to say?
Your name. Your name.
I'm Mooney. That's it. My Valorant name is Mooney too.
There you go.
My shirt says Doom Master, but I'm Jiraiya. I also play for the Overwatch. We kind of got slammed. I don't want to
Any
talk about it.
Naruto fans? Because I'm one, so.
Oh, my name is Ruka, and I was forced to play.
My name is Jacob, and I was at Reina.
Let's go. Pass it back. Is this your captain?
Yes.
All right.
And
So, and president. That's so awesome. I'm glad you're here, and you guys took the win. So tell me, are you the one who makes the shots?
Honestly, no. Most of them, we all collectively make the shots, but him right here, he knows like what there is to know about the game.
This
He
is the brainiac.
The brainiac.
I love it. I love it. So, when you got into game, do you guys, do you have your mains that you choose, or was this all based on vibes today, or?
Well, usually we try to stick to certain roles, so we usually just go with what we know best and what we know will work versus other teams. So that's what we did today.
That's
usually
awesome.
I don't usually play Brimstone. I played Brimstone.
Really?
Yeah.
So you're just smashing the competition out here. Literally,
Yeah.
Pirates were plundering today, okay, in the
Yeah.
competition. You guys did amazing, and we can't wait to see you guys hopefully back on this stage again.
Thank you so
guys
much.
rocked it, and yeah, congrats. Give it up one
Thank
more
you.
time for the Poteet Pirates. Let's go, Bordy. Thank you.
Like an interview. You know what? I'm just happy to be here. Honestly, when you understand the fact that they don't do Brim, the fact that they played so well, and they were able to get the win on top of that too. First win for Petit today on the stage. It must feel great, and I understand the ululation that comes with that victory, Kate.
Fantastic brain work too, especially against the science team.
Yeah.
I thought they would have a lot more counterplay to their strats, but it was always fun to see. Always fun to see the frags. Always fun to see the plans. Always fun to see how it develops.
Hey, just because you have the label of Brainiac doesn't mean that you're actually a Brainiac. But you know who was the Brainiac of this casting crew? It was you. Give it up for Kate. Great job. Of course, regular caster, and showed that they were professional. Shout out to you. And of course, my other co-caster as well.
Can't forget Gobstopper. Pleasure to be here. Thank you very much.
Pleasure to be here, and guess what? Just like a gobstopper, this tournament, everlasting. We will continue some more action on the other side. Bordy McBorick, that is cake. See ya pretty soon.
See you, Blair.
Well, hello and welcome back once again to the Texas Esports State Championship live from Six Flags Fiesta, Texas. Once again, I am Captain Atsoka, joined on the desk by a very, very special guest. It is the one and only the smooth playing Caden. What is going on, man? Welcome to the desk.
Thank you so much. My name is Caden. I'm from West Plains High School from Amarillo, Texas, and I'm here to cast for this last Valorant match today.
That's awesome. Why don't you also introduce what it is that you do for your school, by the way? You were telling me, you work a lot in the background. Enlighten us a little bit. What is going on in that head of yours?
So for West Plains High School, I'm the student coach. That basically means that I manage the team around, I help them set up scrims, and I give them tips and tricks, and we kind of review our matches together after our scrims, and we kind of rework some of our comps if that's the change. We basically identify the problems and work on them as a team so we can grow and get better so we can be one of the most competitive teams in the state of Texas.
All right, so you heard it right here, again, at the Texas Esports Championship presented by TechSF. This is the brains behind the operations of some of these teams right now. You got to keep in mind, there's a lot of coaching staff and a lot of support that goes on behind the scenes. You need big, beautiful brains from the smooth playing Caden in order to make the magic happen. But with that being said, I also want to get into the work that we have laid out for us today. Let's take a look at the broadcast schedule for what we have coming up later on today. Of course, this is our day one schedule. This is what we have already gone through and what is still yet to come. We have already gotten to see 3 Overwatch matches. We've already gotten through some Rocket League. We've gotten done with our first Valorant match, and now we have 3 more Valorant matches left to come. Caden, real quick, at these last 3 matches, which one do you think is going to be the closest?
I think the closest one today is going to be Hebron Varsity versus the West Plains Aces. I mean, we're talking about an extremely high caliber team from near the Dallas area in Texas, and Hebron Varsity. Remember, these are the reigning state champions from 2023 Undisputed Texas State Championship. These guys have a lot of firepower. Granted, this is not the exact same squad that they were with last year. They have 1 new player in Minty. However, this player is very talented. He has a lot of firepower, and I think he's going to strengthen the squad up. West Plains, sorry.
That's going to be absolutely insane. And again, like you had said, both of these teams were here last year, and now they're here again to defend what pretty much precedent that they set up last year. I mean, they've already set themselves as some of the best, and now they're getting ready to go head-to-head.
Yep. Yeah, I think this is going to be a super good match. I mean, West Plains Aces, in their season this year, they've gone 7-0, undefeated in the group and league stages for TechSF, and they're coming here, and they have something to prove today.
Well, honestly, cannot wait to get into this matchup. And honestly, I'm just looking forward to all the Valorant that we have.
Oh, yeah.
Mostly because I wasn't at the last one. I didn't get to see, well, no, I was at the last TechSF event, sure, but I didn't get to see, I didn't get to be on the desk for the Pirates taking on Science Academy. But regardless, I am here now, and I cannot wait to get into these matches. But with that being said, we also are going to have ourselves an interview on stage with none other than Kelsey Play. So, Kelsey, go ahead and take it away.
Hello, Six Flags Fiesta, Texas. We are here at the Undisputed Texas Esports State Championship. I know it's been a long day of competition, but if you would, give some energy in the chat with some emotes. And if you're with me in person, give me some energy for West Plains. Give it up, let's hear the energy for West Plains. All right, and next up we have Hebron Varsity. Let's hear it again for Hebron Varsity. All right, let's give get this show on the road. Captain Itsoka, take it away.
Alrighty, well, thank you very much, Kelsey. Thank you for the introductions. And I got to tell you, Caden, I really need someone to believe in me at 1/5 of the amount the audience believes in Hebron.
Yeah.
Like, that amount of support. Like, I wish I had that in my life.
Yeah, the crowd here is great today. These guys have been loud, and they've been here supporting all of these teams that have been on stage. Just a really amazing crowd today.
Oh, 100%. And you know what? They're actually going to get even louder once we get these games underway. And we've already been talking about the way these two teams like to play. Yep. And we've been talking about the changes that have happened in Valorant, the compositions, the meta, how it has been changing, and how it will continue to change. We've already talked about 2 nerfs that are happening to 2 of our favorite agents, Viper and Cypher. It's not here today.
Yeah.
But with that being said, how do you think that's going to affect the compositions from these 2 teams?
Realistically, I know that the West Plains team, they have a very dedicated Viper player, so that might draw back some of the maps that he ends up playing Viper on. Now, I know Hebron also has some very dedicated players that are able to flex around to a lot of different roles. Those being that Cypher and that Viper, so maybe we'll start to see some of those comps include some more duelists maybe to break through the less smoke, so you're going to have more explosive side entries, or maybe even some more initiators, because it's going to allow a lot more information to be gained without the presence of that wall or those trips and cages.
And you know what? We're actually heading to my favorite map. Again, this is something we talked about, but Icebox is my #1 favorite map. Hey, Oxygen was brave enough to call it out on Twitter. I'm going to be brave enough to say it now. Icebox is my favorite map, and I'm not ashamed.
Icebox is definitely a great map. I definitely don't say I've even my favorite, that's for sure.
In my defense, my favorite character is Viper, right? That's my favorite agent.
Yep.
So I like any map where Viper is viable, and on Icebox, they are amazing.
Absolutely. I don't think I've seen a team in a very long time not run that Viper on this map.
If you have, they lost.
Yep.
But speaking of which, and not to mention, there has been recent changes made to Icebox because, of course, Icebox was out of the rotation. They took it out of rotation. They made a big rework on it. How do you think that's going to affect what we are used to seeing on Icebox, the plays being made? Because we usually see a lot of focus on A. Do you think we're going to start seeing some more focus on the B side now that the rework has come, or are we just going to stick to the status quo?
So the rework on Icebox actually started to open up a lot of options towards mid and towards that B side. Used to before for the IGLs in these squads, it used to make it feel, especially for the attacker side, that they were super confined and restricted to those, like especially A side. It was just so much easier to entry on. But now with B being opened up, especially towards Tube and towards yellow or orange on the B side of the map, it definitely gives these teams a lot more options. So we may see some of them start to explore lurking potentials up towards mid or even towards B.
Alrighty, well, let's get ready to get this one underway. As you can see, we're already started in round 1, and get used to this, because this is something that's about to be taken away. Once you throw that Viper orb out, after the patch, after the new rework, you're not going to be able to pick it back up again, so enjoy it while it lasts.
Yeah, it's a very typical Viper orb on this map. It just gives the attackers a lot of space to work with, and it creates a lot of mystery and misdirection for the defenders here.
Well, very slow start here. Even though we already do have 1 pick for the side of Hebron, they did manage to take out the KJ, and that is a huge pick. I mean, the KJ is able to cover so much ground and really use their utility to cover up so much space, and that early pick right there is just going to be so much utility now that they don't have to deal with.
I will say the team composition from Hebron here is a little bit unique. I don't think I've seen a Yoru run on this map in a very long time. Other than that, it looks like a very standard Icebox map from Hebron, especially team composition-wise. I think the Gecko is probably, in my opinion, a little bit better here. But I mean, I'm sure Hebron has been, working in scrims, working with other teams to see what's going on here. Looks like West Plains is execing on the side here. Ritzy with 2 kills. Ritzy with a 3rd. Outstanding aim from him.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Minty was also looking pretty fresh behind the box just then and there. And those flashes came out and helped a lot. Again, Yoru is one of those characters that I wouldn't necessarily deem as a pseudo-duelist, but they do have so much good entry with the blinds, with the clones. So it kind of gives like initiator characteristics. Even though they're fully a duelist, I'll give them that. But again, their ability to entry is just so good.
Absolutely. Ice cold from the side of Hebron here. No reaction.
Pun intended? Ice cold on Icebox? Well, round 1 already done. Pistol round is going to Hebron, and now they're going to get that little extra of buying power. So this should be able to automatically secure round 2. But that's the way Valorant goes. That's literally the script when we write Valorant. Absolutely. You take the pistols. More often than not, you're going to take next. You got Fried right here in mid with the Stinger, and now you literally have all of WPA. They're moving up tube into kitchen.
Yeah, it's a very unique bonus round strategy here from West Plains. They look to see that they're playing contact, perhaps? I mean, no movement from the side of Hebron here. Making contact with that KJ turret mid.
Oh yeah, you gotta watch out for the little pew-pew bot there in the mid.
The question is, do they know how many people are here? They've spotted 3 so far in that Viper Orb. Gives them safe passes across.
And you see, that's why we love KJ, because when we talk about Sentinels, Cypher is usually the one that comes up with information, but those bots, again, the alarm bot alone gives out so much info to the KJ. It's so useful. And now Minty making good use of the Stinger in order to find an elimination on Baylor. No longer the Sage is out of play, so you're not going to have that ice wall to make for a secure plant.
And those heals on these bonus rounds, man, those Stingers will just start docking damage from you, and sometimes they just don't quite kill, so the missing of that heal is going to be quite crucial in this round.
Only 30
Ritzy
seconds
finding
left.
One. The Jet, the Brazilian, finding the Sova. Minty with a third. Pulls out the classic. Alice over here cannot find the Jet on top of rafters there.
Oh yeah, not a bad round, not a bad round at all. Again, being able to make work of the Sheriff as well. You notice that some people on Hebron, they bought up, and then others stuck with the Sheriff. Again, we saw that Jet being able to really click on that Sheriff. And again, that's a good save for the bonus round, as now we get ready to head into round number 3, officially the bonus round here for Hebron.
I think I'm more excited to see what Hebron pulls out on this round. This is usually the rounds where the teams that won that pistol round typically get more creative and try and sneak the third away and then start to gain some momentum for the rest of the half. That can be quite unstoppable sometimes.
Yeah, well, you know what's looking unstoppable right now is the Vandal scandal that's coming from from WPA, because right now they are literally bringing all Vandals, all rifles, and nearly all full shields. That is looking pretty scary, which is supposed to happen though. You win the first 2 and then you get denied the bonus. There's a reason it's called the bonus round.
Dash is behind Yellow, the Brazilian here, spamming through this wall, gets the wall down. Not going to be able to capitalize off it. Excellent molly from that Viper. Like we said, with those nerfs coming, she's only going to have one of those in the future, so going to have to be more reservative with them the next time.
And now take a look at this. Mania still with the Sheriff, too, on the Jet from Snowman. Really confident in their shot placement to still stick with it. And now Baylor is going to get traded out off of the spray with the Vandal. And Minty with the Spectre. They're hitting their shots really well right now.
They are. They're also giving up some guns. West Plains looking to defend here. And he finds it. Excellent clutch from Palace. Beautiful aim.
100%. What a play in order to secure that win. However, I will say this. Even though you did get the win, this is what I like to call an expensive win.
Oh, yeah.
They dropped 4 players in that exchange, they denied the bonus. Great. But now that's 4 players you have to rebuy. And going into the next round, it's going to be Hebron that comes in with the full.
Absolutely. This next round is definitely going to be a lot harder and more difficult to win from the side of West Plains. They're going to have to look for some more creative strategies, help get some of that momentum back up, and we're going to have to look for a definite shift in some ideas.
The one thing that immediately caught my eye, one of the most dangerous combinations in Valorant, and that is Operator on Jet. And honestly, there's nothing that I love more. I think this is probably the best combination in Valorant, is an Operator on Jet.
Name me a couple that looks better on Valentine's Day.
100%. It used to be Chamber now. Chamber was them, was the op, was the one shot. But the nerfs came in. I'm also speaking from a former Chamber main as well.
Can't quite find the shots on the KO. They know the Operator's here. How are they going to react? Looks like they're leaving partially.
They should.
Going to collect what they can.
I see the op and I leave. I don't peek that.
Oh yeah, no, the op is definitely one of the scariest, most things in here. Exith, looking for the timing, playing patient, getting antsy. Starts to chop up that angle. He's gonna look for it. Nope. West Plains pivoting back, maybe just hoping that op had rotated, but they've got that Viper on the flank telling them, nope, all good here, guys. And they're going to walk right into it. Beautiful shots from the Jet.
Oh, you love to see it. It's just so good. You see the anticipation, and you're like waiting for it to come into fruition. And then as soon as they turn the corner, the shot is on. And now we have the Brazilian from up on high with the Guardian trying to get a read here. Only 3 players remaining on the side of West Plains. As you can see from down on low, the flank has come through, but it will be Fried and Exith to find the final eliminations and find yet another round win for Hebron.
Man, that's going to be a flawless for Hebron.
Hebron. I said Hebron.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's definitely looking, I'm not going to pin it to idealists yet for the side of West Plains here, but they are looking to be running out of ideas, and or it doesn't seem like they quite have a grip of what Hebron are trying to do on the map here.
And you know what? I think it's that Yoru Minty that is really throwing a wrench into things because, like you had mentioned, we're not used to seeing that.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody is. So on the side of West Plains, they're kind of like thrown through a loop here because, one, we haven't really seen a double duelist composition and really be utilized in a while. Nonetheless, on Icebox of all places.
Yep, absolutely. Minty on the top of yellow there finds his first. Absolute nasty angle.
Yeah, so I guess you can say Minty is playing pretty fresh right now.
He's playing extremely fresh.
Love to see it.
Brazilian misses the dash. I don't know if that was intended or not, but it can't quite make it.
It's all calculated.
All calculated.
100% all calculated.
Can't find it. Can't find the shots on him. We've only got that KO left alive with the stinger.
Let's see what they can make of it. Lies and deceit.
Back. See if he can show us a trick or two. And he cannot. Minty, fresh aim, fresh shots, keeping it clean for the side of Hebron here.
I mean, I wouldn't even say that was more of like a Minty versus Lies and Deceit. That was more Vandal versus Stinger, like to be fair. I mean, when you're going from that range and you have the Stinger in hand, there's really not much you're going to do against the Vandal.
Absolutely.
And the way I use the Vandal is, again, because I can't aim, so I always aim for chest and I play for the recoil to go high.
Yep.
And hit the head.
Yeah, I find myself doing that sometimes too.
I'm actually Team Phantom now, believe it or not. I've jumped ship from Vandal and I went to Phantom.
Well, I find myself, playing those Sentinels and those controllers, and I just think the Phantom is generally just a little bit better in my opinion.
Oh, speaking of better, and nothing gets better than the op shots.
Absolutely. Crazy shots.
From on top of yellow.
Pressed up play here from the side of Hebron. Finds the third.
My. That is a bunch of op mania now for Mania, being able to find, what was that, 3 consecutive eliminations? Big blind coming from the auto, and there you have it. That will be the final elimination in the round, and another round win for Hebron.
I'm struggling to see how West Plains can find anything here. Looks like they're being locked out of all sides. I mean, Hebron is playing so perfectly and aggressively towards the sides, it seems like they have the read against this West Plains team.
And not only that, but what a great play call, by the way. I mean, we've seen so much concentration over at A, and then instead of having Jet constantly hold that corridor, trying to line up that corridor shot through the door and get those op shots, they sent them to B, put them on top of yellow, and they called it. That is a fantastic prediction.
This is excellent conditioning from the side of Hebron. I mean, they played hyper aggressive towards B in this round, nothing, because they're fighting the mid. He finds 3! Holy! Clean aim from the side of Minty there. Steals that round away for Hebron High School. Laughs and giggles from their team.
Yeah, I mean, that is ridiculous. Minty is cracked. Minty is the top frag right now. I mean, they are popping off. And I got to say, I'm really liking the way this Yoru works on Icebox. It's my first time seeing it. And you know what? I don't think it's going to be the last.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this Yoru is looking very full of ideas here. It's looking very useful and very well drilled. It seems like Hebron know exactly what they're trying to do on this map.
And you can tell they definitely put in a lot of practice with this as well. But you also got to give it up to Ritzy, Mania, Fried. I mean, this is all in all a team effort here.
Their weight.
And one thing that is really speaking volumes to me is that not only is Minty the top frag, but they also have 7 assists on the board. That's the top in the lobby.
Yep. Man, 5 ults from the side of West Plains here. Surely you'd think they can find some way to utilize them and steal this round away.
Give me Null Command. That's my favorite. Again,
Null commands.
I love the KJKO combo. It's my favorite in Val.
I mean, the Null Command here, I mean, typically it wouldn't even work wonders against that Jet unless that Jet has an op. I'm not entirely sure at the moment, but I mean, there it is. I mean, that denies the Yoru from popping his ult. I mean, I feel a little early here. Spoovenoodle finds the pick on the KJ, or finds the pick on the Sova here. On the KJ.
And you know what? This was actually a really brave call from that Sage to wall off Kitchen. I mean, because they kind of cornered themselves in, right? But now they have a room to operate with. Speaking of, you have the Bladestorm that has just been popped. We were talking about all these ults, and now they're coming underway. Still 2 more ults remaining for the side of West Plains.
Yep. I mean, we've only got that 1 ult left from the side of Hebron here. It's that Bladestorm that came out from that Jet. I mean, here comes the Viper ult down. I mean, it looks like we're expending our ults pretty good this round.
And you know what? I'd rather see an ult being used and secure a win than not being used at all.
Yep, absolutely.
I can't tell you how many times I watch Valorant and then there's somebody who's just holding onto an ult for like 5-6 rounds. You got to use it. The quicker that you use it, the quicker you can get it back.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I spent a lot of time, especially with these guys, talking about it. I'm like, hey, I mean, we're going 10, 12 rounds, or, you know, almost the entire half without using these ults, and we're trying to pop them on the last round because we have them. And I mean, excellent work from the West Plains team here. I mean, they were able to steal that round away. Granted, they invested, what, 2-3 ults there? Touche. I mean, Hebron also utilized another 2 ults there. Still have the Hunter's Fury from that Sova online, though. We'll see if they can find a way to use it this round.
Yeah, and you know what? That's not a bad trade coming from West Plains either. Absolutely. Because, again, they invested 2 ults. Hebron invested 2 ults. So it's for my economy majors out there, by the way, my economics majors, that's a good ROI. That's a good return on investment right there. And not only that, speaking of about economics, we're looking at the currency exchange right now between the 2 teams. And now West Plains, they're making their way back in the credits, in the economy. And now if they want to really force a save round from Hebron, they're going to have to try and win this round. You got to win consecutive rounds in order to start to hurt in the purse.
Yeah, the rest of this half is just going to be West Plains trying to work their hardest to stop the freight train that is Hebron right now. I mean, they're moving with such efficiency. Their calls have looked exceptional from their side this entire game. We'll see what they'll do. Mania playing aggressive here, caught out by Spoovanoodle. He's going to shut that down immediately.
And that is a big limb for the side of West Plains because they were able to get rid of the Jet and get rid of the Op early.
Exit here. The IGL for their squad, for Hebron here, is going to sense something, and he's going to say, you know what, I'm going to stick on B-side a little bit longer, and it looks like he was right. He's read them out, and we've got 3 here from the side of Hebron.
Yeah, and they managed to get at least 1 elimination off the Hunter's Fury, so that is not wasted at all. We take those for sure, as now you can see West Plains trying to make their way on towards the B site. Keep in mind, they no longer have the Sage, so the Sage wall is not going to be able to protect them, and they're running out of time.
Yep. They've got about 25 seconds left here. Yoru's still dancing on the other side, searching around for him. He's got an idea that they may not be there. Well, they've still got all their players, 3 more players stacked towards that B site. West Plains are going to decide that this is the option, but Exit sprays through that Viper wall, finds the planter. They're going to find more. That's a 2 trade here. Let's see if they can find a way to get the bomb down. Running out of time.
Yeah, they're just going to have to stick it.
Gonna be
Pros don't fake.
Gonna be sprayed from above. I mean, they got that plant down. That's an extra 300 credits for each player on the team. But even still, that's not gonna be enough to stop the bleeding from Hebron here.
No, but it's a consolation prize. You know, you get the spike money. I mean, I'd rather you go down and plant in the spike than going down without it. It's still that extra 300 credits. And you know what? You got to give them credit for trying as well.
Absolutely.
Instead of just giving up on the round, you should never give up on the round. Just always play to finish. And just remember, pros don't fake.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, getting that consolation prize there definitely was worth it. I mean, that round did look pretty lost. We had guns that round. I wouldn't minded a save. I think typically once we see, hey, there's 4 here, it's a 2v4, just back up and save. We do have the Blade Storm here from the West Plains Jet, the Brazilian. We also have that lockdown to keep him out of sights. That KJ playing towards Boiler right now.
Well, here we go. The round is starting off, and already Baylor, thanks to the elimination feed, saw get 2 back-to-back limbs. Did they ice wall on top of Tube? I missed it.
I believe he might have. We'll see if it cuts to his POV here in a minute if he still has that ice wall. Nano Storms back sight. Ritzy trying to entry. Finds scans 3 through the Viper wall. They know exactly where they're trying to play here. That Sage wall was not used in mid. Excellent shot from the KJ here, though. They are going to invest the KJ ult this round. They think they have a shot, but Balor shuts it down with a 3rd.
Yeah, but they're not going to be able to shut down that KJ ult regardless. I mean, now you got to really wonder what the post-plant play is here for Hebron. I think this round is going to be going to West Plains, but with that being said, Exit is still going to try. They get gunned down.
Finds it.
Baylor looking for the ace now with a 4K, and there we go.
Ace from Balor.
We get our first ace in the match. Baylor coming through, going full Battle Sage.
All 5 for Balor. He said he's had enough of Hebron this time, and he's ready to show up. Excellent shots from him.
And I got to tell you, you know what? We don't have player skins or character skins in this game, but if there was one, I would love the Battle Sage skin.
Absolutely. Let's give Sage a sword.
That would be amazing. But here we are, getting ready to head into round number 11. We are about almost finished here in the first half, and this is a good split right now. Even if you were to finish at an 8-4 split, that is still a good half for West Plains.
It really is. I mean, Icebox is typically a defender-sided map, and I mean, it's showing a lot right now. Only 2 left for the side of West Plains, but they're going to try and fight their way, and it's only Balor with the ult left. Minty, no HP. He thinks he has a chance. He's going to spot that clone being put down. Seems to be panicking a little bit. Nowhere to run.
Yeah, they were just trapped
Nice
between too
shots
much
on the left.
util.
Mania finds the third with the op. Headshot. Clean.
Yeah, you had the Yoru clone coming your way, because even this is the thing about the Yoru clone, even though you know it's coming towards you, if someone is shooting behind it and you're trying to retaliate, you could still hit the clone and inevitably blind yourself.
Absolutely.
So you don't even have to fall for the trap for it to work. And then not only that, but you're also stuck between the Nano Swarm from KJ, and there was really no place for them to go. And then, of course, you got Mania with the op. Chances are you're going to get shot and you're going to get dropped.
Yep, absolutely. It's looking mighty difficult from the side of West Plains here. Let's see what they can try and figure out.
Well, right now they're sitting at an 8-3 split. Still not bad. They can still salvage the 8-4, and the 8-4 is still a great half. It's going to have to be a clutch play, but once again, you can see West Plains heading over towards that B side, and look at the lineup. Look at the sight here from Mania, looking to get the read, and they're not going to be able to pull the trigger.
Dash out. Excellent pressure from the side of West Plains, holding their space towards B long here, trying to scale up to yellow. That Viper ult still on top of 410 towards A. Hanging around, seeing if they can, I don't know, maybe spot a lurker, but there's none to be found. Trying to take some blind shots with the smoke. They'll ping out that jet. Ultimately decides to run away, and they start exploring up A.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, it was a decent distraction, but did you really want to invest the null command there? I mean, that was tough, and it would have been a good take, but again, because B has such a long lane with no covers, is that you can be out of range of the null command, where if you take that on A, where you have all these boxes, you have all this cover, you don't know where everybody is lurking or hiding, so that null command, I feel like, is going to be much more monumental on the A side of things.
I think it is, from the side of West Plains here, because you also got to remember that null command, if the Viper ult is already up, doesn't shut it down. So with that Viper ult being invested so early in this round, I'm not entirely opposed to the call, and we've got all 5 up for the side of West Plains here with that Sage Res, bringing that KJ back up. And some excellent shot calling. They've had, you know, Hebron in their spawn on A, and they're just kind of playing this entire round. They will find 0 to drop for the side of Hebron here. Sage finally finds 1, 2. Ritzy with the trade.
I love the Yoru clone that was still just sitting in the corner while everyone else is just getting eliminated.
Absolutely.
And now Mania able to find another elimination, looking to get the final as the defuse is coming on the way. And there you have it, Mania able to get the final elimination, and the defuse will come through for Hebron. We're going into the second half with a 9-3 split.
9-3. You know what they say, 9-3 curse. I may be a little biased here, but I guess we'll see what happens.
You know what? I actually believe more in the 10-2 curse than the 9-3. Don't get me wrong. It's real. I think it's real because I've seen it too many times.
I've heard the 11-3 is pretty strong, too.
Oh, no.
Fnatic get lock in.
Not the 11-3. Okay, but you had mentioned already earlier that, you know, on Icebox, the spike tends to favor the defense.
Yep.
So you have some good insight into West Plains. How do you feel about their defense? You think they're confident on the defensive side?
So this team is typically a more reserve roster. I'd like to say that all these players are extremely well disciplined in the roles they play, but they also know when to make some of those aggressive plays and when to start shining. You know, the Sage earlier, going full battle Sage mode, taking it to Hebron. I think they're going to be a lot more confident on this side because they can definitely put a stop to the pace that Hebron is trying to work with right now, and I think that's going to be the most important thing. But so far, it is not looking great for the side of Hebron here. 2 clean head taps from the side of Mania.
Yeah, again, Mania is just cracked. They were already hitting their shots with the op, and we had already seen them go 3 full rounds with the Sheriff only, and now they're bringing that into this first pistol round of the second half. As you can see, Mania from up on boxes, looking to get another until they're gunned down, and now the trades are being made. Minty able to put it into KJ as the plant will go down, and only Palace remains.
Let's see if he can put up a brick wall defense here, but that is not going to be the case. A little bit of trolling from the side of Hebron here, but they make it come through. Can already see them trying to play the mental game. It's definitely a seasoned squad, and they know who they're going against.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. But at the same time, I feel like those jumps were tactical. You know, those were
tactical,
those were tactical bunny jumps because again, you're distracting, you know, the lone survivor, and so you're going to pull their aim away, leaving them wide open for a shot. So don't get me wrong, it looked like some pish posh, poppycock, poo diggery, hogwash, and good old fashioned skylarking. But at the end of the day, it was 100% tactical. Meta confirmed.
Yep, absolutely. Exith here. This is a player we don't get to talk about enough. This guy actually won the MVP award last year at a state championship. I mean, the frags on his side, statistically, may not look super high at the moment, but he's playing his role super well. He's finding his lurks, he's keeping his sight, he's anchoring it down, and Mania is just there clicking heads. I mean, he and this Yoru both, I mean, they are just absolutely running it to him.
And you can hear the crowd now. They're getting behind their team. They're saying, let's go, Hebron. Trying to give the spirit energy to their team as the spike does get planted. Only one player remains from West Plains as they struggle to stay alive.
Am I getting deja vu? Does this look eerily similar to the last round? He finds two while blinded. This round is going to be a lot more costly for the side of Hebron here. He's going to go for it. He finds him. Gets traded out by Ritzy. So clean with the trade.
Hey, that was a respectable effort, though. You know what they say, the Stinger gets winners.
Stinger gets winners.
It's true. And just like that, Hebron now even that much closer to putting themselves onto match point. You can tell how much work, how much practice they put on on this map, especially bringing that double duelist composition. And that's what made me nervous, because watching those double duelists operate on defense was spectacular. Now they're on offense, and that's where the duelists truly shine.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's looking very difficult for the side of West Plains here, but this is that 11-3 that I was talking about a minute ago. I mean, it's happened multiple times before recently this year in the actual VCT circuit, and even last year as well. Let's see if they can pull it through.
Let's see Mania from on top of Tube here.
Some aggressive
making a lot of noise, too. You can hear those footsteps on top of Tube. That's why Sage had to drop down the ice wall. And now looking through corridor,
Sage
Mania almost got the shot.
Some aggressive pushes from B-Long here. Yoru shuts it down. Looks like they're stacking up for an A hit here. There goes the crowd starting up again.
Yeah, I think they're saying let's go Minty this time around. Rooting for Minty, rooting for the Yoru pick. Speaking of, you know, it's been a while since I got a chance to peep at the scoreboard, but I'm wondering if there's still the top frag, because we have seen so much from Mania, and now Lies in Deceit with the Marshall able to find an limb.
Yeah, we're looking very, very drilled from the side of Hebron here. I mean, finding one, gets him, shuts him down. Ritzy aware, clean with the trade. Spots him out. There's only 2 left for the side of West Plains here. If I'm not mistaken, this is their bonus, correct?
Yes, this would be the bonus round here for Hebron, and they're making good use of it here. But you also got to keep in mind, players like Mania have just been sticking to the Sheriff, saving their money, saving for the budget. And now Baylor, the last player standing, will be gunned down by Exith, who has been just a phenomenal lurky turkey.
Absolutely, Exith playing his role to perfection on this map, truly showing and displaying what that Viper is used for here.
And that's another reason why I love Viper, is because you don't think of Control as much being too much lurkers, but the way that Viper works is that because you can preset your control, you can preset your wall, you can preset your cloud, and so you get free reign to move wherever you want, and you can still activate it no matter where you are on the map.
Yep. And it definitely gives a sense of mystery for the team that's playing against it, because you see the Viper wall and it goes up randomly. You're like, are they here? Maybe, but they're making noise over there. It just creates some question marks for the enemies.
And here we are, match point now for Hebron. One more win, and they will take the game here on Icebox as we are well and underway, and the spike is heading up mid.
This would be a statement for Hebron to know that, hey, we are the exact same team we were last year, if not even better. A 12-3 win would look phenomenal for them.
I wonder if we're going to see the Pepe blindfold that we saw last year, because Hebron was literally sleeping on the other team.
Yep, absolutely. Exith clean with the trades, or clean with the shots. Minty as well. Finding this Jet. Spoovin trades him out. Finds the Jet. Put him down. Hebron, get the bomb down here. We're going to see if they can find much here. Sage going up. Not going to be completely aware of where they're at.
Yeah, that's Baylor the Battle Sage finally getting eliminated after a 2K. And now Exith, the last player standing in this 2v1.
For the squad. Does he have the brains for this? He finds the first. No idea where the second might be. He finds him. He's going to get him. Does not get the kill. Cannot find him. West Plains holding on by the skin of their teeth here.
Oh, absolutely. That was the Guardian that came in to save the day, too. So many Guardian eliminations, especially coming from Baylor, just to try and, like, nullify the numbers because, again, they unfortunately got picked off a little bit early, and then they had to, you know, again, be able to come through with a comeback, and now they're still holding on. And I don't think the coach from Hebron is phased at all. You know, they're laughing like someone just cracked a really good joke. And you know what? I got to give respect to the coach over there from Hebron because, again, you know, they got the captain's hat on. As a captain myself, you know, I have to appreciate that. Game recognized game.
Yep, absolutely. Do you happen to know what Ted Lasso is? I'm pretty sure that's what that is.
Shout out to Ted Lasso.
Shout out to Ted Lasso.
And check this out now. Instead of the operator, you got the outlaw. What are your thoughts on the outlaw here?
I think it's a very strong weapon, as put on display by the Jet here, finally showing some presence. Yeah, I mean, though neither of those shots were headshots, really just goes to show the versatility and the usefulness of that second shot. Being able to have that second shot be no recoil, just being able to take the 1-2, makes it a very, very prospective buy for the defending Jet here.
And now it seems like we got a new gust of wind here for West Plains as they are revitalized, being able to get 2 early picks, and they still have that KJ ult in their back pocket as well. Only a minute remaining for Hebron to try and find a place to plant here, and it looks like they're going to try and go B, but it looks as though West Plains has already anticipated that push.
Absolutely. I mean, they're ready for it. They're stacked up here. Very defensive positions, going to give their team some time to run over once they know exactly where they're going to be. Taps the bomb. Very well thought out from the side of Hebron here. Trying to bait out some util, see if they can find exactly who's here. I mean, they've got 30 seconds left.
Yeah, they can try and bait out that util, but you got to keep in mind, they're eating a lot of that clock just
They
by
are
doing
eating
that.
a lot of that clock.
And don't get me wrong, like they got rid of the nanoswarm, sure, great, but now you still have to plant the spike on site, and you have different siteways. You have at least 4 zeroing in on the site, and now Fried is able to get the plan off.
Absolutely. Beautiful shots from Spoovanoodle here, the KJ for the squad. Gonna try and find it. Exit will be flash traded out, but Spoovanoodle with 4.
I mean,
beautiful
you
run from
called
West
it.
Plains.
You even said the 11-3. That's where you got to get nervous
Absolutely.
at. That's a prediction right there, and that's coming into fruition again. My goodness, I mean, we're seeing a sign of life here. There is a pulse. It's not over yet, but keep in mind, you can't get too comfortable because it is still match point for Hebron.
It is still match point. These guys have got to be at top level, 110% for the rest of this match. Otherwise, one tiny mistake and it's over.
Well, here we go, getting ready to head into the next round. And then, you know what? We haven't really gotten to see a really big eco round coming from Hebron, but we're seeing these consecutive wins coming from West Plains, and I think we are finally going to see our first real save round from Hebron. And this should be another round win. Should be, but thrifties happen. We'll see how this one plays out as we get round number 18 underway.
Absolutely, and I mean, there's that beautiful duo again. I mean, the Jet and the Operator. Maybe we can start to see this Jet come back online again. See him start creating some more of that presence. We'll draw the gate crash, or not the gate crash, but the dimensional drift from the Yoru here. He's going to confirm that the 2 that were on site just left, and his team is going to follow up behind him, take the site. Looks like West Plains knows what they're doing. I suspect they're going to wait for that KJ to walk over, so maybe they can ult down, but they did spot that Viper towards mid. West Plains getting the bomb down here. The Brazilian will find the first up inside a nest.
And now looking for the wall bangs. I would have absolutely lost my mind had they found one of those because you know they're blind firing. They were able to pop off like 5 of those op shots through the wall. Not being able to connect is now you can see Minty on the other side trying to get lucky with the Bucky. Able to find one. Looking to get another. They get the first shot off and they find 2.
Absurd for Minty here, creating so much chaos on the site, and they're playing for that Sovo here. They're not going to be able to find a second. And they might have it. Nope. Off the bomb. Dead. He's got it. Alice finds the kills, but not the round win, and that's it.
My
For Hebron Varsity
goodness.
Valorant, they win a match against the West Plains Wolves. Not looking for a great match for this time, but...
Like, you know what? And I feel bad because I feel like I kind of spoke it into existence. You know, I said thrifties do happen.
Yep.
And, I mean, it did. It happened. And especially on match point, that is an insane thrifty round. And keep in mind, they went in that with mostly sheriffs.
Absolutely.
And then, of course, you had the one, I don't even want to call it a hero buy because it was a Bucky, right?
Yep.
But then again, you got Yoder on it, and then all of a sudden, Minty is going nutty with the Bucky.
And he found so much value with that. Being all up in West Plains business there towards that site hit. I mean, he got 2 and was trying to find one from that nest angle, but no. Created too much chaos, and West Plains could not work against it.
Yeah, I mean, they're defending champs for a reason. Like you had mentioned, this is still the same goated team that we've seen last year. Now, granted, one thing that I do miss from Hebron is the LePepe blindfold that we saw last year. It's not there, but I think it's a good thing, though, because that shows that Hebron this year, they're not sleeping on nobody.
Absolutely. And, even then, they might be waiting to break it out until finals. I mean, this squad is looking very strong and very prospective for the rest of this competition. I guess we'll see them.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, we got to see so many great plays throughout that entire match. I cannot wait to go through and see some of the best that we got to see. And you know what? The first thing that comes to mind is Mania on the op. Those were some of the best highlights in that matchup on Icebox, and it was just purely phenomenal. And then not to mention, we also got to see a lot of Minty as well. And Minty, again, it's so close to call who you want to name the MVP of that, but it comes down to Mania and Minty, especially because Yoru, like we had mentioned, is so unorthodox on Icebox. They really made Yoru viable.
Absolutely, and I mean, even though it wasn't a great game from West Plains, we can't forget that ace from Balor there.
Oh,
one of those rounds
100%.
absolutely stole that round away, and I think he was trying to get that momentum started from West Plains, but they just could not capitalize off of it.
Yeah, now we get to take a look at some of the plays that made this game great. Of course, Minty starting things off here behind the box, being able to get a couple of eliminations, but right there you can see it was the Sova that came away with the 3K.
It's going to be some of those off plays you were talking about. Finds one on top of the box. That yellow angle, just so powerful. Weren't quite aware that that flash went way too wide. And some of the aggressive plays that this Hebron squad is capable of doing, I mean, they just look so drilled on both sides of the map that they're comfortable to be able to make those last-second calls and just play so aggressive towards anywhere they really want to.
Yeah, and I think they really put in a lot of time on Icebox, which to me just shows how good a team really is, because whenever you see a map that's out of rotation, people tend to forget about it, you know, and out of sight, out of mind. But at the same time, you still have to practice and scrim and go on those maps so that way when it does come back into rotation, you are ready.
Absolutely. I mean, everybody on the side of Hebron here was going absolutely crazy. I mean, they were all playing out of their minds. Just excellent mechanical and, you know, mental ability from both of these teams, or, well, mainly from the side of Hebron. I think West Plains, I may be a little bit biased, but I think they definitely have a lot more to prove. I think they probably could have played a lot better than they did today. And I guess we'll just have to wait to see.
Oh, absolutely. I agree with you, because you got to keep in mind, this isn't like online play. We are here live at Six Flags Fiesta, Texas. It is a different atmosphere. You have the crowd, you have the lights, you have the cameras. There is pressure on, and at the end of the day, you're either going to get numb in the thumbs or you're going to go sick on the sticks.
Absolutely.
And I got to tell you, I mean, it was just great plays all through and through. And you know what? I did feel like you were saying that West Plains, they started to get into their own. They started to come alive towards the latter half of the match. I just think it was too late.
Absolutely. I mean, they definitely made that change way too late. I mean, they started to get into the rhythm of it, but then by that point, they just had no more rounds that they could sacrifice.
Absolutely. And again, these were the plays here. We even talked about it. When the Brazilian started to take out that op, we were thinking the difference was going to come in, but at the end of the day, it was Minty going nutty on the Bucky that made the difference there for that thrifty round. And that, again, that might have been the first thrifty round of the day, and it was to win the whole game on Icebox. And you know what I got to tell you, again, the smooth playing Caden, it has been an absolute treat to have you on the desk, being able to talk to you, because I can tell you know your game.
Thank you, thank you.
Real quick, before we let you go, I got to give you a chance, 1 second to make any type of shout out. If you want to, you know, shout yourself out, your school, anybody, one quick opportunity, the floor is yours.
My dad is watching right now. Love you, Dad.
Love to all the dads out there, to the dads that are in the crowd, the dads at home. It's been a treat to have you on here, and now we're going to get ourselves an interview with some of the players from Hebron. So please take it away, Kelsey, please.
Let's give it up for the winners, Hebron Varsity. Y'all can be louder than that. Come on, give it up for Hebron Varsity. All right, if you would, let us know, what school do you go to?
We go to Hebron High School.
Yeah, let's go. All right, please introduce yourselves. Let's know your names.
Hello, I'm Akshay. My in-game name is Exit.
I'm Braston. My in-game name is Ritzy.
I'm PJ. My in-game name is Mania.
I'm Josh. My in-game name is Fried.
I'm Roy. My in-game name is Minty.
All right, and how does it feel to win?
Feels great as always. It's kind of a tradition we do here. We don't really lose, honestly, but it's all the same. It's always nice playing on main stage.
So do you guys go in with a game plan when you're playing?
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is a lot of practice and dedication from this team this year. We always are super prepared to play against tough opponents like West
Plains. Yep.
Yeah.
All right, and do you guys focus on your buys, your champion picks? Like, what's the goal when you guys go into a game?
We usually evaluate their playstyle. We see what we have to do to adapt against them. Obviously, we have set champion picks and things like that. But other than that, we usually trying to cater our playstyle to all opponents.
All right, and then I have one last question for you. Do you like the Phantom, the Vandal, and why is it the Op?
It's the op because Mania. Hold on, let me.
Yeah, let's hear it. Come on.
I like the op because it's easy.
There you go. All right, there you had it. Thank you guys so much. And back to you, Cap.
Just admit to the op crutch live.
Well, I mean, he was making it look true. I mean, you saw those plays, right?
I don't believe in the op crutch. I think the op is just another weapon, another tool for you to use. I don't think it's a crutch at all, but I feel like homie just straight up admitted it. Yeah, the op is easy.
I mean, on some of those Vandal rounds, he looked just as cracked as he did with the operator. So maybe there isn't a crutch there. Maybe he is just that good.
Oh yeah, 100%. At the end of the day, it's got to be a Mania diff.
Absolutely.
But with that being said, that is going to wrap up our second match of Valorant. But don't go anywhere, because we're going to have 2 more matches of Valorant here tonight, live from Six Flags Fiesta, Texas, for the Texas Esports State Championships, presented by TexF. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Well, hello and welcome back once again to the Texas Esports State Championship here live from Six Flags Fiesta, Texas, presented by none other than TexF. Once again, I am Captain Ed Soko, joined by yet again another very special guest. We have none other than Adrian.
I am so glad to be here at this auditorium here. It's been a great day so far, and I'm really excited to start casting Valorant. I've been waiting all day.
I mean, it's really awesome to have you here. And we actually got to talk a little bit before the show, and you were telling me how you cast for your school. You have your own stream that you do for a lot of these esports. Can you give us a little bit more of an insight on what it is that you do, like just putting on for your own school and making these streams happen?
Yeah, so our school, Leveland, streams at Leveland Esports on twitch.tv every Monday and Tuesday whenever there's a game. We switch between games, either Valorant, Rocket League, Fortnite. I think that's it.
That sounds like
I feel like I'm forgetting one, but it's fine. Yeah, it's normally me and my other caster, Josh, who will be casting the next game. But we always have a great time, and it's a lot of fun just watching everything happen, seeing everyone's reactions. We normally don't get watchers, but it's still a lot of fun.
That's all right. I think we're going to get a lot more for you after today. But with that being said, again, it's great to have you here. We're going to have a great time. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. And then speaking of, we're also going to have a lot of fun with the teams that we got getting ready to come to the stage to play. So without further ado, let's get ready to throw it down to Kelsey Plays to bring out our teams.
I'm Kelsey Plays, and I'm really excited about the next team that we have. It is actually an all-ladies team. Let's get some energy going for our last few Valorant matches, and let's give it up for Lady Valorant! Let's give it up one more time for Lady Valorant! Thank you. And of course, our next team, Indy Knights. Oh, we got the fish hats going. We're missing a fish hat. Give it up again, Indy Knights. Let's go. What does that say, Stormtroop? All right. Thank you, guys. And back to you, Cap.
Alrighty, well, thank you, Kelsey. Big introductions, by the way, and I gotta give it up to the Indy Knights making a big intro with those fish hats. I mean, we've already gotten to see one hat. You know, that came out earlier, right? But now we're getting 4 from the Indy Knights.
We seem to be missing one, but I'm not sure what happened to it. But I love the fish team. I love the personality each and every team brings every time they walk on stage.
Oh, absolutely. And not only that, but actually, you know, not only am I familiar with the Indy Knights from last year, but actually just from other leagues in general. Like, this is a very high participating Valorant team. They are constantly trying to get better every single time they come out to play, and they are heavily involved in the Valorant high school scene. So it's great to see them come back. And as well, again, can't wait to see them getting ready to go head-to-head in this next matchup as we get ready to load into our game number 1 between these two teams. Again, like, we have already seen some great plays being made. We got to see Lotus. We got to see Icebox. Is there any other map in particular that you might want to see here today?
I'm not too well versed in the maps, but I just really like Icebox, honestly. It just looks the coolest to me.
Now, you see, you're just saying that to make me feel better, because that's my favorite. You know, that's Captain's favorite. I got to go with Captain's pick, and it's a good pick to make. Personally, I think, I wouldn't be surprised if we went to Ascent, just because we haven't gone there yet, and we go there all the time. So I wouldn't be surprised if we go to Ascent at all. However, if I had a choice to make, I've already gotten to see Bind, which is one of my favorite, I mean, not Bind, I'm sorry, Icebox. I gave it away. I want to go to Bind. That's what I was getting ready to say. So I'd be pretty happy with that. But let me ask you, I mean, considering that, you know, you're still relatively new to Valorant, who is your favorite agent so far?
Ooh, agent. I'm not sure. I really like watching, like, the recon agents. It's just fun seeing them share the information with the team. They go out and just absolutely wipe them. It's really good to get that information in for the team to go play with.
Yeah, and again, you know, one of my favorite agents is Viper. Again, I love the smokes. I like the fact that they can like remotely place them throughout the map, and they can just kind of walk around. And I called it into fruition.
Oh my goodness.
Captain, not capping with the bind pick. I gotta be like Psychic or something.
You're insane.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And I am really loving the composition that we are seeing so far. It looks as though that we're going to have the Lady Valorant team going to be starting off on attack, which I love to see. Again, being able to get like an all-lady team together here in this high school tournament and really going to be able to put their skills on full display. I can't wait to see them go head-to-head against the Indy Knights, who I've gotten to see time and time again. So it's like, for me, a relatively newer team that I don't have much experience casting going up against one of the old favorites. And the compositions right now that I'm seeing are looking pretty good. I will say on the side of the Indy Knights, I like theirs a little bit more, but only because they have Viper.
Why, is Viper just your favorite?
Yes, absolutely. Viper is my favorite agent, hands down. So any team that brings Viper to the mix, I'm automatically going to be like, oh, well, you know what, I like theirs a little bit more.
You're not supposed to show favoritism, Captain.
I'm not showing favoritism to a team. I'm showing favoritism to an agent. That's fair.
I mean, I guess. But I guess you could say you're also showing favoritism to a player.
Maybe. That very well may be, but all that takes is time to tell how they will perform. And not to mention, it could be a caster's curse. That is a thing. Speak it into fruition, and then let's say, oh, you know what, I really like this Viper player. You know, they're going to have a good game, and then they don't. That's called a caster's curse. It happens all the time. One of my many nicknames is Captain Caster's Curse. So trust me, it might not be a good thing. But at the end of the day, those fish hats are still looking spectacular.
They are amazing. You can see them just in full camera view right there. I'm absolutely loving the teams right now. I cannot wait to see what they can show us.
Oh, absolutely. I'm making full eye contact with the fish right now. And you know what, every time we look, just look at the cameras. Again, you gotta love it. Again, you love the spirit. And that's one thing that I really love about high school esports, is that they bring that extra spirit to their teams, to them, and not only that, but to their teammates as well. And they're really putting on for their school. It's that extra amount of like school spirit that I think really makes a difference between, you know, the high school collegiate scene and the pro scene.
Mm-hmm. I love it's just because they're just teenagers. They're just messing around, and it really shows the, like you were saying, spirit and just personality everyone has with like the poop hat.
Yeah, I love it. The unofficial mascot. So I'm wondering, is the fish the mascot here for the Indy Knights? I mean, I thought it was the Knights. I thought it was like a knight, like, you know, like King Arthur Knight. But no, apparently it's a fish.
You know what? I just thought of something. Maybe it's the fish playing and they're just controlling some bodies, you know?
You're right. Like mind leeches.
Yes.
That would do. Twist. Mind blown. My goodness. But let's get ready to head into our matchup again. We have the Indy Knights taking on Hebron Lady Valorant, getting ready to go head-to-head here, and we're going on Bind. Keep in mind, Bind, a little bit of a different beast to tackle because there are teleporters at play, which is going to lead to a lot of quick rotations as we get ready to head into this matchup to see these two teams get ready to go head-to-head. People in the audience, people at home in the chat, let's get ready to get this game underway. I can already hear the knives going off. That means they're in game. They're already hacking and slashing at that invisible wall barrier.
Mm-hmm. Making little faces in the walls.
Oh yeah, I always do that too. And you know what is weird is that I thought I was so unique for that, but apparently not.
I feel like that's just a common thing.
It is. I learned that it was. I'm not special.
No.
You're supposed to disagree. You're supposed to be, nah, you're very special. I'm playing with you. I'm just giving you a hard time.
I have to tell you the truth.
Well, thank you. Keep spitting truth. Keep spitting facts as we get ready to get this matchup underway. Getting a close-up at some of our players here from the Hebron Lady Valorant squad. All smiles on the board.
Getting a little bit nervous.
A little bit. You get the jitters. Again, it's different when you're in front of a camera. It's different when you have the lights on you. And again, you of course you have that one person with the camera just following you around, you know, putting it in your face. But at the same time, the people on the side of Hebron, they got a great coach. They got yet another captain.
2 captains.
That's right.
I can't wait to see which boat will sail the furthest.
And you know what, going into this matchup, you know, I really like to see Yoru's a lot. We got to see Yoru in Icebox, and then the Yoru player played phenomenally. That was Minty. They did such a great job, and I think they really made a precedent for how viable Yoru really is, but even more so on Bind. That's the thing. Yoru normally doesn't get picked on Icebox, but when you put them here on Bind, they are really at home. So I think that Yoru is going to be even much of a larger impact here.
I'm not too well versed in much of the characters. Could you tell me a little about Yoru?
Well, you see, Yoru, again, I don't like to consider them so much as a pseudo-initiator because, again, you have some of those agents that can play a role and then also somewhat play another. And that's where the term pseudo comes in, because you can call them a pseudo-duelist, meaning that, for example, Phoenix, I consider a pseudo-duelist because they play duelist, but they also work as an initiator because they have the corner blinds, they have the wall entry, and they just do really, really well at initiation. But with that being said, I think Yoru is more of a duelist. I don't really consider them pseudo, but they still have great entry. They have the blinds, they have the clone, and not to mention the dimensional drift gets so much intel, and they're able to actually make big plays happen with it. So again, that's the type of character that Yoru is. They are a duelist that has great entry.
They seem to be a very versatile character, and I've noticed that many characters have all kinds of different blinds and walls, just different things they can throw down.
Yeah. I'm also expecting Cypher as well. Cypher has been getting such a high pick rate, and again, it's one of those intel characters that I think you were telling me that you like, the one that is able to get the information, and Cypher himself is an info broker. Like, that's the lore behind them, and they set up tripwires, cameras, and they have the neural theft, which literally tells you where every player is on the map.
And I just absolutely love how, like, all the characters look great. I love Cypher. I just like the way he looks, and all his, like, animations, the way his abilities show up. It's just a great looking character. I mean, all of them look great. Mm-hmm. The designers at Riot are crazy.
Yeah, they don't miss, especially, you know, you got to keep in mind, these are the same people that make League of Legends, and there's like infinite characters. I know there's an actual number, but it's just far beyond me to sit there and count them all. It's like Pokemon. You know, there's just that many League of Legends characters.
Yep.
As we are getting things sorted so that way we can get underway into this matchup. A little bit of a tech pause, but that's okay, as we are preparing to see how Fish Gang Indie Knights are going to last and actually compete against the Hebron Lady Valorant squad. And again, you know, I was also looking at some of the compositions as well. I think I saw a Sky on there as well. And we haven't really seen much of Sky today. And Sky, again, is one of those players that can get a lot of intel, but they also do a lot of entry. And they're able to send out, again, they have a dog, they have a bird, and they all stun, blind, everything in between. And then not only that, but what's unique to Sky is that they're one of the only players in the game, one of the only characters in the game that can heal other players. So again, that is a big contribution to any squad, and that's what makes Sky so dangerous, is because not only can they nullify you with the blinds and the stuns, but they can heal their teammates as well.
Mm-hmm. Healing seems like a really important factor in these games, but also I feel like it really doesn't matter too much because there's a lot of like 1-2 hit kills that happen in every match.
Yep, this is true, but in order to make that happen, the shots have got to be online, and we're going to start things off by Gecko throwing out the Dizzy initially in mid, and I don't blame them. This is where you see a lot of confrontations start off, but no one was here this time, coming from the Lady Valorant squad. Meanwhile, you do have Maximus in Hookah, who has to avoid the danger as they get hit by a Raze. Raze is another good initiator, much like Sky, that can send out, for less of a better term, monsters to go out and do their dirty work for them. Blinds, they can hit stuns, they have the haunt that is able to reveal players' locations. So again, Raze is another great initiator.
It seems we're gonna see people spreading out a little bit. I'm not too sure what's going on here.
Well, right now, they're trying to find their way onto site, because you can see the Lady Valorant squad. They do have the spike in tow as they are getting ready to head to mid. They tried to go through Hookah, but then it was that Viper wall that kind of blocked entry, so they couldn't really see where they were going.
Yeah, we are going to see Lady Valorant kind of coming back together to go towards the middle. We're going to see Red kill Bullis here. Red is going to get multiple kills.
30 seconds left.
Very exciting to see the pistol gameplay. I'm a huge fan of seeing pistol kills.
Yeah, again, that's where like you set the tone for the entire match. And again, you get a chance to see about how good the aims are on a lot of these players just from the pistol match. And that was a great first round on the pistols. Again, like you had mentioned, Red on the Gecko, being able to get multiple eliminations, and they are saying, no, 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 not in this fishbowl.
Not allowed.
A great first round to start things off. And then, of course, because this is an economy-based shooter, you're going to get that bonus in credit so you can buy up in round number 2, and you're going to get that advantage over your teammates here. You can already see the Spectres, the Stingers are coming out, and now our Marshall going to be coming out as well. But the real difference maker to me are those shields. You get to see full shields coming out and 2 half shields on the side of the Indy Knights. Let's see what they can make of them.
The shields really make the difference between life or death, but also teamwork with your teammates.
Oh my goodness. PJ coming out with a 3K with the Stinger. The Stinger gets the winners, as now that will be a flawless victory going the way of the Indy Knights, but that's to be expected.
Yeah, we're going to see them still being on the pistols, right?
Well, now they shouldn't be any more pistols. Now it's gotten to the point where we got to see the Indy Knights. They won a round, and then they were able to buy up to the Stingers and some machine guns. And because that we saw the side of the Lady Valorant squad, they saved. So they saved their money during that last pistol round, so now they can buy up to the rifles. Now you're going to see the Vandals. You're going to see the Phantoms. And this is actually going to give the Lady Valorant squad an advantage going into this next round to try and deny the bonus for the Indy Knights.
Because now they all have assault rifles.
And shields.
Yeah, you're right.
Poison's off.
I don't know, like I said earlier, I'm a huge fan of seeing the precision weapons.
Absolutely. I agree 100%.
I mean, you heard the crowd go crazy these last 2 games seeing those operator kills.
Big shout out to Mania there with the op. I mean, they were going absolutely nutty. As you can see, it's going to be a slow push now on towards this B site. The toxic screen does go up. They throw out a snake bite here from PJ. And keep in mind, PJ already got a 3K with the Stinger, so they can hold their own here on the B site as the Cypher Cage now goes out, and they're going to stick the plant here on B.
It seems like the Lady Valorant team is getting really pushed heavily from both sides. They're kind of stuck in this one corner.
And that was a big blind coming out, and this is why Phoenix does so good at turning the corners. Big eliminations, and that is going to be a 3-piece for Lore, able to come out and get these elims, but now Krish with the judge is finally going to be able to find an elim on towards the Phoenix. It is now a 3v2, and Maximus turns the corner, and it comes down to a 1v1, and it will be the Lady Valorant squad to get their first win here on Bind.
That was an insane comeback from them. Absolutely turning the game around. They look very excited.
Oh, absolutely. You know, again, we got to see, like, you know, you got to hype up your teammates. You know, you got to be in that mode. You've got to be having fun. That's the most important thing. And you know what? It's kind of cheesy. It's cliche to say, oh, the most important thing is having fun. But it really is, because if you're not having fun, it's going to affect your gameplay. If you're, you know, being like a Debbie Downer, guess what? That's what you're going to get in the game. You got to reflect, and you got to pretty much just manifest the attitude you have in game, and it's going to lead to victories.
Well, of course, if you're not really excited to play the game, then you're not going to do very well.
Exactly. You think bad thoughts and bad things will happen. That's why you got to stay positive.
Exactly.
And here we are going now into round number 4. The Lady Valorant squad from Hebron looking to equalize against the Indy Knights, as once again they are going to be focusing the spike here over towards B.
Seem to be spreading out quite a bit. Well, Lady Valorant's going to stay tightly packed. We're going to see a Viper wall. Maybe try and blind them.
And that Viper wall does have a limit before it has to drop again. And you know what? It's not a bad strat at all, because if anybody decides to peek this, they are going to get eliminated. There's just too many players there, and now they're going to hit that teleport that is unique to Bind, and it's going to be a quick rotation back over towards A.
He's kind of catching Indy Knights off guard quite a bit, but they are going to regroup all back to A. And you see big contest between these two teams right here, kind of staying back, make sure none of them get killed.
And they're running out of time, too. Only 25 seconds left to try and get the spike down. Meanwhile, you got Krish here over towards the corner, just lurking, being a real lurky turkey, looking for a site to take advantage of. And they already send out the doggo, and it gets eliminated. Now, here comes the Phoenix wall going up, but it's not going to do them any good. The blind fires are going to rein in and get eliminations. Now only one player's remain. Lunar is able to get one elim. They get blinded and they pick up a second while blinded, but still it's not going to be enough to get the dub. Indy Knights take yet another round.
So far, 3-1. Lady Valorant has some good, like, matchups going on so far, but they are lacking just a little bit. They seem to be surviving kind of well whenever it's just one of them.
Yeah, you know what, they say this, like the in-game characters before a match will often have voice lines, and one of the voice lines is that you got to play for picks. And you know what, I couldn't agree more. You saw how they were grouped up earlier over towards the B site, and you know they didn't really push onto site. Those are the moments where you really have to risk it. You got to play high risk, high reward. You got to swing and go and try and get at least one pick. You get the first pick, and then all of a sudden you have good entry. So let's see if they're going to be able to make the most of this eco round, because they are now forced to save. So we're back to the pistols for the Lady Valorant squad.
They are going to have to switch up their strategies just a tiny bit. It would be great to see them kind of go forward a little more.
One enemy remaining.
Unfortunately, we're going to see the Indy Knights wipe out almost all of their team, leaving one player left, and PJ is going to get that final kill for a flawless victory for the Indy Knights again.
It is PJ all day. What a round. And I got to tell you, I got to give that one up to the Gecko, actually. That lineup with the Dizzy, I have never seen that. That was actually really insane, because I didn't even think Dizzy could get up that high.
Seeing it go that high, just completely stunning. I think it was 3 of them, right?
Yeah, they got at least, if not, honestly, it felt like they might have gotten the whole team with the blind, but at least 3.
And it gave them that real big push and opportunity to just rush in and wipe them out.
Yeah, but now it's going to be another bye round here for Hebron Lady Valorant. And let's see if they can make the most of it here. Now the game is fair and square. The buys should be about the same. Here comes the turn from Maximus, and that is going to be an initial trade. But that's not a bad trade at all. That is going to be a good opener here to try and get things started. And now you can see Stormtroop from the side, able to get rid of the Prowler. And it is going to be Hebron Lady Valorant to try and push mid.
Seems they really are trying to push more. They're going to get another kill, taking out Krish. There's a lot of blinds set up. I'm not sure how they're going to play this. The spike carrier was unfortunately killed. PJ is going kind of crazy. Oh, unfortunately, he's taken out by Frog from behind. Did not see that one coming.
Yeah, and that was a great blind coming from the sky there out of Teleporter. Again, PJ was just left with the blind fire, and they got eliminated. Now only 2 players remain on the side of the Indy Knights, and that spike is going right back towards mid. And I like what Hebron Lady Valorant is doing right now. They're playing big punish. They're bait and switching the Indy Knights. The Indy Knights keep pushing forward, and then every time they push forward, they get caught out, and they get eliminated. Now Thrash comes through, able to get the stun, and now that is going to be a big elim. We're down now to a 2v1 player swing in the favor of the Indy Knights.
See what Lunar can do. They were from behind, but was only able to get 1 kill on Indy Knights. There's another win for this match.
Yep, another win in the favor of the Indy Knights. And again, that was really tough too, because again, you got ulted out. I mean, you got hit by the Thrash, all of a sudden you're detained, and then you get hit with Dizzy as well. So not only are you gonna be, you know, kind of on your own, but your teammates are also blinded, so they can't help you. Again, that was a great play coming from the Gecko, and I gotta tell you, the Gecko is stepping up in a major way here on Bind. Even though, take a look, you wanna see where the big difference is? They only have 4 eliminations. The top frag from the Indy Knights has 12, but here's something that you may not notice all the time. Red, that Gecko, has 9 assists on the board.
Exactly. Those 9 assists, they're just putting back-to-back debuffs on Lady Valorant team, which is really turning the tides of each round.
Exactly. So they may only have 4 eliminations, but for a total, they have 13 elimination participations, and that is a high percentage. And here we are back on the B side. Mosh Pit goes out to try and deter a push, and it does take a little bit of damage off that Phoenix, or rather, I think it was a blind fire, because had they got hit by the Mosh Pit, I'm pretty sure they would have been eliminated. Mosh is different than a Molly. It doesn't deal damage over time. If you're in the Mosh by the time it detonates, it's an instant elimination.
And the Mosh is
the green booger ball.
Yeah,
that Gecko threw out.
From Gecko, right? His ult?
Yes. No, not the ult. That was just the nade.
Oh, okay.
Spike down.
Oh, right.
A.
Oh, his ult is the other one.
It's a big fish.
Yes, the fish that he threw out last round.
And now Lunar able to pick up an elimination there with the Spectre. Good shots. as they should be able to pick up a Vandal here. They're going to push forward, trying to get the spike down as the Dizzy goes out with the blind, and the spike will be denied. And silenced, will be silenced, as the Indy Knights pick up yet another round.
So far, this is going quite well for the Indy Knights, but that does not mean to look down on the Lady Valorant team. I am sure they can pick this back up.
Oh, 100%. I mean, we're still in the first half of Blind, still plenty of rounds left to go. And like I was saying earlier, like this Indy Knights team is so well-rounded. I have seen them year after year, and every single time they improve more and more. And again, it's not just here at TechSF. They participate in so many high school conferences. They are just constantly getting that experience, and it's showing off here today. Meanwhile, going into the next round, we're going to be in for a treat, because take a look at this. You got 4 ultimates coming from the side of the Indy Knights, and then 5 coming from the side of Hebron Lady Valorant.
I feel like it's just going to be ult after ult for this round. I can't wait to see the chaos that will ensue. Really excited to see how the Lady Valorant team will pick this up, because an all-girls team is really cool.
Oh, absolutely. Again, you have yet. Well, actually, that's not true. I have seen it, but it was on a professional level. That was, you know, again, the Shopify Rebellion team. But to see it at the high school level, that is truly interesting. And now you can see Indy Knights come through with the orbital strike to take down 4, and they will get the final elimination for a flawless victory in favor of the Indy Knights.
That orbital strike took out almost their entire team. That was a crazy play by Indy Knights.
Yeah, Brimstone, again, we were talking about this composition here a little bit earlier in the previous matchup when we had Caden on the desk as well. We were talking about the double controller meta, which is somewhat relatively new. More or less. But what is interesting about the Indy Knights composition is that, you know, they're going with the double controller, but they also have double duelists. They don't have any sentinels. And normally you would see Cypher on the map like you're seeing with the Hebron Lady Valorant team, but you're not seeing any sentinels for the Indy Knights. They're going all gas, no breaks offense, and is paying off dividends. 2 big blinds lead to 2 big eliminations.
Immediately after the match starts, it is a flawless victory for the Indy Knights. Not even giving them a chance to figure things out.
Yeah, again, that's the benefit of being able to force the eco round, because then you get forced, you have to save, you have to go back to the pistols until you can buy up again, and then you just get gunned down by, of course, the Phantom and the Vandal, and that's why you have to save, GG, go next, and then come back strong the next round.
That is right, but it does seem that the Lady Valorant team, they still have their ults, correct?
Yes, they do. They got 4 ults. However, the Phoenix did just use their ult in the last match, which was to run it back, and then they got eliminated. So that ult is gone, but they still have 4 very good ults in their back pocket.
Can't wait to see how they can pull this off.
Bomb buddy out.
I feel like they absolutely would.
Well, let's see if they can make the magic happen as the boom bot goes out, and it will be eliminated, but that gives them the intel that there is at least 1 player there lurking over towards the backside of A. And now here comes Krish pushing forward, trying to find the headshot, not going to be able to get it to go, but they do set up a TP in order to avoid the danger, and there they go. They're able to teleport out of dodge.
Immediately taking out that Cypher's little intel there. You see, it's quite quiet right now. Everyone's a little bit spread out. Oh, we're gonna get some gunfire from Stormtroop. He's not getting the shots he's trying to.
Oh, out comes the Seekers there from Sky. Big ultimate, but now the Showstopper comes out in kind. They're going to jump pack on towards mid. There goes the Showstopper, and they're able to get the LM on Cypher. And that is going to be a big pick, but they're running out of time. Just over 30 seconds left to go to try and plant the spike.
We're going to see some heavy gunfire with some heavy smoke being put, some blind shots, and Krish is going to take out Lunar and Lore, leaving only 2 left for the Lady Valorant team. Frog is going to be carrying the spike. Let's see if they will be able to place it down.
Yeah, Frog is the only player left standing as they try to hold on, but they get flanked from the side, and that is going to be another flawless victory coming from the Indy Knights.
Did not even see it coming.
Yeah, they managed to go all the way back around the map and then meet in mid. And by the way, those are the famous last words in Valorant, meet in mid. That's when someone tries to ego challenge you and they said, oh, let's 1v1 it out in mid. I have still yet to win one of those.
I think you keep falling for it, actually.
100%, absolutely. But I can't deny myself a challenge. You got to go for the meet and mid. I mean, don't get me wrong. some famous last words, but you know what? I'm always up for a challenge. Regardless, we are now heading into round number 11, and we are almost through here in the first half of play on Bind. As once again, we can see Hebron Lady Valorant trying to take the spike through A main.
It seems that the Indy Knights really like taking those teleports to flank Lady Valorant. And Lady Valorant just still does not see it coming each time it happens.
Spike down.
And again, that's what makes Bind so unique is these teleporters, because it makes for such fast rotations, not just for the offense, but for the defense as well, as that is going to be another win. Wave to the camera, supporting and representing the Fish Gang over there for the Indy Knights as they get yet another round win.
Very excited to see themselves on camera, and they're very giddy about how this game is going, but it's not over yet.
I mean, I would be giddy too if my drip was half as good as theirs. I mean, I don't have a fish hat.
Well, maybe you should get one.
I need one. Either that or I can just draw big eyeballs on my bald head and make it look like one of the fish.
Exactly.
That could work. Maybe we'll give it a try. Maybe not. But regardless, we're heading now into round number 12. It should be the last round in the first half here, as we still have plenty of ultimates left online. Krish with a big blind and a swing, able to find one. They do get traded out, and now the trades are being made here in mid, and now we are down to a 3v3.
Seems Lady Valorant is really keeping to their ultimates. I really wish they would use some. I remember you talking about in a previous game to use your ultimate and not keep it for too long.
Yeah, now it's an all-out deathmatch here in mid, and they're able to pick up the elimination. That was Lore, able to put an end to PJ, as now it's a 2v1 in the favor of Hebron Lady Valorant, and they have 2 ultimates at the ready. This is the point in time where you gotta take the spike to site. Doesn't matter which one. I mean, little do they know that A is left completely alone, but regardless, you have Nightfall, you have Run It Back, you have 2 big ultimates to work with here.
Exactly, but the spike carry is quite low. It wouldn't take that much health for her to get taken out. We really need to see them go up, and it seems that they are going to A, which is all alone. You might see them plant
30
the spike.
seconds left.
Yeah, they're going to throw out the haunt there to try and read anybody's location, but they're not there. Now, we just heard the audio cue from the teleport. We know that this race is going to be moving through showers, making their way back onto site. They're going to get a read on the spike, but they don't know where any of these players are. And right around the box, you got to check the corners, but Lore able to come away with the 3K to get a round win in the favor of Hebron Lady Valorant.
That is absolutely amazing for the Lady Valorant team. They have their 2nd win. I think they have the capacity to pick this back up.
They definitely do, because again, that goes with any team. Whenever you're in the first half, there's still a whole second half to go, and you only get better with time. The more you play, the better you get. And again, it could be because you have the lights on you, the cameras, the crowd cheering for you. There's a lot of pressure on, and it takes time, just like with everything else, to get used to that. And the more that you play it, the more comfortable you get, and that's what it's about. As soon as you get comfortable, you get in your zone, and all of a sudden you're getting wins.
And it makes it much more fun being out here with absolutely everyone, even though it is quite scary having everyone watching you, but you just gotta make sure to show them a good time.
Absolutely. Well, here we are, back to the pistols here to start things off here in the second half. And let's see how they are going to make the best of it. Lunar going to be throwing out the molly a little bit early. Not much doing there, though, as they throw that one out and find nothing. Lore, however, does find an elimination from Raze, just pushing up a little bit too far.
Seems the Indy Knights will actually be retreating for a bit to maybe regroup while the Lady Valorant teams try to push in.
Yeah, they're going for a full rotation. They couldn't find an opening there on the A site, so they sing Wingman out instead, and now they're going for yet another rotation back towards the A site, trying to outpace the Hebron Lady Valorant squad, and they're going to go for the plant here, and they're going to stick the spike on the A site.
We're going to see Krish get some good kills. The Indy Knights are getting some really great pistol kills, all headshots on Lady Valorant. And there's just one left, which is that one Sky, and that is not enough.
And you know what? You got to love it, because they brought out the melee weapons, and they respected it. They went for the 1v1 knife fight at the end of the day, and you got to respect the 1v1.
Exactly. Always have the 1v1 knife fight. Makes it much more invigorating whenever you get that kill. Actually, just all melee kills.
Red is putting up the thumbs down. Absolutely not. Not here in the fishbowl. It's not happening. Meanwhile, we're getting ready to head right back into the thick of things here, as right now the Indy Knights are only one round win away from putting themselves onto match point.
Seems a lot of the Indy Knights would be going for the same weapon. Oh my goodness, we're gonna see Jolkus Maximus get some good kills on Lady Valorant. Cutting their team down by half. There's only one guy left. Hopefully. Really excited. He's gonna pick up that stinger. What was that one phrase you were saying earlier?
The Stingers gets winners. I mean, it doesn't exactly rhyme, but it's true. I mean, the Stinger is a great submachine gun, and now they're able to go out towards the side, and Krish with the Stinger is able to get the elimination, and now, just like that, the Indy Knights are on match point.
Already on match point. This might be close to the end of the game, but...
I hear a bunch of whoop whoops in the audience right now.
Reminds me of the seagulls from Nemo.
Mine? Well, here we go. What could be the last round here of this matchup on Bind, and it should be just about even on both sides. We do get to see a Phantom and a Guardian coming out for the side of Hebron Lady Valorant. That should give them an advantage going into this next round to try and stay alive here in this matchup. As you can see, the Viper Wall already out for PJ as they are making their way in towards Lamps on the A site. You hear the Wingman going out, not going to find anyone in Lamps, but the spike should be planted uncontested here on A, but no, they left the spike at home.
Yeah, the screen was on the spike for a while. It seems no one picked up the spike.
Yeah, I was really curious about that. I think we're just going to settle it with good old-fashioned gunfights there as complete and full trades are made, and now it's down to just a 2v2.
However, it is in the favor of Lady Valorant because we're going to see that Brimstone at very low health. It's not going to take much for him to be taken out. This is a very tense match point right here.
And finally, it looks as though that the Indy Knights are going to run back for the spike, okay? I mean, they get down to the 2v2 in the deathmatch, but now we got to get the spike. We got to keep the game rolling. And right now, Stormtroop is just absolutely storming back to the A site with the spike in tow, and they're going to try and get the plant down just so that way they can put the pressure on to Hebron Lady Valorant.
And they have about 30 seconds left to keep that spike going. Lady Valorant does not seem to know where they're going. However, they should be hearing them planting the spike. We just got to see how this game is going to play out.
Well, let's see. You got Red being an absolute lurky-turkey here with the Bucky. They're going to turn and find one. And now out goes the Dizzy. Should be able to get the blind, but no, they get eliminated. But there goes the Brim from the Indy Knights to get the final elim and get the win. And there you have it. The Indy Knights will be continuing their win ratio as they pick up another win here today on Bind. And once again, the Indy Knights are going to be one of those squads you have got to keep an eye on.
Those are some really great plays and matches from both teams today. The Indy Knights were going absolutely crazy, but I loved seeing the Lady Valorant team play on those two matches that they won. Just absolutely destroyed.
Oh, absolutely. And now we got to give the GGs up. We got to dap hands with the Fish gang. Well played all around. And like I had said, I mean, it just comes down to that amount of experience that the Indy Knights have. I've seen them time and time again. I've seen them last year. I've seen them in so many different leagues, and they put in the work. They put in the time. And you know what? They also put on fish heads. So they are able to come out and get the dub here today and continue their quest to move that much further on here in the Texas Esports State Championships. And not only that, but we get to see some of those great plays once again to see what was really the key difference makers here in that last matchup.
Oh, it was absolutely fun seeing everyone. We are going to look at some highlights right now, but the Lady Valorant team might not have won the game, but it is not fair to say that they did not have a great time. They look absolutely happy down there.
Oh, and not to mention, we got to see Lore also pop off, and they very well could, in my opinion, be one of the best plays of the game because, again, they came away with a big three-piece. Again, we get to see right there Lore getting a massive three-piece there with the Vandal, and my goodness, it had to be one of the better plays of the match.
Just absolute back-to-back elims with these highlights right there, and we get to see the teams get all excited. It's really fun just seeing everyone just have a good time.
Oh, absolutely. That's why we love the face cams. Again, you get to see, you know, real-time live reactions. Again, you already got to see the side of the Indy Knights just for a moment with the fish head, and yet they are just completely stone-faced, locked in, trying to get the win.
I'm telling you, it's not them playing, it's the fish.
It's got to be the fish. The fish is the buff. We already know this. We saw earlier, you know, the poop emoji hat, that came with like a +10 to accuracy. And right now, it seems like the fish hats are just giving a buff to the Indy Knights.
And I absolutely love seeing everyone bring their own like plushies to the table as well. Like whenever, for the Indy Knights, there was that little star plushie from Mario Galaxy. I'm a huge fan of those games. But I love seeing all the Hello Kitty plushies on the Lady Valorant team. It's just great to see.
Yeah, much like Deadpool, we love Hello Kitty. But with that being said, I mean, this was still such a great way to end the match, too. Like, everybody just decided to meet in mid and duel it out to see who would be the last person standing. And at the end of the day, it was the Indy Knights to be the last team standing in order to get that win. And once again, they are a big threat in the pool play. You have got to watch out for this Indy Knights squad because they are not done, and neither are we. We're getting ready to go down back to the stage. So you get a word in edgewise with our one and only Kelsey Plays. Take it away.
Up for Indy Knights. Taking the win. Indy Knights, if you would, what school do you go to?
We go to Independence High School.
Awesome. And if you would, just introduce yourselves.
So my name is Dylan, and my gamer tag is Red.
I'm Pranav. My in-game username is PJ.
I'm Eric. My in-game name is Jocus Maximus.
I'm Levi. My in-game name is Stormtroop.
I'm Christian. My name is Christian Game.
So I see you guys have these hats on. Did you guys win these here? Bring it back. Bring it back. Yeah. Down the line.
We bought them.
You bought them. Okay, so you guys played in the game. You guys had the fish, and you guys were killing it with the fish. So is this a part of that?
Yeah, the fish buffed us.
Okay.
It went swimmingly.
So the hats are also a buff. Okay, so you guys had some really clean smokes, grenades, all of that. Do you guys, is that something you focus and practice?
It's kind of just something that you call in the moment.
I had to practice, actually. I've never played Viper before. I took many notes. Dylan had to teach me how to play Viper. I have a whole document with all my notes, and I remembered them and made sure to use them.
And is Viper your main?
I like playing Jet, but they didn't let me play Jet.
So in this round, was your character a choice, or did you just vibes?
No. I was picked for, but it's okay. I like playing Viper.
And how did it feel to win, you guys?
It felt amazing. Like,
honestly, it's not a win until we're holding a trophy. So.
All right. Well, I hope to see you back on this stage, and I hope those fish hats give you more buffs. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Mom.
All right, you guys, we have one more game left, but I'm going to throw it back to Cap now. So keep that energy up, and let's get excited for our last game!
Kelsey Plays. Thank you for everybody in the audience for keeping that energy alive. And a big thank you once again to both the Indy Knights and the Hebron Lady Valorant squad for giving us such a great matchup there for our third Valorant matchup of the game. And thank you to the audience for all the whoops that we're hearing in the crowd. You'll love to hear the hype, but don't worry, we're going to have even more hype when we get ready to come back with our last Valorant matchup of the day. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with more esports action live from Six Flags Fiesta, Texas, for the Texas Esports State Championships presented by TechSef. We'll see you soon.
throw, don't win. That's my cue to breathe.
Guys, after a long day of waiting, we are finally approaching the end of our tournament, the 2024 Undisputed Esports State Championship here in Texas, presented by TechSuff here at none other than Six Flags Fiesta, Texas. And I mean the end of today's action. My name is Bordy McBoard, but joining alongside of me is Josh.